We find ourselves in a world ruled by the most powerful swordsmen and wizards, and right now, a large-scale war is taking place here. The Demon Queen challenges the 7 races and quickly subjugates absolutely everyone except the race of ordinary people. However, after the uprising of the human race, the last line of defense completely collapses, and humanity suffers defeat. Thus, the strongest Demon Queen in history, named Elizabeth, becomes the sole ruler of this world. We are immediately transported to the capital of the human race, where the last remnants of the disobedient troops can only hope for the best. One of the priests addresses the Demon Queen and says that the future is still on their side, and the legendary hero will finish her off. One of Elizabeth's subordinates immediately rushes to attack this intolerable man, delivering a powerful knee to his face. This young man is a prince of humanity named Whis Malfoy, who demands that the priest express himself more clearly. The priest calls his former comrade a traitor to the human race he spent time training. Meanwhile, Whis Malfoy changes his form to finish off the bastard and says that he no longer needs him. However, at the last moment, Elizabeth intervenes in the execution procedure and orders him to stop immediately. Whis Malfoy barely manages to carry out his queen's orders and stops his deadly attack. Elizabeth asks him if the future is really on the side of humans, and if she can lose the battle. In a threatening tone, she orders him to tell everything in detail, otherwise an unenviable fate awaits him. She emphasizes that she can cause him pain that will be much worse than death if he tries to hide something from her. The priest states that according to the visions, the legendary hero will draw the holy sword, and this will be the end of the demon's reign. At first, he says that he will never reveal the location of this sword, but it quickly becomes clear that it is Excalibur. Approaching this sword, she recalls the legend according to which the hero who pulls out this sword will be able to challenge the king. Smiling, she states that this sounds very interesting, and that she is intrigued by such a promising prophecy. She also says that in that case, she will wait for this hero here and hope for a good battle. Until then, Elizabeth asserts her rule in this state, and begins to establish laws in anticipation of the hero. However, 15 years have passed, and the hero still hasn't appeared, despite the fact that they had been waiting for him for a very long time and were fully prepared. Under the absolute rule of the Demon Queen, all old and unequal rules between the races are abolished, and an era of prosperity dawns. In addition, an alliance against the legendary heroes is emerging, fearing that the fragile peace will be destroyed. We are transported back to Elizabeth's castle, which still serves as the capital of the human race, despite the change of ruler. Elizabeth asks her messengers if they know anything about the legendary hero who never decided to appear. Elven Minister Twyla says they have found no traces, and Dwarven Minister Hamer also says they have found no one. Aristotle, who is the minister of the human race, confidently declares that even if this brave man appears, he will not have enough strength. Minister Lim of the demon race notes that he would like the hero to come, but only speaks of this in a whisper. The minister of the orc race named Moogle declares that if the queen wants, she can destroy the entire continent in an instant. Twyla replies that they will kill the legendary hero, as an era of prosperity is too important for all the races of this world. However, their thoughts are interrupted by the same priest, who now leads the association against the legendary heroes. Elizabeth loses her patience at the sight of the man who prophesied her death in a glorious battle, and takes out her anger on him. Using magical techniques, she quickly grabs him and makes him unable to resist or escape. Drawing him closer, she demands an explanation as to where the hero who will challenge her is now. The priest says that it is impossible to say for sure, because when an understanding of the prophecy comes, all that remains is to hope for chance. Whis Malfoy notes that it is very foolish to believe this man's prophecies, and adds that he is working on new research. In response, Elizabeth lashes out at him with her tail, sending him flying back several meters. After this, she orders him to disappear immediately, and he apologizes to her, not understanding what he did wrong this time. Immediately after this, she throws the hated priest into the wall and says that he has once again disappointed her. After this, she proclaims that she is the queen who has reached the pinnacle of this world, and the hero still has not come to her. She also studies the continent's most ancient magic books, and creates divine magic in anticipation of being challenged. However, despite her preparation, the hero never shows up to fight her, and she decides to radically change her approach. The ministers nearby advise her not to take any rash actions, as the consequences will be unpredictable. Elizabeth, unable to control her emotions, says that she will go in search of the hero herself. She notes that it would take incredible effort to draw the sword from its sheath and find out the hero's location. The ministers immediately surround themselves with energy shields to avoid being harmed by possible destruction. Events begin to develop very rapidly, and energy beams begin to hit the roof of the building. At the cost of incredible magical and physical effort, she still manages to pull the sword from its stone sheath. Elizabeth looks at the weapon and smirks, wondering who said that only a legendary hero could pull it out. A moment later, a vision comes to her mind and she learns the location of the hero who is supposed to challenge her. It turns out that all this time he lived in a small house, which is located at a considerable distance from the big city. Elizabeth senses an approaching triumph and understands that very soon she will be able to find this cowardly scoundrel and deal with him. Immediately after that, she decides to use forced teleportation magic to move there in the blink of an eye. Vis Malfoy rushes to his queen and asks for permission to continue serving her, no matter the cost. However, she doesn't even deign to answer him and simply disappears right before his eyes. The place where the legendary hero, capable of destroying everything demonic, had been located all this time, turns out to be an ordinary village of newcomers. The time has come for us to get to know this man, who at first glance does not seem so threatening and menacing. The thing is, things didn't go according to plan here, and a young man named Li Ping is enjoying farming. He is an ordinary office worker living a boring life, and the only thing he is interested in is watching videos. However, he is not interested in simple videos, but rather videos dedicated to gardening and growing plants. He also enjoys animal videos and hopes to live the same interesting life as a farmer. However, then something strange happens, and he somehow finds himself in this strange world. One can imagine the surprise of the protagonist, who suddenly finds himself in an unknown place, although he was just on his way to work. Under the guidance of the beginner system, he gradually masters survival skills, because he knows nothing about this world. However, he really enjoys what he does, but the training system for newcomers begins to demand that he move on. The system prophesies great deeds for him, claiming that he must destroy the Demon Queen and save this world. Li Ping politely declines such responsibility, saying that he does not want to do it and wants to continue living here. The system continues to urge him to leave the village and go on adventures, but it seems there is nothing more it can do. It is located within a time barrier that completely hides the village for safety purposes, and time flows much more slowly within it. This is why he can engage in farming, hunting, crafts, and meditation much more effectively, without worrying about anything else. After some time, the system begins to scold him, and then disappears altogether, wishing him a cruel death at the hands of the Demon Queen. Li Ping greets this news with his usual optimism, as now no one will bother him with stupid demands. Today should be the same as the previous ones, since he works all day and will be hungry as a wolf. He finds that his firewood is running low, so he needs to prepare some wood first. After this, he remembers that he forgot to take an axe named Daizan from the forest when he went to chop wood in the morning, and now he will have to look for it. However, before he can think about it, the clouds above him begin to rapidly thicken. Li Ping looks at the weather deteriorating abnormally quickly in surprise, and realizes that this is a rather bad sign. Elizabeth begins to quickly materialize, emerging from the portal and demonstrating her terrible power to everyone. After this, she looks at the legendary hero with a smile and declares that she has finally found him and is ready to fight. Li Ping ignores her completely, and says that if it rains right now, his dried fish will spoil. Elizabeth doesn't expect the legendary hero to act so strangely when confronted with his mortal enemy. However, fortunately for himself, Li Ping manages to take the fish and sausages that have not yet spoiled off the drying rack in time. Suddenly, a mechanical companion dog named Vankai appears and menacingly surveys the perimeter. Li Ping asks her to calm down and says that it will start raining soon, so it is better to go home. The dog begins to bark loudly, warning him of danger, when suddenly he hears a completely unfamiliar voice. He looks up and wonders what is up there in the sky and asks his mechanical comrade about it. Elizabeth claims he is stupid and asks him how dare he address her so disrespectfully. Li Ping immediately becomes nervous and says that he didn't see her, so he didn't immediately recognize her as a person. Elizabeth prepares to launch a powerful attack and declares that she will test her wildest theories first. Immediately after this, a golden projectile begins flying towards him, which will surely seriously injure him if he does not dodge. Li Ping immediately covers his face with his hands and realizes that he is too weak to dodge it. However, the sword wielded by Elizabeth suddenly bends around the protagonist and deftly twists in an arc. After this, he jumps straight into the protagonist's arms, thus confirming that Li Ping is the chosen one. From the outside, it may look like he is making a brutal cut, demonstrating his incredible power. In fact, he is shaking the sword convulsively and wondering how it flew right into his hand and what he should do now. Elizabeth assumes that Li Ping is hiding his true strength to mock her, and she realizes that she will not tolerate such an insult. Li Ping, meanwhile, wonders what the Demon Queen is doing here if he hasn't left this place. He asks his dog not to provoke her, as this will only bring more trouble, but Vankai doesn't listen to him. Elizabeth decides to use abyssal magic to open several portals from the demonic dimension at once. From these portals, huge boulders begin to emerge, bringing inevitable death to everything they touch. Li Ping understood that this was what the system meant when it said that meeting the Demon Queen was inevitable. After this, he calmly throws away the sword and declares that there is nothing more to talk about and nothing to decide. After this, he feignedly heads towards his home, pretending that absolutely nothing bothers him. Li Ping understands that until now he was a newbie, but now the final boss is rushing towards him, and he has no chance of winning. He realizes that all he can do is accept his fate and be destroyed, but he is still grateful to be here. Opening the door, he reflects on the fact that he has no regrets, as he was able to spend his time here happily. Quickly closing the door, he assumes that the best fate for him would be to disappear into oblivion along with this house. Elizabeth, of course, sees a completely different meaning in this gesture. Assuming that the legendary hero is mocking her in this way, she calls him an incredibly arrogant bastard, forgetting how she herself behaved a few moments ago. After this, she sends huge waves towards him in order to level everything to the ground and crush the main character. Vankai understands that such a result cannot be allowed under any circumstances, and switches to an enhanced combat mode. The calculation speed of this computer friend is truly impressive, as it manages to do this in a fraction of a second. He instantly displays the entire arsenal that his creator has equipped him with and prepares for an intense battle. Without thinking twice, Vankai opens fire on the brazen Demon Queen, trying to cool her ardor with thermobaric missiles. After such a massive salvo, it takes time to reload, but Vankai's fighting spirit does not weaken in the least. Elizabeth suffers only minor injuries and declares that the legendary hero dares to look down on her. After this, she strains all her strength and claims that no one can compare to her in terms of power. She then uses her most powerful apocalypse magic skill to wipe her opponent off the face of the earth. Before this, she declares that she is no longer interested in testing the powers of the legendary hero, and it is time to end this. Giant balls of energy that reform everything they touch are heading towards Li Ping's house. Vankai continues to stand in his place and calculate possible solutions to the problem that has just appeared. After some time, it opens its mechanical mouth and begins to form a strange clot of dark energy. Taking careful aim, he fires, but Elizabeth quickly dodges and declares that there is no point. She hopes that everything will disappear along with this Earth, but a quantum black hole appears behind her. Elizabeth doesn't even have time to open her eyes before all her plans are suddenly destroyed. She can't believe that her divine magic was destroyed by just some little dog. She still doesn't understand where the main character went and how he was able to modify this dog. Meanwhile, Li Ping has already prepared himself for death and is waiting for retribution to fall right on his head, freeing him from suffering. Meanwhile, Elizabeth finds herself on the lawn, where she meets the equally disgruntled Vankai, who continues to bark at her. This makes sense, as it's unlikely that such a good guard dog would want to let a demon queen who tried to kill her owner into her home. Seeing this dog, she begins to laugh sincerely, however, without attaching any special significance to it. Clenching her fists in anger, she says that she unexpectedly underestimated this pathetic worm. Spreading her wings, she claims that she shouldn't be so overconfident, as she has only used a third of her power so far. Having assumed her supreme demonic form, she declares that she will now show everyone what true horror is. Vankai is unimpressed by the empty threats and re-enters combat mode to prevent the death of his creator. A very intense battle breaks out between them, but the main character's house still remains unharmed. About an hour later, Li Ping wakes up because he had been waiting for his death for so long that he was too tired. He yawns and wonders if he has already died and ended up somewhere else. However, he soon realizes that he is still in his house and decides to check everything. As he approaches the door, he feels his heart begin to beat loudly and hopes that he is not being waited for. After this, he carefully opens the door to look around. All he sees is a gigantic battlefield, as well as large clouds of smoke from the many explosions. After a tense battle, Elizabeth finally defeats Vankai, maintaining the upper hand in this confrontation. Li Ping looks sadly at his comrade who is thrown aside, his body completely destroyed. Elizabeth haughtily says that she is very sorry that she destroyed the magical device that he was so proud of. Li Ping says there is no problem with this, and suggests that they just talk about what is bothering her. Elizabeth agrees to this proposal, adding only that she will kill him, and only then will they be able to talk. In fact, she loses much more strength than one might imagine, and it turns out that such an end is destined for her. After taking a few more steps, she falls powerlessly to the ground, and almost instantly loses consciousness. Li Ping is surprised by what is happening to his uninvited guest and asks her if she is okay. After a moment, her demonic form begins to quickly evaporate. Li Ping wonders what is happening to her as her clothes slowly begin to disappear before his eyes. After a while, he dresses her in something at least remotely decent and handcuffs her. Elizabeth quickly comes to her senses and realizes that she, as the Queen of Demons, is suffering such a humiliating defeat. She is also surprised that instead of taking the chance to kill her, he ties her hands to show his strength. She immediately tries to destroy the handcuffs with her power, but she fails. She assumes that this is another legendary class item that she has not encountered before, and decides that the hero is hiding great power. She carefully examines everything she finds, and her gaze stops on a magic ball and a whole deck of playing cards. Elizabeth understands that all these strange things are happening for a reason, which means that this hero is much more insidious than she imagined. Li Ping carefully opens the front door and enters the room, holding 2 plates of cooked food in his hands. Elizabeth says that if he wants to kill her, he better do it right away, because she will not beg for mercy. Li Ping looks at her and asks if they can talk about what happened. He also says that handcuffs are a necessary measure, because she looks very creepy and scary. He immediately corrects himself, explaining that he meant her threatening and powerful appearance. He also claims that there was some misunderstanding and that it needs to be sorted out. However, Elizabeth takes it completely differently and assumes that he is mocking her, making her look weak. Elizabeth understands that there is no other explanation here other than an attempt to threaten her, which means she needs to escape immediately. Li Ping comes up behind her and unfastens the handcuffs to make the negotiations easier. He states that this is direct evidence of the absence of bad intentions, and suggests discussing everything. Elizabeth reflects on her disadvantage and acknowledges that strong people know when to give in. Li Ping realizes that she is very curious about why he doesn't kill the Demon Queen while she is unconscious. In this world of swords and magic, it is completely natural for the Demon Queen to have the skill of resurrection. However, if the conflict between the hero and the queen can be resolved, it is not necessary to resort to violence or battle. This way, if he can defeat her, she will not pose a threat, and by becoming his friend, she will allow everyone to live happily. Elizabeth watches the hero closely and decides that he is probably making fun of her. Li Ping examines the mechanical dog's body and realizes that it can no longer be restored after these damages. Elizabeth asks him if this thing is his most powerful magical device. Li Ping replies that you could say that, and then emphasizes that he created it himself when he was bored. Elizabeth realizes that this is her chance, because the legendary hero turns out to be careless, and now she can recover instantly. She also decides that since he lost the magical device, he no longer has any trump cards. Li Ping claims that this is not a big deal because the memory card inserted into the back of the dog's head remains intact. Elizabeth realizes that this is the perfect moment to get rid of the legendary hero with the magic of the apocalypse. Li Ping opens a cabinet full of clones of the creature and says that fortunately, he is already prepared for situations like this. Elizabeth instantly regrets her intentions and tries to hide the fact that she was going to finish off Li Ping. Meanwhile, Li Ping inserts a memory card to resurrect his faithful friend. He also claims that it's much more fun with company, but sometimes the dog doesn't listen to him, so he usually only activates one. Elizabeth sees this as an incredible mockery of herself, her pride and hopes of defeating the hero in a simple way. She falls onto the bed and says that this simply cannot be, but she can only accept it. Suddenly, she smells a very pleasant aroma, and remarks that she smells incredibly delicious. Li Ping recalls this, and says that since she was losing consciousness, he prepared some food to warm her up. After this, he places ordinary dumplings and the simplest porridge that he has prepared on a small table in front of her. Elizabeth refuses, saying that food is only needed by weaklings, and that she has reached a higher state and does not need such things. However, this smell makes her reconsider her views on life and think about it twice. Her stomach also begins to rumble treacherously loudly, signaling that he would not mind having a snack. Li Ping says he made everything from vegetables and grains he grew himself, so everything here is natural. Elizabeth decides to trust him because she still believes that he can destroy her at any moment if she contradicts him. Little by little, with careful movements, she finally brings the small dumpling closer to herself and decides to try it. She freezes for a moment, after which she begins to carefully chew this delicacy. Li Ping silently hopes that the Demon Queen will appreciate the food from the newcomer village, even though he is confident in his culinary skills. Elizabeth doesn't stop at just one dumpling and starts eating everything on the plate. She reflects on how with each bite the meat reveals its natural flavors, and she feels a high concentration of mana. She is surprised that such a delicacy actually exists in this world, and she does not want to swallow the last piece. However, after some time, she was overcome by a very strange feeling, which she had not experienced for decades. Her heart starts beating at an incredible rate because the food turns out to be quite spicy. Elizabeth can hardly contain her shudder as she says that she finds the dish incredibly spicy. She also asks him what he added to it, assuming it was special herbs. Li Ping says he added some chili as seasoning, wondering why she couldn't stand spicy food. Elizabeth perceives this as a deliberate attempt to poison her or experiment on her for eternity. Li Ping quickly comes to a decision and says that she should try the next dish. He assures her that rice porridge with lean meat and century eggs reduces the burning sensation and neutralizes the spiciness. Elizabeth thinks that he first poisoned her and then decided to give her an antidote, but she has no choice but to obey. This time she tries food more boldly, which immediately begins to affect her in the most unexpected way. Suddenly she feels so good, as if she had ascended to heaven and experienced the greatest pleasure. Closing her eyes slightly, she realizes that she hasn't been in such a state of bliss for a long time. She also admits to herself that the desire for world domination and the struggle between them no longer excites her. In her thoughts, she understands that she needs to let go of everything and live carefree, accepting her insignificance. Thanks to these incredible revelations, she levels up, becoming a 3-star demon queen. She is very surprised that under the influence of 2 stimulants her strength has increased so much, and that she has been transported to another world. Elizabeth demands that the legendary hero stop pretending and tell her what he really wants. Li Ping doesn't understand her intentions, and says that he just wants to find out how the demon queen and the heroes can coexist. Elizabeth, of course, perceives this as a cunning plan, according to which she is the only one worthy of his experiments. Li Ping asks if these conditions are acceptable to her, claiming that he will continue to cook delicious food for her. Elizabeth understands his words to mean that he wants to help her become stronger, so that she will finally pose a threat to him. Elizabeth believes that a knight can be killed, but cannot be dishonored, so she immediately says that this is unacceptable. Li Ping looks at her in surprise and fearfully assumes that she still wants to destroy him. Instead, however, Elizabeth climbs onto the bed and with a very important air, orders him to listen to her carefully. After this, she agrees to his conditions, saying that she is doing this not out of fear, but in order to increase her strength. Li Ping doesn't understand how there can be any talk of fear, because the demon queen has enormous power and can do whatever she wants. Elizabeth specifically emphasizes that she will not bow her head or submit as long as she lives here. She also states that if he tries to deprive her of her dignity, she will sacrifice everything to wipe him off the face of the earth. Li Ping tries to calm her down by telling her that this was never his goal, and that he just wants to be friends with her. Elizabeth still looks at him incredulously, demonstrating her strength more as a gesture of desperation. She also states that if he is going to conduct research, he should not be shy and come closer. Frowning even more, she says that if there is something tasty left in the house, she will definitely eat it. Li Ping states that he is not against this, and this is the beginning of an amazing story about the interaction between these 2 people. A whole year has passed since the queen settled in the house of the legendary hero. All this time she did not leave the boundaries of these possessions, but the situation became significantly more complicated for Li Ping. Ever since the demon queen destroyed the barrier, time here has quickly synchronized with the time of the outside world. The problem, however, is that the village loses its protective function and becomes completely open to other inhabitants. The monsters that appear nearby are far from being simple creatures that can be defeated. Li Ping still tries to stick to the isolationist strategy and collects firewood with his Dagestani sword. He understands that because of the demon queen's presence, these monsters don't dare to come close, which means there are some advantages to this. After a while, his thoughts are interrupted by Elizabeth's loud voice, who once again demands food. Li Ping helpfully says that he is already on his way to her, realizing that if he is late, there will be more problems. After all, he needs her protection, because otherwise he will hardly be able to cope with the dangers that await in the area. Meanwhile, Elizabeth begins lazily watching TV series, and during this time she grows a big belly. She also states that she is already tired of watching the same thing, and does not understand why it is impossible to get something new in the system. Li Ping replies that the system has long since disappeared, so he won't be able to get new series, after which he invites her to dinner. Elizabeth lazily turns in his direction and says that she will be at the table in a minute. After this, she flaps her fingers to materialize small wings. Even these tiny wings are enough to carry the demon queen's no longer so light body through the air. She also asks him what he put in the chips, because the more she eats them, the lazier she becomes. The thought immediately flashes through her mind that the tasty food is disguised as a slow-acting poison to weaken her. Li Ping claims that these chips are high in calories, and if you eat too many of them, you can easily gain weight. Elizabeth assumes that this was another insult directed at her, because she really is developing a big belly. However, a few moments later, she snaps her fingers to resort to the void magic she still possesses. With the help of this magic, she transforms negative attributes and instantly loses weight. After this, she states that all the fat accumulated in her body has been converted into magical power. Li Ping is amazed that magic can be used for such interesting things. Smiling haughtily and with a feeling of incredible victory, she says that another trick has been thwarted. However, quite quickly she looks at the dinner and says that it looks very tasty, so it's time to start eating. Li Ping is a little surprised by how enthusiastically Elizabeth eats everything he cooked and asks her to take her time. Li Ping states that if this is not enough, he can cook more, but it will still not affect her in any way. Elizabeth, of course, takes his words completely differently and sees a dark connotation in them. From her point of view, he considers her too weak, so he orders her to get fat before he finishes her off. Li Ping remains at the table, saying he will bring dessert, but Elizabeth is thinking about starting a fight. She realizes that he treats her like a pig, and that she has leveled up more than 10 times in the past year, which means she needs to fight. Li Ping, meanwhile, opens the refrigerator, saying that her favorite pudding will be there. Elizabeth immediately gives in to his proposal, and any signs of aggression in her eyes immediately disappear. The thing is, the pudding is so good that after a year of living here, she has become addicted to it as much as to any other junk food. She waves her arms and says that she wants to eat him immediately because she misses him so much. Li Ping is glad that it is quite easy to deal with this woman, because she can be easily calmed down with delicious food, thereby saving himself from problems. However, not far from his small house, some people are facing serious troubles. A gray-haired man and his companion quickly run away from several dark pursuing figures. These figures are flying robes with strange masks that make sounds similar to the squealing of pigs. However, underestimating them is a big mistake, because they are incredibly fast and very deadly. Moreover, they use space-breaking skills that can finish off any living target within the radius of effect. The intentions of these creatures are unclear, but it is clear that we need to run away from them as quickly as possible. These strange creatures continue to hunt innocent strangers, making vile sounds. At a certain point, the escape route is completely cut off and people are trapped. The enemies decide to use the claw trap skill to seal them in a small area. The aged knight grabs his sword to protect his companion at any cost. He addresses her by the name Elif and says that he will hold off the enemies, and she must escape to the city. Elif fearfully asks him what he is planning and declares that she cannot leave him. The man replies that he promised her mother to protect her no matter what. Meanwhile, one of the creatures uses the Ghost Flame skill to create a giant ball of energy. This knight draws on his energy reserves, realizing that he must end this with a powerful attack. Rushing forward, he decides to strike the hero in order to cut through the deadly projectile that has appeared. His attack proves quite successful, as he manages to cut both the projectile and his opponent in half. All that remains of the strange robe are bloody shreds that fall lifelessly downwards. However, it is too early to celebrate, as these creatures can merge together even if one of them is killed. In this way, they create powerful hybrids and offset losses in manpower. Elif summons an energy bow and says that she will never leave her father in trouble. Taking proper aim, she decides to use the Nature's Arrow skill to attack the enemy. Her father states that they can handle the Dark Guild's apostles, but he himself won't be able to hold out for long. He recommends leaving while the Dark Guild apostles plan another attack. This time, they decide to use the powers of the earth to attack their opponents from an unexpected angle. A small tectonic shift occurs, causing the ground to crack as if it were made of brittle clay. Taking advantage of the moment, the Dark Apostle who had just created a tectonic rift rushes to attack. The Knight Hero fails to block this attack and receives an incredible amount of damage, causing him to fly off to the side. He also crashes into a rock, causing his combat ability to be significantly reduced, and Elif looks towards him in fear. He is still conscious, but asks her to leave here as quickly as possible before it is too late. Meanwhile, the Dark Apostles decide to unite again to combine the powers of 3 fighters at once. The giant creature heading their way represents an opponent they will never be able to defeat. Elif is already preparing to surrender, and says that she will go with them if they only let her father go. However, a real monster, who hardly has any thoughts left, only loudly screams to attack. Elif understands that in this case the only thing left to do is accept his fate and die a heroic death in this battle. However, a moment later, an even larger enemy attacks the giant creature, instantly smearing it across the ground. Elif raises his head in fear and sees a real mammoth leader in front of him. On the head of this gigantic monster, there is a small structure that serves as a shelter for another creature. The immortal toad sits inside the building all this time, thereby directing the behavior of the giant creature. However, this toad also has a small house on his head, and the toad turns to his brother, asking what to do with these people. Vankai immediately comes out of the house and says that he will deliver these people to the owners, and then it will be possible to decide their fate. Elif loses consciousness, but when he comes to, he quickly looks around in search of the monster. Luckily, it quickly becomes apparent that she is safe, and there are no monsters around her. However, her first question is where her father went and what this place is. She recalls that her father was seriously injured, so if he does not receive treatment in time, the consequences could be irreversible. She quickly pulls the blanket off herself and jumps to the floor, making a characteristic metallic clang. She rushes to the exit to make sure her father is okay. Opening the door, she runs out into the street and asks if anyone has seen her father. Moments later, she sees that her father is in the best shape he has ever been in. Li Ping happily says that his uncle must have trained for a long time to look like that, adding that training is the foundation of everything. Li Ping says he had no idea that warrior classes existed in this world, adding that it was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, Vankai begins to joyfully circle around his owner to express his gratitude. Elizabeth delivers a powerful blow to the poor dog, sending it flying several meters away. She immediately comes closer and asks Vankai why he is dragging all this rabble here. Vankai remembers how hard it was for him during the last battle with the queen, and this time he decides not to respond to her with force. Li Ping, meanwhile, is amazed by the incredible muscles that the gray-haired knight possesses. He responds by saying that if Mr. Li Ping likes his muscles, he won't hide them. Moments later, he uses the warrior's flaming soul, causing the clothes on his body to fly apart. All that remains is the bare essentials, along with the enormous pile of muscle that Li Ping admires. Elif looks at this peculiar performance in surprise and asks his father what he is doing. An awkward pause hangs between them, as the father remains unaware of his daughter's approach. He tries to figure out how to explain this to her, thinking that he is trying to please the savior who is helping them. Li Ping decides to talk to the girl in a friendly manner, saying that they just want to help them. Elizabeth immediately appears between them, declaring that if they have already come to their senses, then they need to get out of here. After this, she approaches Elif to demonstrate her nature and establish her superiority. Looking haughtily at the weak man, she declares that it is she who comes here first. Li Ping ignores Elizabeth's teenage behavior and says that they rarely have guests, so it's better to go inside. Once everyone is seated, Li Ping brews a wonderful tea that has powerful properties. Li Ping apologizes to them for not being able to provide anything better, stating that it is barley tea that he made himself. Elif asks her father if this is the magical potion he spoke of that can cure everything. Li Ping shakes his head with a smile and says that they are exaggerating, and he simply gave them cold well water to drink. Elizabeth is surprised that he brought these weak people here, trying to understand what his experiments are. The Grey Knight says that he is losing consciousness, but still vaguely remembers a few things. After this, he tells them that a small dog brings them here, after which Li Ping gives them something to drink from a teapot. He also tells his daughter that if it weren't for Li Ping's help, he would never have been able to see her again. Elif looks closely at this precious drink and asks if they can really drink it. Li Ping sincerely admits that he really enjoys communicating with them, so they can feel at home. Elif and her father thank him and decide to drink the very drink he kindly provides. Within a few moments they begin to feel a surge of incredible power. Bright streams of light begin to flow from their eyes, which only speak of a new spiritual breakthrough. They themselves feel as if they are in a blissful place, lying on a huge number of soft ears of wheat. The feeling of peace is uninterrupted by anything, because Li Ping's culinary skills are so strong. They even start to cry from incredible sensations that they have never experienced before. Thanks to this, they move to a new level almost instantly, which significantly increases their performance. Eilif says that even her elven blood is awakening, and now her ears are becoming pointy due to these changes. They also say that after seeing another world, absolutely nothing else matters to them. Li Ping smiles and says that he would like to pour them more tea if they liked it so much. Elif and her father refuse such an offer, realizing that they are ordinary people and cannot bear such shocks. Li Ping sadly reflects that he wishes he could give them more, but Elizabeth takes all the rest of the food for herself. Elizabeth continues to dig in her heels and says that she is taking everything else for herself, and they can't even think about it. Li Ping apologizes to them again, saying that unfortunately, he has nothing more to offer them. After this, he turns to a knight named Burz and asks why they were attacked. Burz claims that the attack is caused by the elven blood that flows through Elif's body and attracts monsters. Elif tells how her mother, being a holy elf, fell in love with her father, but according to the laws they are forbidden to enter into such marriages. Li Ping is very surprised and says that he did not expect such problems to arise. Elizabeth, on the contrary, claims that this is nonsense, since the ban on interracial marriages was lifted long ago after the Demon Queen united the world. Burz states that it is quite a long story, and after Elif's mother was forced to return, he took his daughter and went into hiding. Li Ping realizes that this is a Romeo and Juliet story from another world, and asks who the murderer is. Burz believes that his wife's sacrifice spared them, but now they are being pursued by messengers from a dark demon guild. Li Ping turns to Elizabeth in surprise and asks her if it is possible that they are somehow related. Elizabeth immediately becomes indignant, asking him what he means by this, but Li Ping only apologizes. Elizabeth sits back down and demands details about where the Dark Guild came from in the demon realm and why they are hunting elves. Burrs claims that the Dark Guild is conducting strange experiments on people in an attempt to recreate Elizabeth. Elif confirms this, saying that elves are one of the materials, and even she, who has not awakened her blood, becomes their target. Li Ping smiles as he looks at Elizabeth, wondering how long she's going to deny it all. Elizabeth, in turn, instantly loses her patience and grabs him by the collar, saying that she knows perfectly well what he is thinking. Li Ping tries to apologize and says that she has been here for a long time, so she does not need to get angry. Elizabeth suspects that changes have occurred outside in just 1 year, and tries to figure out where the news of her death came from. Burrs says that nothing has been heard from the Demon Queen for 500 years, and if she were alive, she would have returned earlier. Li Ping is very surprised to hear this, realizing that she has only lived for a year or even a little less. Elizabeth tensely asks them if the cause of death of the Demon Queen who ruled the world is stated out loud there. Elif explains that according to records, the Demon Queen was killed by the legendary hero during their duel. Burrs confirms this, and says that according to rumors, the battle lasted for a whole month, and in the end, they both died in battle. Elizabeth immediately becomes enraged, causing Burrs and Elif to feel as if they are in a field strewn with corpses. After a quick glance at each other, they realize that this man's inner world is one continuous thirst for murder. Elizabeth angrily declares that all these rumors that have been spread for 500 years are lies. Burrs and Elif immediately agree with this, realizing that it is better not to anger such a person. Li Ping chuckled and said that she was indeed right, since he was a legendary hero. Burrs and Elif look at him in surprise, unaware that all this time they have been communicating with a living legend. Li Ping reveals that this is not the only interesting news he has prepared for them today. Pointing to Elizabeth, he says that this is the same Demon Queen they have been talking about all this time. This information turns out to be too sensitive, causing tension to reach an incredible level. Burrs and Elif briefly lose consciousness, realizing that they have just encountered two of the most powerful beings. Elizabeth continues to maintain a negative attitude as she takes Li Ping's words personally. In her eyes, he had just laughed at her, saying that the Demon Queen had been imprisoned here for so long. She slams her slammer on the table and declares that she will no longer tolerate this kind of treatment. Rising to her feet, she declares that she is no longer going to entertain the pathetic people who do nothing but laugh at her. She mentally curses the protagonist, realizing that he went too far and saved these people only to humiliate her. A few moments later, she slams the door with a force that is unimaginable. Burrs exhales tensely, realizing that he has just potentially avoided participating in an event that would be far worse than death. Afterwards, he apologizes to the legendary hero for disturbing them, and asks what he plans to do. Li Ping is a little nervous and says that he needs to calm down for now in order to make the most informed decision. Nevertheless, he invites his comrades to stay here, and after a while, night falls. Bursu and Elif are offered special seats in the guest room where they can comfortably settle down. Elif feels incredible horror, saying that she did not expect the story to turn out like this, but Burrs whispers to her to calm down. Elif assumes that the master wants to kill them, but it is still unclear why he decided to save them. Burrs suggests that they accidentally helped them to reach the next level with sacred tea, since to them, they are just insects. Suddenly, they hear Li Ping's quiet voice asking them why they are still awake when it is so late. Elif understands that now their fate is absolutely decided, and he has come to take their souls. Li Ping actually says that it's okay to play cards if they're still awake. Burrs is no longer surprised by this development of events, since all this time he thought that the hero came to destroy them. After a while they get together and he explains to them the rules of the card game. He asks them if everything is clear, and they immediately answer that they listened with the utmost attention. Li Ping smiles and says that in that case he will just give them the cards so they can play. Elif assumes that this is just a test to decide whether to kill them or not, so she feels serious tension. Finally, she asks him what the name of this game is that they decided to play, sensing an ominous aura from the cards. Li Ping paused for a moment, realizing that this was indeed a serious question. He smiles and says that she caught him off guard, and tries to figure out how to explain the name of this game to them. After some thought, he states that the game will be called Dragon Fight, to make a simple comparison. Burrs and Elif, being completely unaware of the protagonist's true nature, assume that this is a threat. Elizabeth continues to watch them using a high-level invisibility spell. All this is done in order to find out what he is trying to do, and what his plan is. Li Ping explains that in this game, two heroes must team up and defeat a giant dragon. He states that they must decide who will be the hero and who will be the dragon using random cards. Burrs quietly addresses his daughter, stating that he is definitely trying to test them. For some reason, everyone in this world sees the main character completely differently, as if he is much more threatening than he actually is. Li Ping hands out cards to everyone, telling them to look at them to see what role they have been dealt. Burrs turns to his daughter, saying that there is no time to hesitate and that they must take these cards. The girl carefully reaches for the cards, feeling a powerful magical aura emanating from them. Within moments they find themselves in another world that seems strange and surreal. Burrs looks around in surprise, trying to understand what kind of strange dimension they have ended up in. Meanwhile, Elif feels a serious surge of power as soon as he touches these cards. She turns her intense gaze to her father, trying to apologize to him for being too weak. Burrs tells her that they shouldn't worry about it, as he will do everything to ensure that they survive and pass the tests. Li Ping looks at his cards with interest and asks who wants to be the dragon. Burrs and Elif, with their incredible caution, immediately refuse this role. In this situation, timidity clouds their eyes, although they both have good poker hands. Li Ping, meanwhile, is thinking that if he gets another 4 and 2 aces, the victory will be in his pocket. He asks them again if they are sure they don't want to take the role of the dragon, and they again refuse. After this, he declares that in this case, he will not stand on ceremony, and decides to open the flop. The moment of truth arrives. He turns over 3 cards to get a possible combination. Unfortunately for him, however, it turns out that he doesn't have the right cards to play. Looking closely at the resulting combination, he notes that this is a very unfortunate development of events. Burrs and Elif, of course, interpret this as Li Ping's disappointment in their skills. Li Ping says that in that case he will go first and lays down an 8, hinting that it is now Burrs' turn. Burrs reflects that if they pass this test, the master will surely spare them, which means they cannot give up. Touching the cards, he understands that for each move he will have to pay a piece of life force, and he lays down a jack. Elif looks at her father with fear and asks if he is okay. Burrs stops her, telling her that she shouldn't worry about him and just rely on her father. Elif looks at his savior and father with fear, after which he says that he will pass the turn. Li Ping understands that besides the pair of jokers, he has several other good combinations, but he does not dare to take risks. After thinking for a bit, he says that in that case he will also skip his turn. Burrs is very surprised by this, and looks at the main character with his eyes bulging in shock. He asks again if he really doesn't intend to move, but Li Ping confirms with a sincere smile that he will pass. Burrs suggests that the master is forcing them to continue playing in order to absorb their life force. However, he tries to get rid of his cards as quickly as possible and plays the Flying Dragon combination. However, immediately after this, due to the large expenditure of magical power, he feels his leg becoming withered. A few moments later, the figure of a huge dragon appears above them, posing a serious threat. Burrs and Elif look on in shock, unable to comprehend what otherworldly magic is summoning these creatures. The dragon, obeying the commands of the man who played it, unleashes all its power on Li Ping. Elizabeth continues to watch this with poorly concealed interest, but still does not dare to show herself. Having done its job, the dragon begins to slowly dissolve into the air, leaving behind only a small, soft haze. Burrs realizes that playing a card combo triggers an attack, and he just hit a legendary hero. However, Li Ping didn't even feel it because he himself was the creator of these cards. After thinking for a while, he turns to his interlocutor, saying that he made a very interesting move. Immediately after this, he grins and explains that he has nothing to move again, so he will pass the turn. Burrs realizes that the main test is still ongoing, so he reaches for his hand. He rolls a 3 to continue the onslaught on the dragon. Elif cannot respond, saying that she will pass the turn. Li Ping states that he already has a good hand, so he plays a 10. Both of his opponents declare that they have no answer to this combination, so they pass. Li Ping smiles sincerely and begins to discard all his cards one by one, forming a street combination. This action has a mental effect on the heroes, causing energy waves to appear beneath them. Before Burrs and Elif can even comprehend anything, a giant wave appears out of nowhere in front of them. They try to resist the flow of this magical matter, but they are not doing very well. After a while, a wave hits them from above, making them feel as if they are about to suffocate. However, after just a few seconds, this effect disappears, and they declare that this test is beyond their strength. Li Ping continues to fold his cards, revealing that he has another 3 of a kind and a pair. A chariot appears in the air, carrying several warriors ready to attack. Burrs says he has no answer to this combination, but Elif decides to show determination. She claims that she has an answer to this combination, and she decided to take a walk. Burrs tries to stop her, saying that he will pay for it with his life force, but she refuses. Saying that she can't hide forever, she lays down a 3 and a pair. Thus begins a real battle between 2 identical combinations. Clashing in a powerful confrontation, they create a magical explosion, and Burrs asks Elif if she is all right. Elif remains calm and says that she is fine and ready to continue. Li Ping praises them and notes that they must protect their comrades even at the cost of their own cards. He adds that determination is the main quality that can help them, and Burrs feels his wounds begin to heal. After this, he smiles, saying that it is too late to plan the next attack. Burs, Elif, and Elizabeth watch him in surprise, realizing that there is a very ominous atmosphere in the air. Li Ping, feeling an incredible sense of victory, puts forward a pair of jokers. Almost instantly, the universe, which is in a great balance, begins to tremble under the influence of this combination. A few moments later, a huge, creepy-looking jester appears from a small crack in the universe. Elizabeth watches the creature closely, trying to figure out what the legendary hero just summoned. The Supreme Joker enters the arena, who is a very powerful demon, not inferior to Elizabeth. However, instead of attacking his victims, he shows them a special sign that symbolizes a heart and sympathy. After this, he turns to Elizabeth and rudely asks her why she closed her eyes. The summoned spirit sword licks him, showing that he might just finish her off if she doesn't leave here. Elizabeth angrily resists, thinking that she has swallowed her own pride, but the legendary hero is still stronger than her. Burs apologizes to Elif, saying that he has no strength left, but Elif believes that it is her fault for what happened. Meanwhile, Burs's life force begins to drain at an alarming rate, and he urgently needs medical attention. Li Ping doesn't understand anything and asks him if everything is okay, trying to understand why he feels so bad. However, after a few moments, he discovers the cards that Burs had in his hand all this time. He understands that these people could have beaten him a long time ago and simply allowed him to play with them, and he was naive. Immediately after this, he begins collecting cards to finish the game, and the legendary jokers disappear prematurely. After this, he says goodbye to them, noting that it was a lot of fun, and wishes them a good rest. He feels deeply sad about playing cards so poorly and apologizes for bothering them. Burs and Elif note that the legendary hero is very difficult to understand, and that they remained alive only thanks to some miracle. Elizabeth, watching this, remains angry, as she perceived what was happening differently. She suggests that the card games with these people were a trap to strike at the demon queens. Morning comes, and it's time to say goodbye to our newly acquired companions. Li Ping understands that they don't want to stay for a few more days, because he has grown fruits that will be very useful for them. Burs says that they can no longer bother them, but are grateful for the great favor Li Ping has shown them, and which they will never forget. Ilif also thanks him for the valuable gifts he decided to give them for their journey. Li Ping smiles and says that there is no need for that, since it is just the regular barley tea he has already given them. After this, he comes closer and hands them another gift, saying that he wants to give it as a keepsake. Burs looks closely at his hand and discovers there is a deck of cards that was used in a recent game. Burs can't believe his eyes and tries to understand why they were given such a powerful artifact. Li Ping explains that they can take him, since he is a lousy card player anyway, and the cards will be of no use to him. Elizabeth approaches them to say goodbye in her signature manner. Burs immediately tenses up, realizing that the conversation they had yesterday should not be repeated. She quietly orders them to leave here as quickly as possible. Li Ping grabs his daughter's hand and immediately runs away, without having time to properly say goodbye to his savior. Li Ping is very surprised that his kind guest suddenly started acting strange and ran away at the speed of sound. Elizabeth turns around proudly and demands that he cook something for his great queen. Burs continues to run at great speed, hoping that the queen will not get angry and go after them. Elif asks him to stop and tells him that he can no longer run, and they still decide to transfer them. Burs says they were missing the challenge of a legendary hero when suddenly threats from the demon queens began to arrive. The thing is that last night she decided to visit them to get rid of the competitors. She immediately used a special spell to protect herself from further spreading of rumors. It aims precisely at their necks to make special marks directly on their bodies. Burs and Elif understand that, without wanting to, they have fallen into a serious trap, and it is no longer possible to get out. Elizabeth orders them to leave this place tomorrow and not to spread the information that the Demon Queen's heroes are here. Burs says there will be no problem with this, as he has no desire to damage their reputation. Elizabeth warns them that if they even think for a second about disobeying the order, the marks will instantly decapitate them. Burs notes that he didn't expect the truth about the Demon Queen to be that she decided to retire from worldly affairs. Elif says that the place they are in looks familiar, and they discover giant footprints. Van Kai returns them back, as they should no longer bother the owner, as well as the fierce women. In fact, it wasn't Burs who ran away so quickly, but the faithful dog picked them up with a jet engine and urgently evacuated them. Elif states that the corpses of the Dark Guild apostles are still here, which seems suspicious. Burs assumes that there are probably high-level demons nearby, so we need to get away from here. Van Kai, unfortunately, discovers that some enemy is approaching them. However, from his point of view, it is better to go back than to stay here, despite the fact that the stern Elizabeth is there. With these words, he calmly jumps into the portal to teleport home. A large number of dark silhouettes appear in front of Burs and Elif, which do not bring anything good. Eventually, the leader of this dark guild gang appears, looking quite menacing. Burrs understands that the great apostle, who occupies a fairly high place in the hierarchy, has come to their head. Ilif can't believe that such serious guild members were sent to eliminate them. The great apostle of the dark guild grins, revealing the incredible spirit of a great demon. After this, he orders his subordinates to rush into the attack, hoping that the victims will be torn to pieces. Elif notes that the difference in power is too great, so she is willing to sacrifice herself so that her father can be saved. Burrs says decisively that the difference is truly enormous, and after the world they have seen, these apostles are simply nothing to them. After this, he decides to open the deck of cards, and the released forces are immediately directed at their offenders. Burrs also says that ever since his mother returned to Elventime, he took her and decided to lay low. He admits that this was a mistake, as this approach does not solve the problem and difficulties need to be overcome. He assures that together they will travel to the Elventime and bring their mother back, after which he pulls out several cards. Using the skill, he gets a combination called a 4 of a kind, which is 4 cards of the same rank. This combination in this deck signifies the coming of the god of arrows, who is represented by a beautiful elf. Ilif looks at the spirit of the unknown deity in surprise, and quickly realizes that it is her own mother in front of her. Burrs doesn't pay attention to this for now, and gives the command to play the cards. The elegant archer immediately takes out her energy weapon and carefully aims at her opponents. A few moments later, an energy projectile cuts through the air with an incredible whistle. This projectile successfully destroys absolutely all enemies, hitting them in the head and bouncing off into other objects. The great apostle, who did not pay any attention to this, simply tries to stop the arrow. However, it quickly turns out that his strength is not enough to cope with the attack. A split second later, an energy projectile cuts right through his head. After successfully completing the combination, the card is returned to the deck, and the elf's spirit disappears. Elif sees her father losing a lot of strength and hopes that he will recover quickly. Burrs smiles and muses that it looks like he should change classes, since determination is a key stat. At that moment, a new class called Cardmaster appears on the continent of Courage, and it's all thanks to Li Ping. A week passes, and Li Ping continues to enjoy the peace and quiet of his small estate. He reflects on how amazing the world of magic is, as his method of breeding hybrid fruits is proving to be very successful. While eating a watermelon, he thinks about how when there is no one to share the joy of the harvest, there is a feeling that something is missing. Now he understands that after he comes into contact with the outside world, he wants to see even more. A few moments later, a small cloud of smoke appears next to him, signifying the arrival of his ally. Elizabeth notes that he looks upset and asks him what he's thinking about. Li Ping reveals that he wants to go out into the outside world, but is too weak to do so, so he puts it off. Elizabeth states that if he decides to leave this place, they can go on a journey together. Li Ping happily jumps up from his chair, realizing that with the Demon Queen's protection, everything will go much easier. Elizabeth gets ready and says it's time to stop chatting and start getting ready for the journey. Li Ping provides her with clothes, and she compliments his sewing skills, to which Li Ping replies that this is something he is especially good at. Van Kai watches their actions closely, then confirms what he said with a powerful dog bark. Elizabeth snaps her fingers to create a portal to the desired location in just a few moments. From her point of view, this is the shortest and easiest way to get to the nearest city, and Li Ping is impressed by such convenience. The Demon Queen is about to enter the portal almost immediately, but Li Ping hesitates a little. He stops her, saying that he has a few questions left that he would like to clear up right now. He asks her if she can be near him after leaving the portal, and also asks her to behave discreetly. Elizabeth, of course, takes this as an arrogant demand that she behave normally, and not go anywhere without his permission. Li Ping, meanwhile, asks her if she will return back after completing their journey. Elizabeth reflects that the outside world will not matter to her until she crushes the evil hero, and agrees. Li Ping is happy about this, but she immediately stops him, stating that she also has one demand. She begins to glare at him, declaring that she will not tolerate a refusal of her demands in exchange for services. Li Ping assumes that something impossible will now be demanded of him, and asks what exactly she wants. Elizabeth declares that she wants a pile of fruit pudding after they get home. Li Ping looks at her in surprise and asks if all she wants in exchange for her services is just some pudding. Elizabeth haughtily asks if it will be a problem for him to accomplish a task that cannot be accomplished by labor. Li Ping, delighted that so little is being asked of him, says that it will be easy and suggests moving on. After this, they both prepare for the portal to be transported across space for many kilometers. Li Ping feels blinding particles rushing through his body at incredible speed and closes his eyes. As soon as he opens his eyes again, he sees a giant castle in front of him, as well as the city adjacent to it. It is a neutral territory where no guild has dominance and everyone can live in peace. Li Ping looks around happily, saying that he feels like he has entered another world that he has never visited before. His attention is immediately drawn to the equipment store, where various pieces of armor can be purchased. He also takes a closer look at the store's common ingredients and is surprised to find regular pork there. Like a child who has never been to an amusement park, he rushes from one bench to another to explore everything. Elizabeth notes that over 500 years the changes do not seem significant to her. Li Ping happily says that everything doesn't look as bad as Uncle Burr said. Elizabeth begins to boast, saying that all this is thanks to the fact that she laid a solid foundation during her reign. She says that there were constant conflicts back then, so she suppressed all those in conflict and made everyone equal. She proudly declares that it was she, and not the so-called legendary hero, who saved the world. However, when she opened her eyes, she realized that she had not been listened to all this time, and Li Ping had found something much more interesting to do. Elizabeth loudly declares that she cannot believe that he does not care about her past achievements. Meanwhile, Li Ping approaches a small store and carefully looks at the plush toys that are there. He praises the craftsmanship, saying that they are incredibly neat, and asks the girl if she is the master. The girl replies that if he likes these toys so much, she can lower the price a little. With this deal, one of the passers-by angrily asks her who gave her the right to open a store in this place. Coming closer, he immediately places his dirty foot on a small makeshift table and pushes the toys onto the floor. He addresses the girl, saying that his gang should respect him for protecting them, but she has the audacity to come onto his territory. People nearby turn to a girl named Anna and hope that everything will be okay with her. Anna, meanwhile, is indignant, declaring that Pig's gang never protected them, so they shouldn't pay. Pig claims that since last month this street belongs to his gang, so they have to pay rent. Anna responds by saying that the church belongs to the nuns, and that when they return, they will have problems. The evil Pig says that in that case he will drive them away and demolish their dilapidated church. Li Ping tries to save the unfortunate girl and orders the rude Pig to stop his actions. Terrible Pig immediately turns his gaze to him and asks what he is thinking. Elizabeth thinks that he is meddling in other people's business again, and assumes that he just wants to play with this man. Li Ping looks at her pleadingly, hoping that she will help him in this difficult situation. Elizabeth immediately turns away, showing that she does not want to stoop to his level on this matter. Meanwhile, Pig begins to lose patience and asks what he wants, and why he is pestering him with his requests. Li Ping realizes that he won't get any help from his companion, and decides to resort to extreme measures. Pointing his finger at the impudent Pig, he appeals to the common sense of the townspeople, declaring that this scoundrel must be arrested. Turning to his left, he discovers that people are completely indifferent to what is happening. People on the other side also pretend not to see anything, so as not to bring more problems upon themselves. Terrible Pig laughs and says that no one will help him, since everyone knows his gang and its reputation. Taking a closer look at Li Ping, Pig guesses that he is a southerner, and adds that the girl next to him looks quite pretty. Li Ping offers to resolve things peacefully, and states that he has food in his backpack that he can share. Pig orders his thugs to teach this boy a lesson, also take the girl into the gang and leave immediately. Elizabeth decides to show off her power, causing energy clouds to gather over the city. Frightened townspeople wonder why the weather has suddenly changed so dramatically, and realize it has something to do with them. Pig's goons also begin to tremble in fear, hoping that Elizabeth's wrath will not fall upon them. Li Ping tries to stop his ally, saying that she should not destroy the city. He suggests that she cool down a bit and just scare the villains, because you can't fight with full force with ordinary people. Elizabeth snorts in displeasure, saying that she will spare the villains only because he asked her to. Anna watches what is happening carefully, realizing that this girl's magic is incredible. The sky gradually becomes clear, and Pig calms down a little, feeling that his fate is still not decided. However, he asks fearfully if they really want to give up because of these children. Li Ping still tries to resolve the issue diplomatically, and asks how much he wants for protection. Pig tries to appear cool, and in a trembling voice declares that he needs 10 gold for 2 months of protection. Elizabeth smiles and says that they made a fuss over some pennies that are not even worth mentioning. Li Ping asks her if she has some gold, to which she replies that she has so much that she can't count it. Li Ping asks her to lend him money so he can sell his vegetables, but she immediately refuses. She also states that she didn't take the money with her when she went to see him, so she can forget about it. Pig loses patience and asks whether they have money or not. Li Ping calmly replies that he doesn't have any gold coins, but he can pay with delicious farm produce. Pig's patience snaps again, and he declares that he has had enough of such pranks and sends his goons forward. A few moments later, a heavy wallet of money flies into his face, hitting him right in the nose. The angry Pig looks around and asks who dared to insult him, putting an end to his future. However, upon closer inspection of the wallet, he realizes that it is tightly packed with gold coins, a centaur named Taurus appears before him, who declares that they have brought the money and must now leave. Pig recognizes the man as a member of the Holy Sword Guild and agrees to accept his offer. He turns to Anna and says that next time she won't get off so easily, and that they will demand a bigger payment for this. Li Ping tries to help the girl get to her feet so she can dust herself off. Anna understands that in such situations one must be grateful and expresses appreciation for the help provided. Li Ping takes out some fruit from his backpack and says that he is ready to thank those who came to their aid. Taurus states that there is nothing to worry about, as this is business as usual for him. Smiling, he says that nevertheless, if they want to thank him, he needs help in one delicate matter. Anna asks him how a simple priest who works in a church can help him. Taurus states that it is better to discuss this elsewhere, since if everything works out, it will also solve their money problems. Elizabeth confidently says that she is not interested, after which she orders Li Ping to go somewhere else. Li Ping understands that he can't throw such a chance to fate, and offers to at least listen to him. The unfortunate orphans, who are constantly watching what is happening, ask Anna if she will really go there too. Anna sends them to church and says that she will return there very soon, and that there is no need to worry. Our heroes meanwhile approach a small bar, and Taurus advises them to stay close. This place really gives the creeps, it seems, to any unprepared person who does not have the skills. They turn to Elizabeth, saying that there is some trash near her and she could have joined them. Li Ping and Anna feel very uncomfortable here, as they are two rather peace-loving people. Elizabeth turns to those who just called out to her and asks who gave them the right to speak. They understand that it is better not to get involved with this person, and immediately begin to tensely back away. Elizabeth immediately turns to her companion, saying that it is his fault for wasting her time. Li Ping states that they have already arrived, so there is no need to worry about it. Taurus says that they need to go through this room so that none of the visitors will disturb them. Opening the door, he turns to his companions, saying that he has returned. He is surrounded by 4 women at once, who hope that he will not offend them with his affection, and will shower them with attention. Smiling, he says that he forgot to say that his many wives are in this room. Li Ping watches what is happening in amazement, not believing that polygamy is legal here. Taurus gathers everyone at a round table, pours them tea and says that he will now introduce his wives. The first thing he introduces is a girl named Gasha, who is a warrior with a shield and looks like a good tank. Next on the list are the agile assassin Loloke and the elegant mage Geli, who can be very useful in combat. Taurus also sets his sights on a girl named Gloria, who is an elven archer and a very good shot. Elizabeth continues to act like a real bore, noting that they are wasting their time on idle chatter, and it is time for them to leave. Gasha rightly notes that this stranger's behavior seriously irritates her. Elizabeth proudly declares that this is the queen's character, and others cannot have any questions about it. Loloke and Gloria immediately wonder who this queen is, who looks like an ordinary girl. Elizabeth cannot tolerate such an insult to her dignity, and declares that all responsibility will fall on them. Li Ping understands how to deal with this capricious child and is immediately at her side, handing her a treat. Elizabeth looks at the pudding and realizes that absolutely nothing in this world matters anymore except food. Li Ping exhaled tensely, saying that he was prepared for his companion to break her promise. Li Ping decides to take advantage of the moment by saying that they actually came from a remote, nameless tribe. He imagines Elizabeth as a princess and himself as her servant, which somewhat changes the attitude of the other members of the group. Li Ping asks for understanding as everything is new to her here, and she is getting used to the cultural differences. Taurus says it's time to get to the point, and invites the 3 of them to go with him to the treasure dungeon. Li Ping is very surprised that there is a dungeon with real treasures here, and decides to make inquiries. He immediately turns to Anna and asks her if she knows anything about this dungeon. Anna replies that such dungeons are magical places created by ancient people to store valuable things. Taurus says he put a lot of effort into getting the information, but it takes 8 people to get through. Li Ping understands that this is how they want to find the required number of people, and Anna suddenly starts listing people. Finding that she too must go with them, she tries to avoid the subject by asking why her. Li Ping says that this dungeon is quite valuable and she should be happy to go there. Anna says that he is probably not a local, and does not understand how difficult it is to find the dungeon. She also says that she is at the level of a 4-star Mei, and Li Ping admits that he does not really understand these levels of strength. Taurus is worried, assuring that they only need the necessary number of people, and that they will participate in the battle themselves. He also says that he will not receive a reward, several tens of thousands of gold coins, and Anna is very happy about this. Li Ping asks her ally what she thinks, and notes that many people don't care at all since she is already enjoying her food. Taurus exchanges glances with Gaily, signaling that further preparations should begin. The girl immediately takes out a strange crystal ball, inside which some kind of magical power can be felt. Li Ping comes closer and asks what it is and how to use it. Taurus explains that it is a crystal ball for measuring magic, and they just need to place their hand on it to determine their strength. After this, he demonstrates the operating principle of this device, which shows the level 8769. Anna happily notes that such an indicator probably indicates the level of the demon's spirit power. Taurus says that he is a 4-star demon spirit, and his wives are 5-star archmages. Anna comes closer and puts her hand on the magic ball, and it shows a reading of 300, which is a fairly low level. Gailey doesn't miss the opportunity to poke fun at this, noting that she had more when she first changed classes. Anna apologizes to them, explaining that she cannot increase her power level. Li Ping is looking forward to the results he will receive, and says he can't wait to try it himself. He understands that he has not studied magic all these years, but his potential power must be at a high level. However, as soon as he places his hand on this device, absolutely nothing happens, and this creates an awkward situation. The ball shows exactly 0, and Taurus notes with surprise that even masters of art do not have this. Li Ping understands that a man who has been a farmer all his life could not have any other indicator of magical power. After this, he sits down on the table, realizing that he is doomed to be an ordinary muggle in this life. Loloki really can't do anything and will be completely useless in battle. Li Ping responds with equality that he is a very good farmer, and immediately offers them to take the fruits that he recently grew. Everyone politely declines, realizing that they are dealing with ordinary villagers who will be of no help in battle. Taurus approaches Princess Elizabeth and tells her that she should also try to find out her magical power level. Li Ping comes closer to her and recommends that she simply cooperate with them without asking unnecessary questions. Elizabeth becomes angry, assuming that he is trying to mock these mortals at her expense, and places her hand on the ball. After this, the ball begins to glow so brightly that everyone's breath is taken away and they close their eyes. Li Ping warns her that if others find out that the Demon Queen is in front of them, it will cause a stir. Elizabeth picks up on his verbal cues perfectly and understands that he needs to behave more modestly. She's thinking about how she might be able to play around with these people a little and change her strength levels. Everyone waits in horror to see what number will come up, and she sets her power level to the same number. Anna is surprised that she has the same level as the centaur, which is quite a good indicator. Gailey is very surprised that in front of them is a woman who has a 4-star demon spirit level. Li Ping wipes his sweat under the table, realizing that they just avoided getting into serious trouble. Taurus is very impressed by such strength figures, and says that in this case their chance of success is very high. Anna asks him how to get to the treasure, while Li Ping anticipates interesting adventures. Taurus immediately turns towards Gailey, and she takes out a small package. The bundle turns out to be a teleportation flower, and she decides to use it to transport the entire group to the desired location. Just a moment passes, and there is no trace left of all the people who were here. Instead, they find themselves in a very strange cave that looks quite scary, but at the same time very intriguing. Li Ping experiences teleportation magic for the first time, without the help of portals, and says that it is incredible. Anna, in turn, understands that such procedures are not suitable for everyone, and her head begins to spin. Elizabeth, meanwhile, looks around and discovers the presence of a very familiar aura. Taurus suggests not wasting time and going further into the dungeon in order to open it. Elizabeth becomes very cranky, saying she doesn't want to go and recommending her ally to join her. Gasha expresses dissatisfaction with this behavior and asks how acceptable such behavior is for a pompous girl. Gally and Gloria also point out that she is too ungrateful and that they spent a lot of resources to bring her here. Elizabeth turns around, offended, and asks who can stop her in that case. Li Ping immediately appears in front of her and says that it is better not to quarrel and just listen to each other to avoid conflicts. He makes cute eyes and says that such a chance doesn't come around often, so he really wants to take a look at it. Anna also asks her if she noticed any strange fluctuations in the energy field. She claims that there is a magical power inside the cave that is very similar to Elizabeth's own magical power. Li Ping is no longer surprised by this and tries to understand what could be there that has similarities with Elizabeth. Taurus decides to intervene in the matter, believing that he can even convince the Demon Queen. He also apologizes to her, taking a few steps away and trying to bribe her with his charm. After this, he assures her that she will not encounter any danger. He will protect her and go with her. Elizabeth looks at him with great disdain, seeing absolutely nothing worthwhile in him. And this is not surprising. The difference in their strength was actually too great for her to take someone like Taurus seriously. That's why she demonstratively walks past him, explaining that she will go with Li Ping only because he asked her to. After this, she advises him to move, as she does not intend to stand here all day. Li Ping calmly continues to follow her, suspecting what kind of amazing adventure they are about to get into. Meanwhile, Taurus watches him with disdain, biting his lips in rage. but decides that self-control is the most important thing right now. After some time, they all find themselves at a protective barrier, which continues to hold until the required number of people has been gathered. Anna goes inside and notes that the landscape here is truly awe-inspiring. However, as soon as they walk a few steps further, Li Ping finds that the barrier has lowered again. Coming closer, he taps on it, and then wonders why they can't leave the same way they came. Elizabeth claims that in such a space, if you are weaker than the person who set up the barrier, you cannot leave using teleportation. Looking around, she realizes that they will not be able to leave this place until all the conditions are met. Gelly says that as long as the master is with them, they will definitely be able to get what they came for. Gasha immediately interrupts her, noting that she should not talk nonsense, hinting that she should not reveal the secret plan. Anna begins to suspect something, and asks them what they mean by these words. Gloria smiles broadly and declares that they meant gold coins all along, insisting that she too will receive a share of the reward. Li Ping understands that the Demon Queen is with him, so there shouldn't be any problems, and asks where to go. Loloki asks her chosen one if they should split up and explore the area. Taurus suggests that it is too early for that and asks Gaily to use her skills to find a way. She immediately grabs her staff and thrusts it into the ground, concentrating all her power on the tip of this strange cane. She decides to use the magic network skill to scan the space. Magical waves rush forward, wrapping around every corner and checking it thoroughly. Gaily proudly says that in this way she can instantly find the shortest route and treasures. Elizabeth smiles and notes that this is a rather arrogant statement. After some time, she still manages to scan almost all the nooks and crannies of this cave, which are teeming with a huge number of monsters. However, this proves to be quite tiring, causing her to fall to the ground and struggle to catch her breath. Taurus asks her how the scan is going, not particularly concerned about her health. Gally says that there is no end in sight, because she used all her powers and was unable to find the target. Gasha and Gloria can't believe it, realizing that their skills are unlikely to help them find the right place much better. Loloki states that it is better to split up as she can use the clone technique for support. Li Ping carefully asks Elizabeth if she knows how to find the passage to the right place. She replies that this labyrinth is just an illusion, and these arrogant people will never get out if they look for its end. Li Ping asks her why she doesn't help them, to which Elizabeth states that she has changed her mind and now wants to watch them fight. Anna suddenly says that if they go to the third cave, they can find what they have been looking for so long. Li Ping asks her with interest how she knew this, and the girl states that she simply assumed. After thinking for a moment, she explains that her assumption is based on the fact that special magic emanates from this place. Gally says that this is nonsense because she could sense it, and some pathetic magician should not be throwing words around thoughtlessly. Anna is frightened by such a harsh assessment of her capabilities and immediately apologizes to a more competent person. Gaily notes that she was unable to find the end of the labyrinth, but she agrees that exploring the final cave contains fewer monsters. Taurus asks them what they think about this matter, and Loloki continues to argue that it would be better to split up. Gasha takes Gelly's side and says that if they chose the right path, they can simply go back. Gaily continues to try to prove her exceptional importance, noting that she can be trusted. Taurus thinks for a moment, then accepts the other's point of view and says that they need to go to the last cave together. Anna begins to protest against this, arguing that one can go anywhere, just not there. In order to prove the correctness of her point of view, she decides to use the skill of summoning an enchanted doll. This little bunny lands on his fluffy paws and is given the command to move forward. Just a few meters down the road, he is brutally destroyed by a huge creature with razor-sharp teeth. This creature turns out to be a mimic worm, which has successfully hidden from the eyes of ordinary people all this time. Li Ping watches the never-before-seen monster in amazement and wonders what kind of creature it is. Elizabeth concludes that it is a parasite, usually found in the bodies of the huge monsters it eats. Loloka immediately turns to Geely and wonders how she could have allowed herself to be so incompetent. Elizabeth steps forward cautiously, realizing that she is starting to get tired of standing in one place. Turning to Li Ping, she says that they should just leave these people here and continue on their way. Li Ping comes closer to her and remarks that it would be great if she went first. Anna says that she is not sure that they have chosen the right path, and then decides to follow them. Loloki asks her husband if it's worth using a clone to follow them and get information. Taurus states that there is no need for this, since, apparently, Elizabeth's past is not as simple as it seems. After thinking for a moment, he gives his wives the command not to follow these two travelers. After some time, weak energy currents of wind begin to appear in the tunnel. It turns out that a huge creature has awakened here due to the noise the heroes made. The wives of Taurus continue to fight and deal with all the opponents who come against them. He himself is not averse to engaging in combat, and easily deals with bats, which do not pose much of a threat. After destroying his opponents, he asks his companions if everything is all right with them. Gasha claims that she feels great, but the monster continues to act, and there is no end or edge to it. Meanwhile, Li Ping and Anna hide behind Elizabeth, asking her if it is really safe here. Elizabeth notes that her companion is pretending extremely terribly, trying to portray himself as weak. Gailey accuses Elizabeth of choosing a cave that is simply teeming with monsters. Elizabeth states that the greater the concentration of magic, the more monsters will gather there, and she should have known that. Gailey states that she understands this perfectly well, but Elizabeth is too weak. She tries, but the Demon Queen does not agree. Elizabeth notes that Gale claimed that she could handle everything on her own, and this is where Taurus intervenes. He turns to Elizabeth and says that everything is fine, and that he is honored to accompany her on this expedition. Gailey becomes even more angry, assuming that this arrogant upstart not only put her in a bad light, but also seduced the master. Gloria says that it would be a good idea to rest here, as they are very tired after such a long battle. Elizabeth states that he doesn't have any extra time to just hang around here doing nothing. Loloke asks her why she doesn't go to the front if she considers herself such a strong fighter. Taurus says that they should all take a rest, as the elven potion will help them recover. Li Ping perks up when he hears this, noting that he has never used it before and is eager to try it. He suggests that perhaps the taste of the potion will inspire him to create new dishes that will be even better than the previous ones. Elizabeth is surprised by this, assuming that he has eaten too much good food and now wants something ordinary. Nevertheless, she agrees, and the group, although not very good supporters, still sets up camp. Gally and Gasha praise Gloria, and note that without these potions, it would have taken them much longer to recover. Gloria turns to her ring, which serves as an inventory, again, and takes out a few more jars. She tosses them into the air, noting that it is a special elven potion, but Elizabeth is already strong, so it is unlikely to be needed. Taurus immediately corrects her and says that she shouldn't be rude, and that she needs to share such important things. Gloria does not dare to contradict her husband, and confirms that she understands everything perfectly. She then throws the potion towards Elizabeth, clearly not showing much friendliness despite the scolding. Elizabeth easily intercepts the potion flying towards her in midair. Li Ping also succeeds, and is surprised that Elizabeth continues to refuse. After this, he decides to try this potion, but is surprised at how tasteless and terrible it turns out to be. He offers his portion to Anna, but she refuses, saying that she has spent too much magical power. Gloria haughtily says that giving such a valuable potion to mere idiots was a waste of ingredients. Elizabeth doesn't tone down the intensity of her emotions and simply pours out her portion, saying that she won't need it anyway. Gloria asks her how she dares to behave so ungratefully towards the service that was rendered to her. Elizabeth understands that they are unlikely to be able to do anything to her, so she continues to be cheeky and asks about what problems she has with this. Li Ping recalls that he also has something he would like to share. After this, he takes out from his bag some ordinary bananas which are actually an amazing fruit. He hands them to Taurus, who accepts them politely, understanding that in this situation it is necessary to behave politely. Gasha and Loloke also decide to behave respectfully and accept a banana each as a gift. Unfortunately, the bananas are running out, so Anna only gets an apple, which, however, has no less power. Anna looks at the main character in surprise and asks him if he really wants to give her this apple. Li Ping doesn't understand why a simple apple causes so much emotion, and they say that she can take this apple for herself without any problems. Anna says that in this case she would like to give it to her brothers and sisters. The orphans at the shelter are given it because they haven't eaten fruit for a long time. Li Ping demands from her heir that as soon as he returns home, he will collect more fruit for her so that there will be enough for everyone. Gloria and Gailey throw away the bananas and say that such rotten fruit is of no value anyway. Taurus carefully peels the bananas and says that for now you can have a snack and then buy something tasty. He, along with Gasha and Loloke, decides to try this banana without having any prejudice against Li Ping's kindness. Of course, it pays off in a big way because these bananas allow them to feel incredible sensations. They begin to feel like they are residents of a real jungle in which these bananas grow, which have an incredible taste. They wonder where they are when suddenly they begin to hear strange creatures approaching. Large grasshoppers appear in front of them and immediately offer them to dance, shaking their golden microphones. One of them declares that it is time to dance the rumba to find out who is the best dancer. Gasha decides not to resist this amazing sense of rhythm and is the first to start moving her body, swirling in a dance. Loloka also echoes her movements, getting ready to light up the dance floor and show everyone who is the best dancer here. The grasshoppers continue to sing and watch as their unexpected guests surprise them with their amazing movements. Taurus also decides not to get up and asks his loyal allies to repeat every move. The grasshoppers continue to set the pace with their amazing music and signature, whimsical dances. In this way, they have a wonderful time in the company of outstanding insects and enjoy the taste of bananas. It's still worth noting, however, that in real time it looks pretty awkward considering what they're doing. Taurus looks especially ridiculous when, despite his impressive size, he begins to dance with enviable skill. Gally and Gloria look at their master in shock and ask him what he is doing. This makes him instantly come to his senses and say that he fell out of reality for a second. Li Ping tries to figure out what kind of performance this is, but Elizabeth assumes that this was his intention. Taurus and other wives who have tried bananas experience amazing sensations of multiple increases in levels. Li Ping, meanwhile, claps his hands, saying that it was an amazing campfire performance that he really enjoyed. From his point of view, the cultures and customs of another world are truly interesting, and the trip was worth seeing them. Elizabeth continues to make a masterful deduction, suggesting that Li Ping knew in advance that without pumping, these people would not be able to hold out. Gloria wonders what's going on and how the magic level could have increased so much. Anna adjusts her glasses, stating that all of this happened because they ate Li Ping's bananas, which he politely offered them. Gale can't believe it and assumes that bananas are just regular fruits and weren't bathed in holy water. Gasha claims that it was the bananas that allowed her to increase her magical power, and that she achieved the level of a 2-star demon spirit. Loloki remembers that they found themselves in another world, which means they were enchanted by an unknown force. Taurus says that even he was able to jump 3 levels by becoming the spirit of a great demon of 3 stars. He immediately turns your gaze to Li Ping, who doesn't understand what all the fuss is about. However, the centaur firmly asks him where those bananas he just gave them came from. Li Ping says it's a difficult question, because these are just ordinary bananas that he grew himself. Taurus says that it is simply impossible, but Li Ping suddenly remembers that this is a hybrid culture that he created. He also reassures them that the growing process is entirely organic, despite the hybrid nature of the method. Gailey says that if the master said that these bananas worked, they need to be eaten to level up. However, once they taste them, they find that these bananas are quite unpleasant. Anna notes that it is synchronicity, and Elizabeth remarks that she knows quite a lot about the properties of this magical world. Taurus wonders what it all means, trying to figure out the nature of the phenomenon. Anna tells him that magical treasures usually need to be used under special conditions. She suggests that at least 3 people would have to eat the bananas for it to be effective, but Gailey points out how Elizabeth eats a banana. Anna understands that this is a failure of her theory, and says that she does not claim this 100%. After carefully studying the situation, Elizabeth suggests that a person's strength may exceed the treasure's strength, and then this will become a common occurrence. Elizabeth immediately looks away to avoid looking at her, causing Anna to lower her eyes in shame. Gloria says that it is probably because of her potion, which has acquired a cumulative effect and caused a breakthrough. Taurus approaches the protagonist and asks if he can share some fruit from his backpack. Li Ping, being a kind soul, says that he will gladly share with them and opens his backpack. Meanwhile, Elizabeth finishes eating bananas and tries to think of how else to ruin Li Ping's life. She snatches the backpack from him and says that she is going to eat the bananas later and will not share with anyone. After this, she rises to her feet and notes that if everyone else has rested, they need to move on. Li Ping apologizes to the centaur and says that he will treat them when he has the opportunity. Taurus says that everything is fine and they can go forward, and he and his wives will catch up with them later. Elizabeth continues to try to command Li Ping, and he, thanks to his gentleness, submits to her will. Together with Anna, the 3 go deeper into the tunnel, and Loloki whispers that they should steal the backpack. Gasha states that she doesn't know yet, and that the backpack could contain something much more valuable. Taurus says that there is no point in worrying about this issue, since the time for their true plan has not yet come. He watches Elizabeth go, noting that ordinary people wouldn't carry something so valuable so carelessly. He recalls that several major powers recently offered rewards for information on missing persons. He also understands that if he wins Elizabeth and makes her his wife, it will elevate him several more levels. His current wives suddenly sense the pheromones of charm emanating from Taurus, and understand that they urgently need to satisfy their master. Meanwhile, Elizabeth and her allies continue to move further through the labyrinth. A terrifying monster called the Shadow Wolf Chieftain appears before them, posing a serious threat. Li Ping meanwhile notes that it is getting darker and darker, as if they are no closer to the exit of the labyrinth. Elizabeth reminds him that the maze is just an illusion, and they are actually almost there. Meanwhile, something on the ceiling begins to move intensively, as if creatures were hatching from eggs. Anna turns to Li Ping, noting that something is approaching them, and clearly does not have good intentions. After a while, something fast flies past them, causing huge clouds of smoke. Li Ping shakes himself off in surprise, trying to free up at least some space to breathe. Taurus brought his wives on a small sleigh and apologizes to them for keeping them waiting. He also says that he would like to serve Elizabeth for the rest of her journey of faith and truth. He even offers her to sit on his back, but she claims that he is not good enough to carry her. Gloria climbs out of the sleigh and calls her an arrogant girl, trying to understand how she can be so shameless. However, a few moments later, something very elusive and deadly cuts off her head with one blow. The lifeless body falls to the ground, drenching the nearby stone slabs with blood. To say that everyone is in shock and horror is an understatement, as no one expected such a sudden attack. They immediately look up and discover that strange, gigantic insects have appeared above. They had just been attacked by the so-called dragon flea, which is a parasite that is very dangerous to humans. Since they parasitize only dragons, they have a corresponding size, not inferior to large horses. One such creature makes a big mistake by attacking Elizabeth, but the stupid monster cannot judge the enemy. Of course, his fate is unenviable, and after a few moments he flies into large pieces. Anna instantly loses heart and says that they will all die if they do not evacuate from here. Li Ping hides behind Elizabeth, realizing that only she can protect him in this situation. Other fleas make rapid leaps, trying to reach their target. Gasha prepares for battle and immediately uses the skill to transform the score into a shield blade. Gailey also decides to use her defensive magic to surround her allies with a shield. Li Ping looks at them with fear and wonders why they didn't cover them with a barrier. Taurus says with a smile that he is confident that they will find ways to protect themselves in this difficult situation. Gasha asks them who needs them now, and adds that their cooperation is now over. Gailey smiles and says that it is time for them to be bait and serve a higher purpose. Before she can finish speaking, another dragon flea rushes forward to destroy the shield and Gailey. Other monsters are also not asleep and attack simultaneously to attack from the flanks. Taurus's squad has already revealed their true nature, but now all that remains is for them to fight these creatures to the death. The number of enemies is decreasing too slowly, so more effective measures than simple strikes must be taken. Taurus is not yet afraid for his life, because he has serious skills and reaction speed. Gasha is also a skilled fighter who ate bananas and as a result increased her strength. Thanks to this, she can destroy dragon fleas in one-on-one combat, as well as defend herself with her shield. Loloki is also not far behind, using assassin techniques to dodge and deliver fatal blows. She dodged several opponents at once and optimized the moment to destroy one of them. However, no matter how much they kill, there is no end to the creatures, and at this rate they will all die. She doesn't have time to recover in time, and one of the fleas immediately jumps on her in order to destroy her. However, this time, Taurus comes to the aid of one of his wives using the Thunderstrike skill. The blow is so powerful that the opponent is smeared against the wall like a fly that has crashed into a car. The fleas' numbers increase, and they gradually surround the Taurus squad, reducing their chances of survival. Elizabeth notes that they have shown their true selves, and asks if they want to continue interacting with them. Li Ping realizes that farming suits him much better and says it's time to split up. Elizabeth smiles, and says that in that case they will get out of the labyrinth very soon. Grabbing the legendary hero's hand, she says that they need to go in this direction. One of the fleas decides to target Anna, who at first glance seems like a rather defenseless child. However, somehow she quickly summons a powerful hair, which crushes the insect with one blow, turning it into a bloody mess. Anna did not expect this outcome and wonders what happened. Li Ping quickly reassures her, saying that they don't have time to think, so they should run away as quickly as possible. Elizabeth quickly casts a special spell that dispels the angles and destroys the illusion. Thus, a giant door, which is suitable for giants, opens before them. Li Ping looks at this architectural structure and realizes that the hidden giant door is the exit from the labyrinth. With great effort, the door begins to open, accompanied by a bright light, illuminating what lies on the other side. Elizabeth makes her way there as soon as there is enough space and recommends that her allies join her. Li Ping turns to look at Taurus, who betrayed them at the most dangerous moment. But he also noticed the appearance of a giant door. Without attaching much importance to his fate, he puts his hand on Anna's shoulder and says that they have completed their part of the task. Taurus understands that he cannot miss such a chance, and continues to quickly deal with the advancing fleas. After this, he orders the remaining surviving wives to hold on tightly and throws them onto his back. He angrily wonders if these people really think they can just leave him here to die. He also turns on maximum speed and manages to climb into the giant treasure room at the last moment. Before them appears an incalculable amount of gold, enough to feed an entire continent for many years. However, this place is a rather surreal piece of land, suspended in the sky and slightly tilted. Li Ping and Anna are very surprised by the huge mountains of gold they discovered and are now rich. Taurus quickly approaches him and pushes him aside, saying that he is preventing him from moving forward. Gasha does the same to Anna, showing her displeasure at being abandoned in the middle of the battle. Taurus smiles, realizing that the treasure really does exist, and all the information was true. Naturally, what interests him most in the world is the cup with the devil's nectar, which is located in the middle of the treasury. Li Ping says that they don't owe each other anything now, and he doesn't ask for gratitude, but he warns against going too far. Taurus notes that they really didn't expect our heroes to help them so much in their search for the treasure. As a token of their gratitude, they offer them a quick and painless death, so they don't have to share their spoils. However, it seems that fate has other plans for this matter, as the guardian of this place finally fully awakens. The adventurers freeze in fear when a giant creature reveals itself among the gold coins. The owner of this treasure turns out to be a giant dragon, which surpasses everything they have seen before in size. Li Ping meets the gaze of this graceful creature for a moment, and understands that this will not be easy for them. He instinctively begins to move towards Elizabeth, realizing that only she can protect him in this situation. Grabbing her by the shoulder and shaking her from side to side, he announces that a real dragon has appeared in front of them. Anna suddenly says that in fact there is something more terrible hidden here than it seems at first glance. Elizabeth immediately notices that something is clearly wrong with this girl, as she periodically makes strange speeches. The dragon, meanwhile, lets out a menacing cry, clearly showing that he is displeased with the uninvited guests in his treasury. Gasha wonders what they should do now, and Taurus states that they must buy time to build up their strength for the strike. Loloki agrees with this course of action, and tries to plan further steps. The dragon makes a small dash forward to crush the opponents with its paws, but everyone runs away. Gasha asks her ally to distract the dragon while she prepares for a more difficult move. Loloki happily notes that she can be relied upon in this matter. After preparing herself properly, she decides to use the cloning technique. Moments later, a huge number of illusory spears rush forward to distract the dragon. Taurus reflects that the dragon is now the only problem, so he needs to put all his magical power into one blow. Meanwhile, Loloki uses numerous assassination techniques to strike at the dragon's weak point. However, unfortunately, it turns out that the dragon is not even scratched. But then Gasha intervenes. She uses her shield transformation skill to create a giant flamethrower. Gasha unleashes streams of molten magma directly at the dragon, hoping that it has a weakness to the element. The attack is relatively successful, as the dragon is too clumsy to dodge it. Gasha smiles and says that she learned this new technique after becoming a 2-star demon spirit. However, once the smoke clears, it turns out that the dragon was not seriously damaged. In order to punish a miserable person, he only needs to raise his paw to crush him. Gasha doesn't have time to dodge and ends up buried under the dragon's massive paw. Of course, no one can survive such pressure, and Gasha is no exception. Loloki realizes that they have no choice but to use their strongest skills to fight the dragon. She decides to use the 1,000 clones technique to multiply the number of her copies many times over. Loloki understands that she won't be able to do much damage, but she can at least distract the dragon for the necessary time. However, the dragon is not a simple creature, and is able to withstand such an attack. After some preparation, he decides to use the Golden Hurricane skill to destroy the illusions. The hurricane creates gold coins, which then fly apart at great speed. Each coin, upon hitting its target, instantly damages enemies, significantly reducing their numbers. Being near such a creature at this moment is extremely dangerous, as you could accidentally get hit on the head. Li Ping, Elizabeth, and Anna are still trying to figure out what lies ahead to avoid a terrible fate. Li Ping doesn't even move, and Elizabeth says that's to be expected for a legendary hero who looks danger in the eye. Li Ping doesn't really have time to follow the movement of the coins, so he froze in fear, like a deer facing a predator. Anna understands that this cannot continue for long, and resorts to the skill of summoning enchanted dolls. A giant bear appears and covers them with his back to protect them from the flying coins. The bear's skin turns out to be strong enough to hold gold coins flying at high speed. Taurus continues to build up the power of his attack, but there is little time left. Loloki desperately rushes forward to protect the master and knocks back a few more coins. After this, she rejoices, saying that she was finally able to serve her master well. The dragon looks at her angrily, realizing that he needs to deal with her personally as quickly as possible. He fires another coin which pierces Loloke's head. Thus, Taurus loses all his wives and remains alone against the strongest enemy. However, fortunately for him, the accumulation of power is complete, and he rushes forward, delivering a powerful attack. However, this does not leave even a serious scratch on the dragon. Moreover, his sword is completely destroyed when it collides with such strong scales. The dragon doesn't pay much attention to this, and delivers a light blow with its tail, immediately knocking the enemy off his feet. Even a light blow from the dragon is enough to send an enemy flying several tens of meters. Taurus does not survive such a blow, and most likely broke all his bones in this inglorious battle. Elizabeth, Li Ping, and Anna are the last ones left alive in the massacre. But the dragon is still full of enthusiasm to finish them off. Li Ping, with a straight face, thinks that the centaur just died from a tail strike, so he will have to use his trump card. Elizabeth asks him what he plans to do next. Li Ping declares that now it is her turn to act and save them from this trap. Elizabeth assumes that he understands everything perfectly well and asks what exactly he means. Li Ping explains that if she doesn't take action, they will all likely die here. Elizabeth turns up her nose haughtily and says that he has no right to give orders in the presence of strangers. Anna suddenly says that the real nightmare is yet to come, and they may never get out of here. Elizabeth suddenly calls her a member of the Jimji clan and places her hand on her soft hair. After this, she orders to find out what Anna's true magical power is and penetrates her mind. She discovers that Anna was raised in an orphanage and was very close to her brothers and sisters. However, one day, a nun who loved them very much sold all the children into slavery to a dark guild. It was then that Anna's true power awakened, allowing her to imbue her walking toys with incredible might. She destroys all the members of the guild, but the same fate befalls her brothers and sisters. This event leaves a deep trauma in her mind, as she never wanted to kill her family. Elizabeth suggests that Anna has heavily suppressed her own magic in order to alter her memories. Having stopped magical contacts, she says that this is a rather stupid activity, and does not have much meaning. Anna apologizes to her brothers and sisters, saying that she was the one who killed them, and asks for forgiveness. Elizabeth states that such behavior is insulting, and if Anna wants to get rid of her regrets, she must stand up and fight. Anna immediately feels a surge of inspiration, saying that this time she wants to protect Li Ping. After this, she flies into the air, and an energy funnel begins to form around her. After some preparation, she decides to use the enchanted doll summon, but this time to summon more allies. A plush eagle, a snake, a rabbit, and a new bear immediately come to her side, and the bear is also updated. The dragon doesn't pay much attention to this, and decides to deal with all the plush toys with one blow. However, the dense teddy bear manages to block the blow with his extremely strong belly. After this, he reaches the dragon and grabs its paw, temporarily depriving it of mobility. The battle bunny also rushes into the attack, delivering a flurry of blows. The immobilized dragon cannot dodge these attacks and is forced to take all damage on its body. Such a strong blow creates several cracks in the creature's armor. Li Ping asks Elizabeth what she did to Anna, and she replies that she simply helped her accept reality. Meanwhile, the dragon manages to free himself from the grip and prepares to attack the hare. The hare is in mid-jump, so he doesn't have time to return and is instantly pinned to a hard surface. Anna orders her subordinates to capture the dragon at any cost. The roller copes with this task quite successfully, since it has no vital organs and is able to withstand the impact. Mishka helps his friend, and together they grab the dragon with all their strength so that he cannot move. This time, another representative of the plush army enters the picture, one they have never seen in battle before. The snake quickly attacks the dragon to constrict it and destroy its scaly armor. However, this is not enough for the dragon, and he uses a golden hurricane to throw his opponents aside. Now the plush eagle comes into play, performing a magical flap of its wings, creating streams of energy. These streams instantly rush towards the spinning dragon to pacify it. Li Ping watches in amazement and notices that Anna's skills are simply incredible. He also asks her what kind of clan she spoke of when she tried to awaken Anna's memories. However, he doesn't have time to get an answer to his question, because something very quickly and decisively grabs him by the backpack. Someone unknown uses the lightning flash skill to make an incredibly fast movement. It turns out that Taurus survived the damage he received and was even able to use his skills. Elizabeth is surprised that this idiot is still alive, and Li Ping demands his backpack back. Taurus declares that he has finally received the trump card in the form of fruits that can restore his power. Without thinking twice, he grabs the fruit and shoves it into his mouth to eat it instantly. Li Ping asks him what he is doing and states that it won't work anymore, despite all his efforts. However, he was wrong, as Taurus feels as good as possible after eating a lot of food. His muscles begin to grow rapidly, and he says that he has finally gotten what he has wanted for so long. However, the excessive amount of energy obtained from this food causes his body to deform further than usual. Taurus looks happily at his new form, and notes that he has received power that is overflowing. Looking at his hands, he confidently declares that with such skills, he is no longer afraid of the members of the Holy Sword Guild. The golden dragon begins to grow increasingly angry, preparing to defeat the annoying enemy. Taking proper aim, the creature uses the golden dragon's breath to burn it to ashes. Taurus dodges the attack without much trouble, and orders the dragon to stop interfering with his path to greatness. After this, he performs a powerful attack, rearing up and preparing to finish off the enemy with another skill. Using all her concentration, she unleashes a thunderclap skill on the dragon, causing it to be instantly knocked back. The blow is powerful enough to end the life of the gigantic creature, which was badly battered. Taurus finally finds himself next to the very cup he has been wanting to receive all this time. Taurus states that if he wins the cup, he can't even imagine how strong he will become. As soon as he gets what he wants, he feels the power overflowing into him at an incredible speed. This sudden infusion of power causes an uncontrollable mutation throughout his entire body, making him even stronger. In less than a few seconds, he transforms into a demonic form that looks even more terrifying. Taurus looks at his opponents and declares that he now finally understands the full value of this nectar. Li Ping says that this guy is getting weirder and stronger, and something needs to be done about Elizabeth. Anna steps forward and says that they don't have to worry as she won't let him get close. After this, she decides to use the skill of summoning magical dolls, but it is too late. Taurus moves too fast for her to react and ends up fatally wounded. Taurus looks at the small child and declares that first they need to get rid of this annoying creature. He then turns to Elizabeth and says that it is her turn to make a choice. Li Ping clearly doesn't pose a threat to him, so she allows him to approach Anna. Li Ping tries to calm the conscious girl and says that Elizabeth will definitely help her. Taurus states that he understands perfectly well that Elizabeth is hiding her power, but she only has two options. He offers her to become his woman and take him to her kingdom, and also help him inherit it. The alternative is that he will play with her until she becomes useless, and then turn her into bargaining chip. Li Ping is furious at what this scoundrel did to the child and orders Taurus to be destroyed. Taurus does not yet know the true strength of the legendary hero, and asks if such a person dares to speak to him. Rushing forward, he uses the thunderclap skill to unleash his full might on the common man. A gigantic explosion occurs, releasing a huge amount of energy and sending dust into the air. However, as a result of the blows, it turns out that it is Taurus that receives serious damage and flies off to the side. The smoke gradually clears, and it becomes clear that Li Ping remains standing in his place. He tells his opponent that he is no longer going to pretend to be a weakling. After this, a giant figure of a golden being smoothly appears from the star space. It turns out that the giant golden dragon has not been destroyed, and moreover, it is much larger than initially thought. Taurus looks in surprise at the dragon's true form, and tries to understand who he really killed. The dragon's friend, who had just been lying on the ground, began to slowly melt away, as if he were some kind of light metal. The transformation finally ends, and it becomes clear that all this time they have been fighting only with the tail against them. Elizabeth smirks, thinking that she has played this little trick on this individual before. Thus, our heroes find themselves in the Void Realm, and the Queen of the Golden Dragons appears before them. Taurus can't believe he's losing, frantically repeating the words about him being on the level of a demon king. However, a few moments later, a giant dragon lands right on his sinful body. No one can survive such damage, because all that remains of the Taurus is a wet spot. Li Ping looks around and asks his companion if he finds all this strange. Elizabeth expresses confidence that he has long since figured out this place, and is just pretending. Smiling, she declares that in fact this place does not exist, and all of this is also an illusion. Li Ping happily says that he loves to fly, but Elizabeth still can't believe that he hasn't felt that power. The dragon, meanwhile, raises its head to Elizabeth and addresses her in a long-forgotten language. Elizabeth, oddly enough, knows this language and answers the giant dragoness, but it is unclear what exactly they are talking about. Suddenly, the giant dragon begins to shed tears, as if he recognizes someone very dear to him. Moments later, the dragon transforms into a little girl named Amelia, who turns out to be Elizabeth's pet. Elizabeth immediately explains that she didn't want to come here because she's too clingy, but Amelia states that she was very bored. This creature is born between the Nile and the earth, and the lady finds it in a hidden kingdom and helps it hatch with the help of magic. The golden dragon is a very powerful creature, which, however, requires great difficulty to tame. Elizabeth makes a contract with this dragon, despite the fact that they choose their owners very carefully. Elizabeth not only names her, but also personally trains her and plays with her while she remains quite small. Amelia, in turn, swore to protect her and serve her mistress until the end of her days. Once Amelia grows up, she begins to transport her everywhere to fight vile creatures across the continent. Later, Elizabeth decides to put an end to the endless wars and become the ruler of this world. Amelia is happy to see how she is gradually achieving world domination, although something is changing in her. Since then, she smiles less and less, despite the fact that Elizabeth becomes stronger and stronger. Unexpectedly, when Amelia goes out to patrol the area, Elizabeth decides to draw the holy sword to find the legendary hero. 10 years after her disappearance, Aristotle says that Elizabeth's reputation is not enough to ensure stability. Mughal also states that several great orc chieftains have already declared their secession, and they cannot be easily suppressed. The minister of the dwarven race suggests that everyone return to their territories and take control of the situation while awaiting Elizabeth's return. Twyla asks Jimji if there is any problem with the legendary hero. Jimji states that this is impossible, as he has witnessed Elizabeth's terrifying power, which no one can compare to. Vis Malfoy agrees with this, and says that they need to return to their possessions, and he himself is looking for the Demon Queen. Eventually, the ministers return to their permanent positions, but Amelia doesn't care. She takes an extra glass of wine and returns to where the lady found her, believing that one day Elizabeth will come here. She lives for a very long time, and the seasons begin to change one another, but hope never appears. She eventually decides to go into hibernation so that she can emerge when they come to her. The sleep she falls into lasts for several centuries, as Elizabeth is clearly in no hurry. Thus, this place ends up buried under a huge layer of earth and greenery. Amelia is nevertheless glad that her mistress has finally returned to her after so many years of separation. Elizabeth has no regrets about this, and says that it has been good for her. Naive Amelia assumes that all this was really done for her sake, and asks her mistress not to leave her anymore. Li Ping rightly reminds them that they can remember their very touching past later. He also states that it is necessary to save Anna, who is still conscious despite her severe wounds, as quickly as possible. She looks around and wonders where they are, not understanding what kind of place this is. Li Ping is glad that Anna is still conscious and can even breathe. Anna, who miraculously recovered from serious injuries, says she is fine. However, with genuine sadness, she reports that the apple her brother gave her was crushed. Li Ping pats her head and explains that it is nothing to worry about, and that she doesn't have to worry. Elizabeth watches him, and incorrectly concludes that he has everything under control and foresees it all. Meanwhile, Amelia continues to rub against her mistress, who does not show the slightest attention to her. After a while, she realizes that all this time Elizabeth has been looking not at her at all, but at some other person. This causes her to experience strong and negative emotions, and she tries to understand who he is, since he is attracting so much attention from the lady. She decides to ask Elizabeth directly about this, and she honestly answers that he is a legendary hero, and she's been living with him all this time. Amelia becomes even more angry, realizing that he stole her mistress for 500 years, and now he is trying to win her heart. Li Ping calmly approaches her and says that he is very pleased to meet her, after which he gives his name. Amelia reflects on the fact that she has reached the level of the Demon King, and if she teams up with Elizabeth, they will definitely be able to kill him. After this, he decides to use the Dragon Queen's claws to instantly crush him into dust. She rushes into the attack, saying that she is also very glad to meet him. A powerful blow occurs, but it has no effect on the legendary hero. Amelia jumps back from the incredible momentum and tries to understand why her attack had no effect. Li Ping smiles without even feeling the damage, and says that he didn't have time to react in time. Amelia realizes that her attack could have destroyed the entire city, but he simply took it and reflected it. Li Ping extends his hand forward and announces that it is now his turn to act. Amelia realizes that this man is no less terrifying than the queen herself, and prays for his mercy. Li Ping ignores her emotional displays and squeezes her hand. He says that he really regrets that he didn't have time to say hello, because he didn't know that Amelia was Elizabeth's friend. Amelia did not expect such sincerity and spontaneity from Li Ping, and tries to understand what he means. Elizabeth explains that strictly speaking, Amelia is her mount and nothing more. Li Ping looks at the two of them in surprise, and tries to figure out what this should look like in reality. Elizabeth snaps her finger, creating a portal to transport them somewhere far away. A moment later they find themselves at Li Ping's house, and the Demon Queen declares that that's enough adventure for today. Amelia begins to sing a victory serenade for her queen, telling her that she is simply incredible. Li Ping looks around and asks excitedly if it was really that easy to return. Anna, meanwhile, feels that her body is under serious strain and says that it was too fast to move. Li Ping manages to support her, but the girl reports that she is starting to lose consciousness from teleportation. Elizabeth asks to be taken into the house so that she can rest, as she needs to talk to her. Li Ping calmly fulfills her request and takes the little girl in his arms, after which he enters the house. Amelia approaches her mistress and asks if she wants to order her anything. With eyes full of radiance, she announces that she is looking forward to the moment when she can serve her. Elizabeth asks her if she has heard anything about the Demon Realm's Dark Guild, which has recently gained influence. Amelia notes that she hasn't been in the outside world for 500 years, but news of the demonic realm has reached her. Amelia remembers that all of this was founded by a man named Whis Malfoy, who was a human prince. Elizabeth spends a long time immersed in memories, reflecting on the fact that such a person was really next to her. Amelia asks if she can help her in this situation, adding that she will definitely learn to help her better. Elizabeth reports that she heard that the Dark Guild committed many murders under the pretext of resurrecting her. Amelia says it's incredibly disrespectful to her because she's alive and well. Elizabeth gives Amelia the task of making the guild disappear completely, but does not reveal any information about it. Amelia happily accepts the order and declares that she will carry it out as quickly as possible. Elizabeth praises her for her obedience, adding that once she completes the task, she will free her, and she will be able to do whatever she wants. Amelia flaps her wings, causing the air to move at high speed, and claims that she can handle it on her own. Turning around, she gives the Demon Queen one last reminder that she can be relied upon. In fact, she is thinking about the fact that after her release, she will be able to do whatever she wants, which means she will climb into her mistress's bed every night. The prospect of such an offer makes her instantly take to the skies, unaware that there are threats here too. Before she can leave the village's airspace, an anti-aircraft missile starts flying towards her. Amelia doesn't have time to do anything, causing a giant explosion in the air. Amelia turns around and wonders who dared to attack her. Realizing that only a very strong enemy could pierce her skin, Vankai looks at the sudden threat in the sky and notes that his target is still alive. After this, he increases the defense level to the second and launches several more anti-aircraft missiles towards Amelia. The little dragon decides to use her wings to shoot down the missiles flying towards her. She smirked and declared that this pathetic creature had chosen the wrong opponent, underestimating her power. However, after a while, the haughty smile quickly slips from her face as Vankai decides to up the ante. Not just one, but a whole dozen missiles are flying in his direction, which are impossible to shoot down with such efficiency. Amelia once again becomes a victim of her arrogant behavior and receives a severe punishment. Of course, even a creature like the Golden Dragon, which has lived for 500 years, cannot die from this blow. But it does not go in vain. Vankai notes that the target is still alive, meaning the defense level should increase to third. A few moments later, Elizabeth contacts him telepathically and tells him that he is making a mistake. She states that Amelia is her servant, and Vankai bashfully puts away his weapon, adding the man to the whitelist. Amelia begins to cry quietly, realizing that this place is one of the most terrible she has ever seen. Li Ping, meanwhile, is doing what he does best in this world. After preparing the juice, he turns to Anna and tells her that if she feels dizzy, she can drink it to clear her mind. Anna thanks him for his incredible generosity, after which she decides to drink the orange juice that was offered to her. However, once she starts drinking this juice, it has an incredible effect on her. Each piece of fruit pulp contains magical power, and when consumed, it creates a flow of magic that activates nerve cells. Anna realizes that she has just encountered an extremely high-level divine magic that clears her mind. A nun's face suddenly appears before my eyes, ordering me to stop suppressing my true nature. Anna immediately plunges into very unpleasant memories, which causes tears to appear in her eyes. Li Ping doesn't immediately notice this, falling onto the sofa and noting that he really enjoys lounging at home after a walk. Meanwhile, Elizabeth enters the room and carefully watches Anna's reaction. Coming closer to her, she asks curiously if she has really remembered everything and stopped pretending. Sitting down on the sofa, Elizabeth declares that her ancestors made an oath that the Jimji clan would be loyal to her for the rest of their lives. She adds that if the blood is fully awakened, then the power of the oath should also be activated. Thanks to the changes that have occurred in her during this time, Elizabeth now clearly sees who is really in front of her. She sees a legendary creature whose powers can make this world disappear. Anna asks if she is the legendary Demon Queen. Elizabeth smiles and says that she is the ruler of this world, whom no one has yet been able to defeat. Anna says that according to historical records, she died along with the legendary hero. Li Ping smiles and admits that he is embarrassed to say this, but he, apparently, is that legendary hero. Elizabeth assumes they were fighting to the death, but after a month, they developed feelings for each other. They eventually gave up the fight for the title of the strongest, fell in love, and have lived in seclusion for 500 years since. Elizabeth listens attentively to this story, and notes that it can be interpreted in this way. Li Ping asks Anna not to say such things, as she might offend Elizabeth, and then he will have to calm her down. Elizabeth says that Anna is a disgrace to the demon clan if she has reached this state. Li Ping looks at Elizabeth in surprise, and asks if Anna really has something to do with this. Anna can do nothing but nod quietly, confirming Elizabeth's suspicions. Elizabeth decides to take a long walk down memory lane, saying it must have been about 600 years ago. According to her information, a child named Jimji awakens, and his eyes glow red when he uses magical power. His fighting skills have also undergone significant improvements, making him a formidable opponent. However, his powers grow at an incredible rate, and he becomes incredibly cruel and addicted to constant killing. In just a few years, he plunged the Northern Territory into chaos and killed over 100 elite warriors under her command. This only increased his ambitions, and he comes to her castle in an attempt to challenge her, but loses and ends up sealed away. From then on, he swore that his family would remain loyal to Elizabeth for the rest of their lives and would never rebel again. Anna says she knew nothing and only remembers living in a church orphanage. Elizabeth still can't understand why Jimji didn't take advantage of the power vacuum and seize it when he awakened in this girl. She also reminds herself that it was she who killed everyone in the orphanage when she went crazy and couldn't come to terms with reality. Li Ping turns to Elizabeth and asks if she doesn't remember how they saw her brothers and sisters. Elizabeth states that none of this matters, but offers to expose the lie that has been before their eyes all this time. She opens a portal and sees several dolls at once, imitating small children. Anna looks in their direction and immediately calls them her brothers and sisters, as if they were alive. From her point of view, they really are little children, since the psyche cannot withstand such a blow. Little children turn to their little sister and try to call her so that she will come back to them quickly. Elizabeth slams the portal shut to end the spell. From her point of view, Anna uses her magical power to support the dolls, and therefore cannot rise higher. Li Ping reacts to this information with incredible surprise, noting that he could not have imagined that things would turn out this way. Elizabeth explains that Anna awakened her power to protect her loved ones from the apostles, then went mad and killed all her relatives. Anna still cannot accept this information, because it is very painful for her, and she says that this cannot be. Rising with rare caution, she declares that her head hurts so much as if it would burst. Elizabeth decides to take temporary measures and quickly gives her a flick on the wrist, which instantly brings her out of this state. However, in addition to the dangerous condition, she also loses consciousness, so this measure cannot be considered entirely humane. Li Ping manages to catch her so that she doesn't fall and hit her head even worse. Elizabeth explains that she understands Li Ping's desire to help her, but if it happens again, the entire city will be destroyed. Li Ping doesn't seem to be too desperate after hearing this information, and says that he will still try to help her. After some time, he takes her back to the church to arrange her room and do something important. Anna carefully opens her eyes and looks around to see where she is. She immediately apologizes to Li Ping for causing him trouble, but he says that is not true. Anna begins to cry, explaining that now she remembers everything, and declares that there was no nun, and that it was she who killed everyone. Li Ping continues to reassure her, explaining that she was trying to protect her siblings, and that it was noble. Anna continues to see herself, and feels guilty for running away after losing control of herself. Li Ping counters that it was the Dark Guild's fault, and she didn't want to lose control after waking up. Anna continues to cry, saying that the fact that she killed all her loved ones cannot be changed. Li Ping explains that details are important, just like in making dolls, and notes that she tied too many knots. After this, he takes hold of one of these stitches and begins to slowly untie it, explaining that he will now fix everything. He also expresses a desire to remake all these dolls, so that they acquire a better quality form. Only a few moments pass, and suddenly all her dolls turn out to be just a pile of parts. Anna begins to experience a very strange attack, and asks him what he did to her brothers and sisters. Her red eyes suddenly wake up and she begins to scream loudly, signaling that everything will soon come to an end. Li Ping explains that Shakespeare once wrote that islands are singing, they are pleasant, and there is no harm from them. Anna suddenly feels as if she is in some strange place where it is raining endlessly, creating a flood. The huge mass of water seems endless, giving the impression that it has entered the ocean. Finding herself waist-deep in water, she begins to look around, wondering where she ended up. After a few moments, the leaden clouds gradually disperse, and a hand appears from them. Li Ping continues to quote Shakespeare, saying that he dreams of golden clouds on which a rain of treasures falls. Anna squints her eyes as she faces the incredibly bright rays of the sun that are directed straight at her face. Li Ping advises her to look at the sky and make a decision to finally let go of her problems. After this, he carefully places her on his giant hand and slowly lifts her up. Anna agrees to his proposal, and he says that he is very happy about it. Anna thinks and asks herself where she just was, and why she has such strange feelings. Li Ping hands her the doll, explaining that he remade it especially for her and named it Raphael. This doll looks like a real living person, and has a very warm and divine energy emanating from it. Li Ping smiles and expresses hope that this will help her heal and find herself in this difficult world. Anna cautiously accepts the gift from her savior's hands and doesn't know what to say in response. As soon as the doll is in her hands, she experiences a feeling that cannot be confused with anything. Her friends, who were once killed due to cruel treatment, but are now grateful to her for everything, appear next to Li Ping. After this, they gradually begin to dissolve and rotate with her, explaining that they are now finally free. Anna begins to cry and promises them that she will defend the church until her last breath. Li Ping strokes her head and explains that the sky always clears up after the rain, which means that after every bad streak comes a bright one. He exhales, glad that he has refreshed his knowledge of psychotherapy from the books he previously received from the system, although updating his knowledge will not be superfluous. Meanwhile, the action moves to the demon realm, which is called the Swamp of Death. Amelia quickly finds herself in the right places and looks around with a bored expression. These lands were once the domain of demons, but now, in the absence of a master, they have taken on a much darker appearance. Emilia notes that it is unacceptable to turn the lady's lands into such an ugly mess. Looking around, she discovers a giant fortress that must be the guild's headquarters. Without thinking twice, she jumps forward and lands at the right spot in just a few moments. The fog around her gradually clears, but it becomes clear that she is not alone here. The strange entities rejoice that food has come into their hands and declare that whoever kills their target first will get the chance to eat it. A huge number of different kinds of monsters gradually choose the body parts they would like to eat. Of course, their fate is rather disappointing, since in front of them is a giant dragon, who for some reason pretended to be a girl. Emilia wonders if this guy really treats the mistress's lands like some kind of garbage dump. The monsters immediately realize that they have attacked the wrong people, as their strongest representatives have been destroyed. Immediately after this, they move apart so as not to provoke the wrath of this strange little creature. After some time, another strange creature appears in front of her, flying on books that are hostile to her. This being is one of the 6 pillars of the Dark Guild, who orders her to come closer immediately. Since we know how this battle will end, we immediately move further to the headquarters. The headquarters is a huge number of different flasks, which contain various organs. The number of these cones is simply incredible, and one can only guess why all this is necessary. Several figures gather in the hall itself, each of which looks ominous. Their producers explain that someone decided to honor them with their presence. One of the 6 pillars of the Dark Guild reports that Ghana's forces were completely annihilated during the invasion of the Holy Sword Guild. A girl named Rug Bader confidently states that this is not a problem, since Kurthuzad will meet any opponent. Experiment 24 approaches William Elizabeth and asks if he wants to have some fun, but he only snaps back. Another founder of the guild, named Daga Cthulhu, states that whoever comes here will never return. The being, who is the leader of the Dark Guild, explains that he was worried about the missing materials. After this, he claims that the materials came to him on their own, and reveals his true identity, Whis Malfoy. Meanwhile, one of the Dark Pillars suffers a crushing defeat in the fight against Emilia. He was very surprised that his magical devices were useless, and he could do nothing to counter them. He tries to teleport, but is instantly crushed by a huge dragon's paw. Emilia uses the Dragon Queen's claws to temporarily transform her arm. However, after some time, a huge number of dark silhouettes appear in the sky, heading in her direction. The apostles are watching this battle and assume that she is seriously wounded, which means they need to unite and destroy her. Emilia continues to look down on her opponents, explaining that there is no one here but a pile of trash. After this, she begins to spin in different directions to initiate the procedure of sensitive transformation. A giant dragon appears above her head and uses the Golden Dragon Queen's dash skill. Sound waves begin to penetrate all enemies, not allowing them to get any closer. The tension is too great, and they quickly explode like simple balloons. Within moments, the entrails of Emilia's enemies begin to fall to the ground in large quantities. Emilia doesn't reveal any information about what's happening and decides that the rest of the battles will be just as easy. Activating her wings, she takes to the air again to head towards the giant door. The door states that if anyone wishes to enter, they must answer several riddles, which will be quite difficult. Emilia realizes that her brains are not enough to deal with this enemy, so she decides to use brute force. After knocking down a piece of the door, she goes inside and notes that she has finally found her target. Taking a closer look at him, she notices that he has become incredibly ugly. Whis Malfoy smiles and explains that he is already quite old, so he has to pay for it. Smiling with an almost toothless mouth, he says that he has not seen Lady Emilia for a very long time. Just a moment later, she sends a wave of energy towards him that tears him apart. His allies begin to panic, but Daga Cthulhu informs them that they don't need to worry about his head, as it won't be harmed. However, it remains a shock to them that such a small dragon could cause so much destruction. Emilia yawns and explains that it won't take long, as she is already tired from these battles. Whis Malfoy regenerates and asks her why she suddenly woke up from a deep sleep. He assumes that she has found Lady Elizabeth, and Emilia realizes that the battle is not over yet. A few moments later, the ground around her feet is torn apart by huge fingers. Daga Cthulhu immediately begins to boast, explaining that as soon as he deals with her, his position will rise. He also states that she will not be able to escape from his prison, but Emilia suddenly tries to bite the tentacles. Daga Cthulhu does not immediately understand her cunning plan and says that resistance will be futile. Instead of responding to his threats, Emilia tries to pull in a giant octopus. Daga Cthulhu continues to resist, as his body is incredibly large for a normal human. He also claims that she overestimates herself, and has no idea how much power she is facing. However, before he can take any action, Emilia swallows him, explaining that she has not eaten since waking up. Rug Bader comes closer to her and tells her that he wants to surrender, since she was forced to join them against her will. At that very moment, she blows a kiss, which instantly reaches its target. Emilia loses control of her body for a while, and feels that her mind is being controlled by someone else's will. Rugbaiter smiles and explains that if simple attacks don't work, something else must. Suddenly, Emilia is violently trying to digest the giant seed octopus inside her body. Belching creates large, powerful jets of air that have incredible force. Because of these streams, Rugbaiter is thrown to the side, loses consciousness, and as a result, the power of the charm also disappears. Emilia explains that she will digest the octopus in one sitting if it continues to cause problems. One of the Dark Pillars notes that she not only killed the deputy head, but also wounded her father, which is surprising. After this, he rushes into attack, declaring that the power of the Demon King is true liberation. However, his fate is also unenviable, since he does not have enough strength to fight such an opponent. The two more founders of the Dark Guild rush forward, using their full release of energy and muscle power. Their success is on the same level as that of other guild members, as they have nothing to counter. Emilia asks the founders of the Dark Guild if they really think they can take the place of the mistress. She also states that they are not strong enough to even be her opponents right now. Vis Malfoy smiles and explains that he is envious, as he has not lived long enough to reach her level. Emilia advises him to hurry with his own destruction, and doubts that he will be able to defeat her. Vis Malfoy starts laughing and asks how he would dare to become her opponent, being a simple man. A few moments later, a familiar figure appears behind him, telling him that if she joins them, everything will change. Emilia has a rough idea of this man's plans and calls him a pathetic bastard who needs to be destroyed. As it turned out, during this time, Vis Malfoy had achieved unprecedented success in his attempts to resurrect the Demon King. He smiles nastily and says that there is very little time left before he achieves his true goals. A whole month has passed since these events, and we find ourselves on the farm of the main character, who is engaged in more than just farming. He plants seeds to test how well new crops will grow. He also prepared special solutions and fertilizers that greatly increase the rate of plant growth. This time he manages to achieve amazing results, and several fruits grow on one tree at once. However, the situation is not so rosy, despite the fact that he lives in an atmosphere of peace and prosperity. From time to time he gets lost in thought and gets stuck in place, which is why he starts to have his head in the clouds. These thoughts do not leave him, no matter where he goes or what he tries to do. Even during dinners with the Demon Queen, he doesn't pay much attention to her, as he has more important things to do. At night he can't sleep normally because he is still tormented by thoughts about what he should do. As a result, he makes a strong-willed decision to significantly change his position in this world, as well as change the world itself. That same morning, he takes the giant sword that he got after the battle with Elizabeth and decides to talk to her. He apologizes for disturbing her so early in the morning, then hands her the breakfast he prepared himself. Elizabeth explains that she can't stand it when someone beats around the bush and suggests that he be straightforward. Li Ping states that after a year of communicating with him, she should have realized that he did not pose a threat to her. After thinking for a moment, he says that this is precisely why she should leave here, to take control of the world into her own hands again. Elizabeth looks at him with calm incomprehension and asks why she would do this. Li Ping explains that he initially thought he could live peacefully by hiding in the newcomer village, but he didn't expect her to come for him. He also adds that without her, the rulers of this world created some kind of guild, and chaos engulfed the world. Elizabeth asks why he worries about such things, since it doesn't affect them in any way. Li Ping says that he is very confused, and then, due to the barrier disappearing and without her, it would be difficult for him to survive here. Elizabeth interprets his words to mean that he has just admitted that he cannot live without her. Li Ping meanwhile declares that she must leave here and become the ruler of the world again, because he does not want to be selfish. Elizabeth listens to him attentively, after which she decides to accept the treat he offered. She asks if he wants her to solve the problem in the outside world, adding that it won't be that difficult. Li Ping is very happy to hear these words and says that he will help her pack her things so that she can leave here. Elizabeth explains that she is not interested in the outside world, but there are two ways to solve this problem. Li Ping, being good-natured and naive, asks what methods exist. Elizabeth states that she can simply cast a world-destroying spell to completely eliminate the problem. Li Ping says he is not interested in such tools because they are completely meaningless. Elizabeth talks about the second way, which is to find the right person to rule the world. Li Ping asks who could be such a person who could rule this world. Elizabeth smiles and declares that he knows perfectly well that besides her, only he himself is suitable for this matter. Li Ping looks at her in surprise and asks if she really wants him to rule the world. A few minutes later, he finds himself on the street, holding a sword in his hands, trying to understand how he ended up in this situation. Elizabeth orders him to focus, and states that he must begin his sword training. Li Ping decides not to argue with her and takes a few swings to get better practice with the weapon. Elizabeth smiles as she thinks that Li Ping is too weak to manipulate the Demon Queen. Reflecting on the chaise lounge, she notes that in terms of strength he is indeed only slightly superior to her. However, when comparing their psychology and strategy, Elizabeth admits that she is an incredibly advanced being. At least, Elizabeth thinks so, since she considers herself an expert in psychology. In the future, as an expert in psychology, she concludes that Li Ping is trying to attract attention to himself. The Demon Queen's genius mind suggests that Li Ping is trying to achieve world domination. She also understands that Amelia has taken care of the Dark Guild, so there is no need to worry about it anymore. Elizabeth replays the last words Li Ping said in an attempt to set her on the right path. However, the Demon Queen, being a master of induction and adventure, assumes that Li Ping has fallen in love with her. Li Ping, meanwhile, wonders if swinging a sword 1,000 times a day can improve his skills. Elizabeth continues to compliment herself, suggesting that she is the only one in this world who can control Li Ping. She wonders what kind of child they could create, assuming that this is Li Ping's true goal. She starts laughing, thinking that she won't agree with him so easily, so she'll play with him first. Li Ping doesn't understand such sincere joy on the part of the Demon Queen, but decides not to interfere with her. However, he is curious as to why she is acting so strangely and assumes that she wants him to defeat the Dark Guild. During the next swing, the sword suddenly becomes weightless and turns into a cloud of smoke. After some time, a small boy, who looks like he is no more than 14 years old, falls to the ground. Li Ping looks at the boy in surprise, and he gives him an equally surprised look. Li Ping is extremely frightened, assuming that for some reason the holy sword has turned into a child right in his hands. The boy explains that he is the great spirit of the holy sword named Alpha. Elizabeth finally gets up from her chaise lounge and asks what happened here. Alpha looks at the Demon Queen and realizes that he has finally found his target. Transforming his hands into blades, he rushes forward, hoping that his attack will be successful. He vows to destroy his target and says it will happen quite quickly. He is not mistaken, as he receives a powerful blow to the head. Elizabeth puts most of her power into sending the boy to explore space. As soon as he lands, she smiles and tells him that he should sit down next to her so they can talk. Li Ping, Elizabeth, and Alpha organize a small meeting to figure out what happened. Li Ping apologizes to his sword, explaining that he didn't even know it was sentient after so many years. Alpha says he couldn't have guessed that at the critical moment, when the hero was fighting the queen, the sword would come to his aid. After this, he grabs Li Ping by the collar and asks why he used a sword to chop wood. Li Ping tries to calm him down, explaining that he had no idea about the problems this could cause. Alpha states that Li Ping changed the plot and became friends with the queen, so he doesn't deserve to be a hero. Elizabeth looks closely at the sword and asks if he really wants to kill her. Alpha explains that given the changed system, the sword is now his savior. Elizabeth states that if the sword is here, it must help Li Ping rule this world. Alpha asks what this means, and Li Ping says that he would like to save this world. Alpha continues to look at him, genuinely not understanding what he means, and demands a detailed explanation. Li Ping says he has been inactive for a long time, but has now decided to take responsibility and train. Alpha asks if Li Ping really doesn't understand that his talent is unique, and no one else has such a skill. Li Ping explains that he has no talent, but with 2 wonderful mentors he can achieve unprecedented heights. Alpha asks what talents Li Ping actually exhibits. Elizabeth intervenes to prevent the sword from getting out of control. She turns to Li Ping and tells him that she needs to explain something to the child, and then wait a few minutes. After this, she grabs Alpha with her demonic embrace and forbids him to run away. An incredibly brutal beating follows to knock all the bad habits out of the boy. As soon as he comes out from behind the tree, you can't look at him without tears, but such measures were necessary. Sitting down next to the protagonist, he declares that he will cooperate with him for the rest of his life, no matter what happens. Elizabeth explains that he can only begin his adventure in the outside world after he learns how to use a sword. After some time, they decide to leave the newcomer village and head to a fairly large city. Everything is in full swing, and ordinary residents are handing out advertisements for recruitment to the Grey Wolf Guild. There's also plenty of street food on sale here, perfect for watching the guild competitions. Li Ping and his companions find themselves in the city of Titano, which is under the control of the Holy Sword Guild. Elizabeth reports that a magical force tells her that a mass event is about to take place in this city. Li Ping guesses her thoughts and notes that the first step to world domination is gathering information. Alpha asks if he should accompany them, wasting time in such a place. Elizabeth turns around and says that if anything happens, she can always break it in 2. Alpha understands the fragility of his position and hides behind his master, saying that he will always help him. After this, he turns into a sword, and Li Ping finds a small leaflet that is being distributed everywhere. Taking a closer look, he realizes that the flyer is about a guild competition. Li Ping asks Elizabeth what this event is, and she explains that the guilds send their representatives to fight. They decide to attend the event after hearing the thunderous sound of a giant gong being struck. Someone announces in a loud voice that the participants are entering the arena, meaning it is time to place bets. A huge number of people are trying to convince their comrades to bet on their favorite. Li Ping takes Elizabeth's hand and pulls her along, saying that it will be interesting to watch the carnage. Moving further, he discovers that the arena is huge and looks impressive. They are stopped by a bouncer who informs them that their magical ticket inspector did not find any tickets in their pockets. Li Ping steps forward and declares that he will deal with this man himself without resorting to brute force. He adds that the leaflet said that tickets cost 10 gold pieces, so he could easily buy them right now. The Minotaur explains that the remaining tickets have been monopolized, so they are being sold for 200 gold pieces. Li Ping looks at him in surprise, and wonders if there are small-time scammers in this world too. Elizabeth decides to intervene discreetly and sends a small pulse towards the Minotaur. The pulse hits the forehead directly, causing it to glow a strange purple color. He immediately hands over 2 tickets for especially important guests, explaining that this is a great honor for him. After this, he bows in a respectful pose and points out the place where one needs to go to get to the VIP lounge. Li Ping and Elizabeth move on, not paying much attention to what happened. Finally reaching the VIP area, Li Ping notes that everything looks incredibly luxurious and interesting. However, amidst all this, some individuals are visible trying to hide. One of the silhouettes makes it clear that it is an old man who is terribly reminiscent of Wis Malfoy. There is also a literary mage named Tagore Severus, who does not belong to any guild. There also sits a representative of the Dwarf Kingdom, a simple drunken blacksmith. Sitting next to him are 2 sisters named Luna Sogus and Ellie Sogus, who belong to the Holy Sword Guild. Ellie Sogus notices the heroes and asks her sister how long they have been on the guest list. Li Ping explains that this is his first time on such a large stage, and is therefore a little nervous. But Elizabeth immediately demands his confidence. Ellie and Luna Sogus decide to follow them, realizing that they may be from a guild that has been of little help previously. The loud voice of the presenter is heard in the arena, addressing everyone present. Giant goblins and cute birds announce that it's time for the guild competition finals. The host announces that today's chief judge will be a goblin named Gob. He states that without further ado, he will introduce the 4 participants who have reached the finals. The first participant in the competition is a genius swordsman from the Holy Sword Guild named Ching. One of his rivals is a ferocious general, a giant bear named Gaula, an outstanding berserker. Also making it to the finals is a handsome man from the Elf Guild named Travi, who possesses impressive archery skills. A mysterious man, a representative of the Card Guild, also appears here. Gob gets the crowd going and asks who will win this competition. After this, he begins the countdown to the start of the fight and prepares for evacuation. Leaping 15 meters into the air, he announces that it is time for the battle between the guild members to begin. Travi immediately begins to analyze his opponents, trying to figure out who will pose the main threat to him. From his point of view, the mountain of muscles looks too dumb and will most likely become cannon fodder. Looking at the unknown Card Guild member, he realizes that it is just an appendage of the Holy Sword Guild. The arrogant nature of his personality does not allow him to appreciate his opponents, with the possible exception of one person. From Travi's perspective, only the blue sword from the Holy Sword Guild, Ching, poses a serious threat to him. Gaula charges forward, using the charge of the ferocious bull to break the enemy lines and sow chaos. Travi takes out several arrows at once, noting that the people in front of him are primitive barbarians. Taking aim, he fires several projectiles at his opponents, but they dodge. Gaula is actually quite agile and manages to intercept the arrow right in flight. Looking at his opponent, he declares that he will be the first one he will finish off for his uncouth words. After this, the arrows break in half. The tips fall to the ground and immediately begin to move. Gaula doesn't have time to take a single step before huge animated shoots of a strange plant begin to sprout up next to him. This is all part of the cage skill, which immobilizes enemies over a large area. Travi notes that such an uncultured animal should be locked in a cage and never let out again. Gaula decides to use Terran's skills again to get ahead and regain freedom. However, he immediately pays for his mistake and falls into an even bigger trap, because the more you resist, the harder it is to get out. Gaula looks around angrily and wonders what is going on here. Travi explains with a smile that these are the roots of the eucalyptus tree, which, when struck, clamp down and release an extremely sticky liquid. Ching decides to deal with the trap in a simpler way, using his sharp sword. The Card Guild member remains anonymous and watches the events unfold, unwilling to escape the trap. Travi notes that the guy's speed is so high that even the roots don't have time to reach him. Ching quickly escapes the root trap and finds himself back on the battlefield as if nothing had happened. He apologizes for destroying the plants and Travi states that there is no problem with that, as retribution will come in the future. After this, he takes a special stance to take shots, aiming carefully. At the right moments, he activates the furious dance skill to hit the enemy with a swarm of projectiles. King conducts a meditation, affirming that before him there is no fear, doubt, surprise, or confusion. From his point of view, he becomes incorporeal, which means he must act lightly, like water. After this, he uses the bluebird skill to break through the enemy's projectiles. He manages to reflect all the projectiles flying towards him, and the skill rushes towards Travi. The hit is a clean cut, causing Travi to lose his arm in just a few moments. He barely has time to comprehend what has happened, realizing that it seems impossible. Ching comes closer and declares that Travi has lost, hoping that he will give up wisely. Travi says that Ching is indeed the genius of the Sword Saint, but he himself is the best representative of the Elf Guild. Ching realizes that he was being lured into a trap, and Travi initiates an explosion of a large number of butterflies. Ching remains unharmed and retains all his limbs intact. However, his sharp sword is thrown aside, leaving him temporarily unarmed. Travi decides to use a small pill he kept next to him. He spits it on the ground, and a moment later a flower with healing properties grows. Travi comes closer, and the flower attaches itself to the open hand, instantly imitating it. Travi smirks, claiming that the Holy Sword Guild is strong, but their attacks are too simple. He explains that thanks to the blessing of the sacred tree, the elves have become the strongest on the continent. However, carried away by the praise of his race and power, he misses an obvious attack from behind. Yahello happily declares that he promised that Travi would be the first to die by his hand. Travi receives serious damage that will hardly allow him to continue the fight. Yahello vehemently states that the tailed ones irritate him the most because they are insignificant. Entering a state of uncontrollable rage, he turns to Ching and declares that it is his turn. Ching realizes that the barbarian's aura is very threatening and decides to act cautiously. The crowd shouts loudly, claiming that Yahello is a true champion who destroys enemies. Gob notes that the crowd is incredibly excited, and the first one to leave the competition will be Travi. He also notes that what now matters is whether the wounded Ching can withstand Yahello's attacks. Ching understands that to fight this enemy, it is not enough to use only bare hands. That is why he turns to his sword, and using telekinesis, returns it to the hands of its owner. Ching quickly analyzes his opponent, realizing that he used his experience to slip out of the trap. Yahello at this time declares that strength is the decisive factor, so he will crush Ching. Rushing forward, he activates the muscle power release skill, limiting it to 70%. Ching relies on his incredible agility and easily dodges this attack. He finds himself in a good position to deliver 5 instant strikes and end the fight as quickly as possible. All his blows hit their target, but there is no reason to rejoice, since the enemy is still able to fight. Moreover, the damage that the giant barbarian received turns out to be minor. Yahello looks menacingly at Ching and asks if this is all he can do. Ching realizes that his strike did not cause any serious damage, and notices that his blade is seriously cracked. Yahello rushes forward, activating the muscle release skill at 80%. Ching realizes that all he can do is try to block the attack with his weapon. The inertia is so strong that he jumps back several tens of meters. Looking at his weapon, he realizes that it is no longer useful, so he decides to throw it aside. Yahello continues to use the muscle release skill, increasing his physical limits. He relentlessly pursues Ching, who dodges using his coordination. Li Ping watches this intense fight and asks her ally who she thinks will win. Elizabeth doesn't give a clear answer and continues to watch the fight, realizing that something is clearly wrong here. Ellie Sogus is surprised that Chin's sword was broken with a simple blow, and Luna Sogus can't believe her eyes. Ellie Sogus suspects that the Dark Guild is involved and says that there is no need to stop the fight yet. Meanwhile, we are once again transported to the VIP box, where the elite guests invited to the tournament are located. A young man named Hui approaches the chief, informing him that they are dealing with a dark apostle and that they must intervene. The Elder Sword, named Barry, claims that the two must deal with the enemy on their own. He also addresses Burrs, who is watching the fight, and says that he agrees with the assessment. Hui observes Burrs' behavior and understands that he has gone through many trials, which is why he hates this guild. In fact, the reason Burrs is worried is that he discovered Li Ping and Elizabeth are here. He mentally imagines that Li Ping and Elizabeth are watching the fighters with an arrogant look and can kill them at any moment. Burrs suggests that Li Ping came here to test whether he is using maps and tactics correctly. Yahello and Ching continue their fight to the death, but the outcome remains uncertain. Yahello gradually loses control of himself, declaring that he will squash this small opponent. Ching remembers that he still has one more trump card, but is still looking for the right moment to use it. After some time, he decides not to doubt and remember the teachings of the Swordmaster. Gala decides to use the classic technique of all giants who can manipulate the landscape. He calls upon the magic of the earth and causes the stone canvases of the arena to move violently. Concentrating his powers, he uses a high-level earth magic called tablecloth. Sing realizes that he did not expect such an effect and finds himself trapped. He is engulfed by rocky waves, preventing him from getting out in time. Gala menacingly declares that she specializes not only in strength, but also studies earth magic. After knocking on the stone ball in which Ching is imprisoned, he claims that he is not inferior to high-level guilds. A moment later, Ching decides to use the micro-cut skill to escape from the dungeon. He successfully hits Galu, forcing him to jump aside and try to recover. The giant barbarian looks at his hand and discovers that the wrist has been completely destroyed. King repeats the skill to destroy the barrier that was preventing him from escaping the dungeon. With utmost concentration, he repeats the mantra that he has no fear, doubt, surprise, or confusion. Gaula, dispersing his forces, looks at the enemy and declares that he will finish him off for what he has done. Ching allows him to get closer, then makes another micro-incision, causing the barbarian's leg to disappear. Gaula falls to the ground and begins to toss and turn, screaming in intense pain. Ching comes even closer to him and tells him that he has one last chance to surrender. Gaula recalls being given banned drugs that should only be used as a last resort. Ching points the energy sword straight at the barbarian's head, emphasizing that he has few options left. He states that if Gaula gives up the power given to him by the Dark Guild while still in his right mind, his life will be spared. Gaula manages to take the pill, believing that then he will reach the level of the Demon King and destroy all enemies. A second later, his head flies off his shoulder from a precise and accurate blow from Ching. However, the blow is powerful enough for the head's momentum to reach the last cell. The secret member of the Card Guild continues to watch what is happening, not hiding his surprise and horror. That Card Guild member is Elif, who wonders if she can fight such a person. To understand how she ended up here, we go back in time a little. Elif spent a lot of time cultivating new powers to achieve unprecedented success. She devoted a huge amount of energy to meditation in order to justify Li Ping's trust. Thus, she reaches the level of a 1-star Great Demon Spirit, which is a very good result. Elif notes that meditation and moving to the next level takes a lot of mental energy, but tea helps her stay afloat. After a while, the door opens and her father enters the room, announcing that he has finally returned. Elif happily asks if everything is okay, stating that she is very glad to see him home. Burrs explains that the sword's internal problems are more serious than he expected, adding that he has not met the Swordmaster in person. He also notes that despite this, he helped them repel the Dark Guild's attack and received something unexpected. With these words, he shows the contents of the bag, overflowing with dark mechanisms. Elif notes that her Great Demon Spirit level allows her to purify them in a single day, but the number of mechanisms surprises her. Burrs reports that as a thank you, the Holy Sword Guild has allowed him to participate in the guild competition finals. Elif carefully examines the piece of paper given to her by her father and asks what it is. Burrs explains that if she participates and wins, the Card Guild will be recognized. Elif understands that it will not be easy, as the previous participants were geniuses and their powers are incredible. Burrs adds that it doesn't matter, as the main thing is to be confident and decisive, because they are no longer what they used to be. He is asked to take Li Ping's deck of cards with him so that the level gap does not matter. This is how Elif finds himself in a difficult situation, faced with the need to fight for his life. She realizes that she has a powerful deck of cards, but can only use 6 cards at a time. She will have to spend the rest of the battle with copies of the cards, but she is determined not to dishonor Li Ping's name. Fighting spirit overwhelms her, and she understands that determination is the most important thing in this situation. She quickly unfastens the bag containing the cards, releasing their magical power. Drawing on the power of the spears, she uses the card slice skill to destroy the plants. The spectacular appearance delights the audience, who did not expect that the fighter would be a girl. Gaula's head seems to show signs of life when Elif passes by. Ching notes that hiding his strength and only acting at the end is a good strategy, but it does not pose a serious threat to him. He also states that he recognizes the guild's merits and recommends surrendering before it is too late. A member of the dwarven race suddenly wakes up from his sleep and wonders what kind of weapon they are using. Elif uses her card cut skill again, shuffling the copies of the cards one by one. A little later, she unleashes a multitude of card attacks on the enemy, each of which poses no threat. Ching carefully studies his opponent's actions, realizing that she is only trying to distract him so she can hit him with another skill. He rushes forward, informing her that she will not get such a chance. Elif is surprised that her plan was immediately discovered, and realizes that she is facing a true martial arts genius. She has to rely on Plan B, so she orders the card to fly under her boot. Thanks to this maneuver, she manages to rise into the air and dodge the blow. Taking aim, she uses card discharge again, sending forward only copies of the original deck. Qing, in turn, remains unharmed and rises into the air to catch up with her opponent. Elif relies on mobility thanks to flying cards and again dodges attacks. Immediately after this, she decides to prepare another combination to use the card discharge skill. Qing keeps a close eye on each card disc that poses a threat and shoots them down as they approach. At certain points, she attempts to seal it with card shackles that are supposed to block the sword's movement. At the same moment, she sends even more cards towards the opponent, and Gob wonders how this duel will end. Qing begins to feel depleted of energy due to it being sucked out by the cards. However, this is not enough, and he overcomes the spell, realizing that he needs to fight seriously. Elif knows she can't hold him for long, but it will buy her valuable time. Thanks to this, she successfully shuffles the entire deck and gets the most powerful cards. She then decides to use the release skill to create something amazing and threatening. A spade dragon, one of the most powerful creatures in her deck, appears in the air. The audience is amazed, as they did not expect that a card guild could summon creatures. Tagore Severus watches the proceedings closely, noting that it is worth studying further. The dwarf representative explains that through combinations, a variety of combat techniques can be used. Li Ping is surprised, noting that these people have cards, but he doesn't know how to use them to attack. Meanwhile, the giant dragon prepares to unleash its full power on the legendary swordsman. Qing decides to use the skill of selflessness and releases the maximum energy in his sword. Taking aim, he casts the bluebird skill forward to counter the peak dragon. Two giant creatures rush towards each other to find out who is stronger. The bluebird breaks through many cards, cutting and destroying them. Elif notes the opponent's incredible strength and realizes that he will not be able to compensate for the difference in levels using only copies of cards. Qing rushes into the attack, realizing that she is forcing him to give it his all. This time she doesn't manage to completely dodge the attack and takes damage. Qing stands before her and informs her that the battle is over, and he no longer has the opportunity to fight. Elif honestly admits defeat, realizing that what she has shown in this battle is already enough. Suddenly, a strange dark silhouette appears behind Qing. Too small to be human, Qing doesn't have time to react and falls under the influence of a strange creature behind him. He has time to wonder what it is, but soon control over his body begins to return. Elif watches the strange event in horror, trying to understand what is happening. Gaola's head tries to connect with Qing's body and happily notes that he was previously written off. A few moments later, a sword emerges from the head. A creature representing the Great Apostle. The creature tests the capabilities of the new body and wonders how to use the sword. Gob, frightened, notes that the head suddenly popped out and took control of Qing's body. The situation quickly gets out of control, and Qing, under the influence of the Dark Apostle, begins to attack the audience. Peaceful citizens try to scatter, realizing that the protective barrier is about to explode. Eli Sogus reports that the enemy has turned into an apostle, and Luna Sogus still doesn't know what to do. Tagore Severus watches with surprising indifference, noting that the outcome is quite unexpected. Li Ping believes that they should intervene to save the people. Elizabeth notes that to manage the world one must get used to such changes, and suggests remaining inactive. Li Ping agrees with this view, believing that kings should not waste time on the problems of ordinary people. Burrs believes they knew about it, and wanted to make sure they could do a good job. He understands that he must do everything to satisfy Li Ping and Elizabeth. Barry hopes that if Burrs goes to save his daughter, it will show that he doesn't have enough people. The Dark Apostle rejoices in his new body, noting that he feels comfortable in it. Elif looks closely at her opponent, and realizes that she is dealing with a dark guild. The Apostle smiles nastily and asks her where her polite manners have gone and why she allows herself so much. Elif frees the true deck and realizes that she has nothing to fear when fighting the Dark Guild. After this, her magical power instantly reaches incredible heights, causing envy in many. The Dark Apostle realizes that he is facing a rather powerful opponent, so he decides to finish him off immediately. He rushes forward, hoping to break Elif's resistance before she reaches a new level of power. Moments later, the dark energy collides with Elif's energy, causing a powerful explosion that sows death and destruction. Once the smoke clears, it becomes clear that she was unharmed thanks to the summoned creature. Elif proudly notes that she summoned the Divine Protector with a combination of 5s. Li Ping watches what is happening with interest, noting that it all seems familiar to him. The dwarf representative watches what is happening with even greater interest, realizing that it all looks impressive. Tagore Severus realizes that this is a derivative of the Phantom, and remembers the 13 holy warriors about whom legends are made. Barry asks Burrs if this is the same move he used to defeat one of the 6 pillars. Burrs reports that he used 9s at the time, although he would have preferred 5s. Elif attacks the Dark Apostle and orders him to leave Qin's body, which he has been in for too long. Qing, under the control of the Dark Apostle, continues to dodge the deadly attacks without much difficulty. However, fighting such an opponent will not be a walk in the park, as Li Ping's cards are a real treasure. The apostle wonders where ordinary cards get so much power from. He compliments Elif, noting that he will return to her after the battle is over. At first he decides to retreat, but the plan fails because he is confronted by a defender card. Moreover, the defender's colleague comes to his aid, and they begin an impromptu game of ping-pong. The trials that the Dark Apostle will have to go through are becoming increasingly difficult. The Dark Apostle states that he was just born and therefore cannot die here. As a desperate move, he decides to use his final technique, called the Sword of Fury. This gives the impression that he has prevented the subsequent attack and was able to rise into the air. However, it is too early to rejoice, since he is enclosed in a special energy cube. The Dark Apostle realizes that he has been trapped all this time and has just made the wrong choice. His body is encased in a special form called the Sacred Club Skill. Elif concentrates all her powers to make the creatures she controls attack the Apostle. The creatures rush forward and begin to push against the walls of the club, deforming it. In this way, they gradually isolate the Apostle's dark presence and cleanse Qing's body of its harmful influence. The Dark Apostle desperately tries to grasp the mind of his victim, but is gradually thrown aside. He understands that the end is near and tries to beg for salvation, but it becomes obvious that he will achieve nothing. His body quickly disintegrates, leaving behind only a small fragment of the dark mechanism and freeing Qing. Elif, watching her enemy fall, realizes that she accidentally struck too powerful a blow. Qing does indeed get seriously injured, but Burrs is proud of his daughter and notes that everyone should be happy. Li Ping turns to her companion, noticing that it was Elif in front of them, and tries to remember how they met. Elizabeth turns around angrily and wonders who disguised Elif so poorly. Burrs catches the Demon Queen's displeased look and realizes that he rejoiced too soon. He quickly bows to them, explaining that he didn't mean to spoil the viewing experience, and asks for forgiveness. Li Ping watches him closely and quickly recognizes who he is. He rises joyfully, waves his hand, and notes that he has many questions. Burrs takes this cheerful greeting differently, and assumes that the master is dissatisfied with his skills. Barry tries to figure out who this man is that Burrs shows so much respect for. After some time, a meeting is formed among the most important people in the arena. Li Ping looks around and remarks that he is surprised to be here, as he has done nothing. Elizabeth believes that in the current situation in the world, it would be a good idea to be present if he is going to govern it in the future. Barry congratulates Burrs on his victory, and says that discussing the details can wait. Burrs states that he would like to first introduce the distinguished guests who have come, pointing to Li Ping. Elizabeth's gaze reminds him of the spell she cast on them. Burrs and Elif say they cannot disclose who is with Li Ping for personal reasons. Barry is surprised and wonders what these reasons are. Burrs feels the spell on his neck starting to activate and tries to figure out how to deal with this issue. Li Ping suggests that Burrs is afraid of revealing that Elizabeth is the Demon Queen since it is known to everyone. After this, Li Ping declares that from now on, she should be called a princess to better hide her true identity. Elizabeth turns up her nose again, noting that she doesn't care at all what he does. Li Ping explains that they are actually from a small country in the south. He is a minister there, and Elizabeth is an ordinary princess. Hui says his hometown is nearby, but he has never heard of Elizabeth. Burrs quickly nods, agreeing that Li Ping is not lying, since he personally taught him how to handle cards. Li Ping notes that his powers are exaggerated as he has no particular talent, and would like to learn swordsmanship from Burrs. Luna Sogus doesn't understand how anyone could want to learn swordsmanship after creating such powerful cards. Meanwhile, Elif approaches Li Ping and asks what he thinks of her skills during the fight. Li Ping turns around in surprise and tries to understand why they approached him now. Burrs asks him to be completely honest, and wonders if she is missing something. Li Ping says he has nothing to say because he didn't expect them to use the cards in this way. Burrs notes that he couldn't compare to him, and admits that he was selfish for creating copies of the cards and making a guild without Li Ping's permission. Elif also apologizes, noting that she is now at her limit. Li Ping praises them, noting that they have nothing to apologize for, and that if they continue like this, they will be able to attract more people. Elif and Burrs, being somewhat confused, interpret his words in their own way. Li Ping mentally admits that he envies them, because he understands nothing about magic and does not realize its power. Tagore Severus, meanwhile, notices that this is all becoming more and more amusing. Using the Demon Eye skill, he realizes that Elizabeth is emitting enormous magical power, while Li Ping is almost empty. Elizabeth mentally feels a magical gaze on herself and tries to figure out who is looking at her. Tagore Severus turns away in fear, wondering if he has been exposed by the magic. Elizabeth examines her interlocutor and confesses to her companion that she is going to neutralize one of them. Li Ping decides to resort to emergency measures to distract the Demon Queen from thoughts of battle. He uses pudding, and it works just as effectively as the first time. Barry decides to stop the chaos for a moment and coughs audibly several times. He notes that it is time to stop chatting and get back to discussing the meeting, which is actually quite important. He expresses a desire to discuss forming an alliance, as they urgently need to surround and suppress the Dark Guild. Hui places a tray with a small bag on the table and says that they should take a look at it. Once it opens, Barry notes that it is a dark mechanism assembled using the Sword of Purification during the competition. Li Ping looks at these strange artifacts with interest and wonders what they are. Burrs says that as long as a person accepts the power of the Dark Guild, such mechanisms will develop in his body. A representative of the dwarven race notes that the Dark People have indeed learned to operate many of these mechanisms. Luna Sogus says that Gaola passed the test of the Sword of Purification, which means that he somehow gained power after the procedure. Tagore Severus states that only those with the lowest degree of fusion can be detected by the Sword of Sensation. In the first case, the degree of fusion is the lowest, and the owner cannot tolerate it, suffering from a response. In the second case, the host can withstand the power, but is unable to control it, turning into what they saw in the arena. In the third case, the subject has complete control over the force, and his power grows at a breakneck speed. He adds that regardless of the type of fusion, they must obey the person who gave them these powers. King wonders if he almost became a great apostle under the influence of the creature. Tagore Severus notes that it is not known for certain, but with his skills he would have become a pillar demon, which is higher than the level of an apostle. Barry thanks Burrs for his help, as he wouldn't have been able to control his powers otherwise. Qing notes that his defeat in today's battle is natural, and Elif deserved to win. Elif explains that the main reason for her victory is due to Master Li Ping's incredible cards. The dwarf representative continues drinking beer and asks Li Ping where he learned to create such artifacts. Taking a closer look, he realizes that the sword on Li Ping's back is also not ordinary. Li Ping explains that he simply enjoys making things to kill some time. Luna Sogus notes that if the Swordmaster were here, the guild would not dare to invade. Li Ping turns to Bursu and asks where the Swordmaster is now. Burrs says that it is not very wise of him to express his opinion, since he is no longer a member of the guild. Barry notes that there is nothing wrong with this, since it will no longer be possible to hide some news. The main one looks at the leader in surprise and asks if the rumors about the events were true. Tagore Severus explains that after a rebellion in the Lightsaber Guild, their fighting strength was depleted, and their master went missing. Barry confirms the veracity of this information, adding that after the Swordmaster sent them information 6 months ago, there was no more news about him. Li Ping is very surprised by the news of the rebellion, and tries to understand how it is possible for the Swordmaster to go missing. Hui clarifies that the Elder of the Elder Axe who betrayed the guild was supposed to be captured, but he did not return. Qing explains that his previous mission was to assist the Swordmaster, but when he arrived, no one was there. Qing also notes that no one doubts the Swordmaster's strength, but he himself has seen something terrible. After this, he says that he went into the mountains to search and discovered a brutal battlefield. He tried to examine it, using his dexterity, which still serves him well. However, once he reached the right elevation to survey the battlefield, he saw horrific destruction. It turned out that half of the region had been razed to the ground, leaving very deep cuts. Qing notes that he is still terrified to imagine the brutal battle that took place between these warriors. Barry clarifies that the battle was caused by the Elder Axe receiving the ultimate magical weapon. Barry adds that it is a giant axe named Daizan, which emits terrifying power and its strength is enormous. Representatives of the dwarves note that they have tested all the weapons they have ever created and have found nothing similar. Li Ping addresses his friends, saying that he still cannot understand who this elder is and why he betrayed the guild. Burrs explains that the head of the guild is the Swordmaster, under whom there are 5 elders who help resolve various matters. After that, he points to Elder Barry, who is in charge of swordsmanship. But there are 4 more. One of these elders was Axe, but because he betrayed the guild during the rebellion, he was able to kill all the others. Barry explains that unfortunately, he was the only elder left in the guild, and everyone else had betrayed it. He also notes that he was betrayed by his own son, Taurus, and Li Ping asks if he is talking about the sword-wielding centaur. Barry looks at the main character in surprise and asks how his son is doing now, if they somehow miraculously saw each other. Li Ping, realizing that the world is incredibly strange, admits that unfortunately, his dear son died in battle. Barry states that it doesn't matter anymore, as that is the fate of a traitor, and he deserves no mercy. Barry adds that he wants to unite to fight the Dark Guild, and the dwarf representatives note that it will be difficult to establish supplies. Tagore Severus says that these are not the best of times and wonders how the Dark Guild can be destroyed. Barry notes that everything depends on Burrs, who must return to his position as deputy head of the guild. Barry emphasizes that he considers him the most suitable candidate, adding that if Elif has the cards, it could make her a good elder. Elif says she is not fit to be a lightsaber elder because she lacks experience. Barry says that as long as Burrs agrees, he can guarantee that everything will go smoothly and promises to share resources. Hui confirms the elder's sincerity of intentions, noting that being the deputy head means having an army under his command. Burrs asks Li Ping what he thinks about this, noting that under the Sword Guild's leadership, card skills are spreading faster. Li Ping says there is a saying in his hometown that it is easier to become a top manager in a large company than to start your own business. He also adds that those who are more ambitious can open their own business, and the choice depends on personal desires. Burrs, living in another reality, perceives Li Ping's words in a completely opposite way. He assumes that they are trying to guide him towards independence, but he cannot refuse Barry. Barry says that if he is still unhappy with the terms, he can offer other options. Burrs rises abruptly from the table and declares that the elder no longer needs to offer anything. After this, he explains that he founded his own guild not for fame, but to improve his skills. Barry looks at him and asks if he really thought it through, not understanding why he made such a decision. Li Ping notes that the conditions are quite good, although he is secretly disappointed that he chose them. Burrs says that he refuses to return to the guild, but will still take responsibility for the destruction of the Dark Servants. Barry notes that in this case, the guild will recognize the legitimacy of the Card Guild, and will assist them as much as possible. Li Ping says he can only praise Burrs for his incredible courage and determination. Burrs explains that he did it to make Li Ping happy, and Elif vows to work hard. Barry approaches the dwarf representative and asks when the king will return from seclusion. His interlocutor explains that he cannot share such details with him, but notes that they have a serious shortage of whetstones. Tagore Severus says he is neutral, but can cast a spell to enchant a weapon. Barry sums things up by explaining that they need to discuss plans, and that in 2 months they will be able to pull themselves together. Li Ping raises his hand and says that he would like to join them in this crusade against the Dark Guild. Barry considers him as a candidate and asks why he decided to join. Li Ping explains that he would like to join the guild to learn swordsmanship, as it is not too late to start. Burrs and Ilif are very surprised, assuming that the master has such talents that he simply does not need to wield a sword. Li Ping says that the princess herself set this condition for him, so all questions are addressed to her. Elizabeth continues to eat her pudding, completely oblivious to everything around her. Burrs and Elif point out that there is no point in this, since they already trust his plan, which will definitely be brilliant. Barry also says that he has no objections to this decision, and will gladly accept the new recruit. He also asks what his magical level is so he can figure out where to best direct it. Li Ping explains that he has taken similar tests before, and his magic level is 0, because he doesn't understand anything about it. Hui notes that in that case, he will not be able to use the magic sword that the elder is learning. Li Ping asks if there is a swordsmanship skill that does not require magical power. Barry says that such art exists, but only one person has mastered it. With sadness in his voice, he explains that this person is the sword master, and if he finds her, she will definitely teach him. Burrs confirms that this is indeed true, and no one but the sword master can teach him. Li Ping assumes that they are trying to turn him down gently, and says that he understands perfectly well what they mean. Tagore Severus, meanwhile, takes out a small book and explains that he would like to record something. He turns to the book to write down some symbols, and soon these symbols begin to move. He notes that he has written down several fencing spells that can help the protagonist. Li Ping receives them as a gift, and wonders how to use them, while Elizabeth finally finishes the pudding. After this, she haughtily remarks that since she has dealt with the pudding, it is time to get down to business. With these words, she sharply squeezes the package, simultaneously using a special spell. Within seconds, Tagore Severus bursts like a balloon, drenching half the office with his entrails. Meanwhile, we are transported to an unknown place far from here and witness a giant explosion in the sand dunes. A swordmaster named Cherry Saugus commands his targets to come to light and stop hiding from justice. She is confronted by Elder Axe, who wonders what her problem is and why she is following him. Cherry Saugus explains that she must uncover his crimes of joining a dark guild and destroy him. Immediately after this, she uses the slash skill to finish off the target as quickly as possible. The matter obeys her movements and creates another explosion in the area where the Dark Axe was just located. However, it turns out that these forces are not enough to overcome the enemy's resistance. The Elder Axe still holds its place, digging its strength into its weapon. Having received an incredible amount of energy, he decides to make a counterattack, and sends a dark wave towards Cherry Saugus. Cherry, in turn, easily dodges, since the wave does not fly fast enough. The enemy explains that as the bond between him and the axe grows stronger, they will pose less and less of a threat. Cherry states that if he continues like this, he will soon be completely controlled by the axe and lose himself. However, Elder Axe does not accept her words, explaining that he sees nothing wrong with this. He gives himself entirely to the power of the weapon, adding that after experiencing the higher power, they will understand that this is in fact a great benefit. He hopes that everything will be fine soon, and asks the machine to take his body forever. Within moments, his body begins to change with incredible speed. His movements also change significantly, and he develops female breasts. A woman's voice from his lips declares that he will not leave alone anyone who dares to leave her. With each passing second, the body changes more and more, acquiring more feminine features. In the end, only one head remains of the Elder, but even it no longer speaks with a voice that is not his own. Cherry calls the Elder an idiot who has fallen completely under the control of the dark mechanism. Wrathful Axe explains that she is being greatly underestimated because this mechanism does not control her. Grabbing him, she declares that compared to his indignation, the dark force is absolutely insignificant. With these words, he begins to tear off his skin along with the Elder's face, which is firmly stuck to it. After a few moments, the mysterious face of the girl, which is the embodiment of an axe, is revealed. Grabbing her own weapon, she says she finally feels much better now. Cherry explains that this cannot be allowed to happen, so she must destroy it right now. Without thinking twice, she summons a level 5 superweapon called Phantom, which has amazing characteristics. Daizan raises his weapon threateningly towards Cherry and orders her to come closer. Her opponent immediately makes a quick forward attack and decides to use her matter-splitting skill. A gigantic explosion occurs, creating an incredibly large sand crater. Cherry says that the Elder is dead, so she has no need to show mercy, and this will all be over quickly. However, it suddenly turns out that her attack was not so successful, and her weapon was destroyed. Daizan explains that she only took over this body recently, so she can still take a few hits, and then praises her. Cherry wonders in her mind if her most powerful weapon was unable to harm this creature. Daizan acts rather arrogantly, as befits almost everyone in this world, and says that he thinks he'll start warming up. He advises Cherry to think carefully, adding that he is in no hurry and has all the time in the world. His arrogance betrays either an incredible master or just another inexperienced teenager. Cherry decides that this opponent is still not worth taking seriously and moves on to a new tactic. Taking advantage of this, she creates several types of weapons at once, which must be immediately released into battle. To begin with, she decides to use fusion tactics to gain several combat advantages at once. The candidates include superweapons, including a spear and an insect sickle, each of which is legendary. A cloud curtain appears as these weapons merge together, creating something stunning. After this, she grabs the Staff of Cthulhu and decides to use the space distortion skill. She creates a gigantic amount of weapons that she owns in order to combine them in different ways. Each of these weapons is inherently one of the most powerful and cannot be compared with its analogs. The combination of these weapons serves the purpose of confusing the enemy and striking him at the most unexpected moment. Meanwhile, Daizan is realigning his bones and decides it's time for the final stage of his warm-up. Cherry continues to throw everything she has into the fight to defeat her opponent. Daizan continues to warm up, explaining that he doesn't plan to run away anywhere, so he'll just wait a little longer. Cherry reflects that she used almost all of her skills to defeat her opponent. In any case, the total effect of these actions will be very close to destruction magic. With maximum concentration, she rushes forward to deliver a crushing blow. The first thing that comes out is the Arrow of Destruction, which should distract the enemy. Daizan doesn't even allow the enemy to continue the combo and delivers one chopping blow after another. This way, she neutralizes all the projectiles that fly towards her without any problems. The skills this creature possesses exceed all possible expectations and are unparalleled. Cherry thus finds herself in a situation where she will most likely lose if she takes any action. At the last second, she decides to use the Abyss's defense magic to summon several swords. They are incredibly strong and should protect her from shadow cutting. However, it quickly becomes clear that she is not succeeding, and she suffers serious damage. These injuries could be fatal, but it is still unknown what the fate of the Swordmaster will be. All that becomes clear is that she suffers a crushing defeat in this fight. Daizan watches as Cherry crashes into a sand dune and remarks that it was the strangest battle yet. After this, she explains that the warm-up is over, which means it's time to get down to business. The tense eye, fixed on her weapon, begins to move from side to side, searching for a target. Daizan synchronizes with his weapon and tries to find the main enemy. As expected, her opponent turns out to be a legendary hero who once inflicted an irreparable insult on her. She also discovers Elizabeth and realizes that she is the main target that must be eliminated. Meanwhile, Elizabeth lazily lies down on the sofa and takes the remote control to turn on the TV series. She explains that there is nothing better than coming home and doing nothing, enjoying the idleness of her life. Li Ping sits down next to her and says that he feels very tired, so world domination is not for him. Elizabeth insists that what they agreed on must be done and promises to help him with it. Li Ping reminds her that next time she should be more restrained and warn her when she is about to do something stupid. To understand what they're talking about, we're transported back in time for a moment to when she blew up Tagore Severus. Elizabeth reminds everyone to stay alert and not move. Naturally, the rest of the meeting members do not understand anything and immediately grab their weapons, expecting an attempted attack. The only exception is the dwarf envoy, who suggests that it would be more interesting to watch the spectacle. Burrs gets up from the table and asks everyone to calm down and listen to him carefully. Immediately after this, he turns to the main character and asks him to explain what happened here. Elizabeth explains that she now understands perfectly why they all fell under the influence of the Dark Guild. She begins to control the small clot of spells that Tagore Severus gave to Li Ping and throws it onto the table. After this, she asks the others to be on guard and decides to use dispel magic to reveal her true nature. After a few moments, the spells transform into a strange parasite that somewhat resembles an octopus. Barry watches the creature in surprise and tries to figure out what it is and how to deal with it. Li Ping looks at the creature with great surprise as the parasite targets him. The creature immediately rushes forward to bite into the body of the legendary hero. Li Ping puts his hands forward, hoping that he can catch it, but his hope is in vain. At this point, Elizabeth intervenes and decides that the creature can be eliminated by simply snapping her fingers. This strategy actually works, as the parasite immediately turns into a small cutlet. Hui notes that even the body of the creature that pretended to be Tagore Severus turned out to be a spell. Luna Sogus and Ellie Sogus are trying to figure out how this man joined the Dark Guild and why he decided to come here. Elizabeth explains that this technique is different from the dark mechanisms and allows for concealment. She states that if he were allowed to cast the spell, the place would become a breeding ground for parasites. Barry asks how she knew about this, to which she pointedly replies that it is none of their business. Barry smiles and notes that although they are weakened, the situation is still not something to be taken lightly. Burrs understands that it is necessary to prevent conflict and tries to figure out what to do. He turns to the protagonist again and asks if he can explain what is happening to those present. Li Ping says that they are asking him, but he himself has not yet figured out what is going on here. Elizabeth feels tired, grabs Li Ping's hand and says that she wants to go home to drink tea. Li Ping quickly says goodbye to Burrs, who asks in surprise if they will not tell anything. Elizabeth turns around wearily and asks if they've finished chatting. Burrs falls silent, so as not to irritate the queen, who has the patience of a small child. Barry informs his comrade that they will be heading south to investigate. Li Ping tells the queen that next time she should warn him in advance, so that he is mentally prepared. Elizabeth notes that there were several ways to detect that the person was suspicious. She still naively believes that Amelia is strong enough to destroy all the other minions. Li Ping says he was genuinely scared and hopes there are no such creatures in his yard. He first tries to turn to her for help, but comes to the conclusion that he has no magical power, so it is pointless. Elizabeth speculates that the man doesn't emit magical energy, so only she could sense that something was wrong. However, in reality, she sees in his words another attempt to assert himself at her expense. The Demon Queen's very fragile ego can't handle this, and she believes that he doesn't deserve her attention. Li Ping explains that he doesn't know how to fight with a sword, so he needs her help, but she immediately refuses. Elizabeth claims that he must abide by the conditions that he can rule the world only through swordsmanship and magic. Li Ping says they never discussed it, but Elizabeth claims they just discussed it. He, sitting on the sofa, explains that in this case he will simply ask Uncle Burrs for advice, who is still in a state of readiness. Alpha suddenly appears to give his comrade some advice. He immediately recommends that he surrender, noting that he does not see anyone among these people who could teach them how to handle a sword. Alpha adds that even after they gave up magic, none of their techniques worked, meaning they were useless. Li Ping agrees that his words make sense, but notes that he still needs to learn pure swordsmanship. After this, an idea suddenly dawns on him, and he realizes that he needs to look for some little thing. Alpha watches what is happening with interest, noting that he still knows nothing about the place and the situation. He wonders what kind of place it is that could make Elizabeth stay here all day and not want to rule the world. He decides to take a little walk to check out the strange objects that are here. The first thing he encounters is a microwave, a fan, and a robot vacuum cleaner, which does its job valiantly. Alpha notes that these are extremely strange devices that look like pieces of garbage. However, after a few moments he feels an incredible pressure, as if someone is about to cut him. His heart skips a beat and he leans heavily on the nearby table. Looking back at Li Ping, he realized that such a strong desire to kill was not inherent in him. He also notices that this desire comes from the Demon Queens, as her desire is much more frightening. In search of answers, he turns his gaze to the kitchen utensils located nearby. Alpha realizes that he is right, because the aura emanating from an ordinary knife makes an indelible impression on him. He begins to feel a fear that he has never experienced since his birth. He starts screaming loudly and explains that he wants to leave this terrible place to avoid danger. Li Ping turns towards Alf, who had just run away, and tries to understand what that was all about. However, he decides to move on to more important things, since he has found what he was looking for so intensely. In front of him appears the art of a special heavenly sword, which he considered useless and simply threw on the shelf. After skimming through the contents, he quickly closes the book, realizing that it would be perfect for him. He notes that there are a total of 13 movements with this sword, which seem quite simple. He also emphasizes that this does not require magic and decides to ask Elizabeth for help in mastering this technique. Elizabeth immediately becomes lazy and says that he should handle it himself, and she wants to lie down for a while. Li Ping realizes that Elizabeth is useless in almost all matters, so he decides to find Alpha and train on his own. After this, he opens the door and calmly leaves to get ready for training. Elizabeth watches him go, knowing that victory is in her pocket, since he does not know how to wield a sword. From her point of view, she would let him practice slowly, and when he didn't understand what to do, she would emphasize her superiority. Meanwhile, Li Ping goes outside to look for his trusty sword, but it does not respond to his cries. Suddenly he finds him near the woodpile and asks why the sword has returned to its original form. He also notes that if he ignores it, the sword itself will force him to start training. Alpha doesn't object, so Li Ping decides to learn the first move by carefully opening the textbook and looking at it. This move is called the Dragonfly, and Li Ping decides to put in maximum effort to master it. Somewhere 300 meters from here, a brutal battle begins again, in which a giant toad takes part. Despite the toad's incredible skills, she has a very difficult time in this fight against Daizan. However, Li Ping decides to use a technique that is supposed to help him in stressful situations. This technique is called Acidic Blood Mist, and is designed to slow down detection as well as deal heavy damage. Daizan ignores all these advanced techniques and rushes into battle with utmost directness. She explains that once she finishes off the giant toad, the rest of the monsters will also submit and surrender. Taking aim, she uses a simple kick skill backed by her incredible hatred. The impact is so powerful that the toad flies several kilometers before hitting the ground. The giant monster croaks with difficulty, realizing that if emergency measures are not taken, he will simply die here. Daizan explains that there are many high-level monsters here, which she made her guard dogs to hide. Rushing forward, she notes that her peaceful intervention is coming to an end. However, just as she gets within striking distance, something suddenly blocks her incredible power. This substance turns out to be a soundproof energy barrier of the highest level. Moments later, a familiar power appears on the giant toad's head, and Daizan prepares for another fight. Vankai watches the supposed enemy carefully and barks cautiously, trying to figure out who it is. The giant toad, echoing his voice, explains that since his dear older brother has joined, he gives in. After this, she immediately retreats, leaving the small dog alone against Daizan. A brave woman tries to threaten the protagonist's pet, noting that if he doesn't want to die, he needs to leave. Instead of responding, Vankai quickly restores the system and checks the list of authorized persons. Quite quickly, he comes to the conclusion that there is an intruder in front of him who must be destroyed. A moment later, he raises his defense level to 3 and fires a massive amount of missiles towards Daizan. A powerful explosion occurs, and now the axes, maddened by their hatred, meet with serious resistance. Meanwhile, Li Ping continues to practice with his sword, gaining more and more combat experience. Wiping away the sweat, he notes that he has finally learned all the moves, and it turned out not to be so difficult. A moment later, the sword transforms back into a man, right in his hands. Li Ping looks at Alpha in surprise and wonders if he has finally decided to show up. Alpha, meanwhile, assumes a meditative pose, and after a few moments opens his eyes, showing that he has recovered. Li Ping happily explains that this is very timely, as he needs advice on sword technique. Alpha looks at him in surprise and asks what he means by these demands. Li Ping notes that he understands that training with the heavenly sword is only for strengthening the body. Alpha suddenly remembers how he ended up here and why he turned into a sword. He says that he fled from there, experiencing incredible horror from the simple cutlery made by Li Ping. From his point of view, even these devices were enough to defeat him in an equal fight, so he decided to run away. The moment the weapon admits defeat, its aura disappears, and it returns to its original form. Thus, he decides to surrender and cowardly runs away, turning into an ordinary piece of metal. Alpha suffers from a serious inferiority complex due to the fact that kitchen utensils turned out to be stronger than him. He suggests that the legendary hero saved him with his swordsmanship, giving him another chance. He relives the protagonist's last words to himself and gives them a different meaning. After this, he begins to tremble and explains that he is very sorry that he was not strong enough. Looking around, he wonders what the meaning of his existence is and how he got here. In his teenage hysteria, he turns into a weapon again and flies away, declaring that he no longer wants to live in this place. Li Ping sadly sees him off and wonders how he will train if this sword just leaves. Meanwhile, not far from here, the battle continues with increasing intensity, causing more and more destruction. Daizan asks Wang Kai if he is ready to serve until the end of his days, and invites him to join. Wang Kai does not want to hear such proposals, since his life already seems quite comfortable to him. Daizan notes that he does not know how to appreciate what is offered and asks him to cooperate in order to save time. As she prepares for the next stage of the fight, she emphasizes that this does not mean she is afraid or will give up. As she falls, she uses her slashing skill to test her strength. Wang Kai calmly jumps aside, since such attacks no longer pose a threat to him. However, this impact proves to be very destructive and destroys a huge amount of soil. Wang Kai quickly analyzes the damage to determine how serious the enemy is. He understands that if nothing is done, the impact will reach the entire mantle, which will lead to an explosion of magma. This will also cause abnormal earthquakes, meaning the projectile needs to be intercepted. Using his robotic arm, he quickly intercepts energy waves and stops them. Cherry charges forward and uses another slash, sending a dark projectile forward. Wang Kai is nevertheless prepared for such an outcome of events, and pulls out another special arm from his body. With this hand he intercepts the second projectile, and now the time comes to connect the polarities of these matters. It immediately activates the absorption process in order to nourish itself with both poles at once. In this way, it gradually disperses the dark projectiles, neutralizing the threat that could damage the host's land. It also recharges his combat batteries, taking him to the next level and healing previous damage. Daizan can't believe that someone was able to absorb all of her attacks, despite being confident of her victory. Wang Kai explains that this is a very tasty energy, and as a token of gratitude, he can let it go right now. Daizan realizes that she will now have to use the technique that was originally intended for that heartless brute. She concentrates all her rage, torment, and sadness that have been accumulating inside her for 500 years, and is ready to break out. She also begins to laugh loudly and notes that she will soon understand how lucky she would be if she died now. By aiming her powers, she fires a powerful beam filled with fierce resentment, which is intended to destroy all living things. Meanwhile, Wang Kai calmly rummages through his inventory and discovers a special perfect mirror that Li Ping made. With the help of this mirror, he blocks the beam of pure energy and redirects it in another direction. Daizan only manages to twitch and discovers that her destructive magic, which she is so proud of, has had no effect. However, she was able to fly somewhere into the sky and destroy a couple of planets located at a great distance. Daizan can't believe that 500 years of her grudge have dissipated so easily and disappeared in an instant. Suddenly Wang Kai decides it's time to end the pointless fight and calls in his drone helpers. Daizan watches these annoying flying drones and notes that she will destroy them right now so that they do not interfere with her sowing death. However, at that very second she finds herself under the influence of a force field with an overload of 10G. Wang Kai lies nearby and explains that after that fierce woman, she is the most difficult opponent he has ever fought. Luckily, it is constantly being updated, so it has special countermeasures and increases the severity of the force field. Daizan angrily reflects on how her 500 years of grudges cannot end like this, without a glorious outcome. She emphasizes that she will not give up under any circumstances, but now a 100G force field begins to affect her. The axe simply breaks under such pressure, releasing the evil spirit in an unknown direction. Wang Kai notes that high-level invaders have been appearing lately, meaning he needs to level up. Before he can get anywhere, a woman's hand suddenly appears from the ground. Wang Kai jumps back in fear, assuming that his opponent is still not dead despite his efforts. As he gets closer, he suddenly sees Cherry on the ground, who still has a pendant that grants maximum luck. Meanwhile, Elizabeth continues watching TV and comes across an advertisement that begins to irritate her. She also discovers that the chips she's been eating all this time are gone. Smiling, she finds the most delicious thing in the box, small potato crumbs with seasoning. After pouring it onto her finger and tasting it, she notes that the taste is truly magnificent. After that, she throws the crumpled packaging into the trash and decides to take a walk around the house. As she opens the door, she assumes that Li Ping is probably suffering from his training and is waiting for her help. From her point of view, she could help him if she wanted to, since she herself had gone through hellish training before she could master the art. When she goes out, she believes that at the moment when he doesn't understand what to do and is ready to give up, she will help him. However, Li Ping meets her request calmly and asks her not to make too much noise, after which he returns to his meditation. Elizabeth looks at him in surprise, then takes a few steps towards him. She wonders why he trains while sitting cross-legged with a yin-yang sign behind him. Li Ping doesn't answer her questions and continues to ignore her attempts to tease him. Elizabeth begins to get angry and notes that she is talking to him with a wounded pride. She also suggests that he has failed and feels awkward, not knowing how to turn to her for help. Li Ping ignores all her empty tirades aimed at demonstrating superiority. Afterwards, he smiles, explaining that he didn't hear anything because he had just finished meditating. Elizabeth becomes even more angry, noting that this explains a lot about his behavior in the last few minutes. She advises him not to delude himself, adding that he must learn to wield a sword, otherwise meditation will be meaningless. Li Ping suddenly picks up a small stick and explains that these exercises develop the mind and body, and he has already succeeded in this. Elizabeth doesn't believe him and assumes that he is just trying to make a fool of himself, but she decides to help him anyway. Li Ping notes that the most important thing in this practice is to remain calm, focus your gaze, and then adopt the correct posture. Immediately after this, as a demonstration, he shows her the movements of a dragonfly touching water. Elizabeth is surprised that the protagonist achieves such power with just one move, but realizes that he is still a legendary hero. Li Ping continues to perform a set of exercises, gradually moving on to the movement of the wind that sways the willows. After this, he depicts a swallow that catches insects and moves with incredible grace. He displays a lotus leaf-shaped weapon to show how deeply he has mastered this art. Elizabeth understands that they will have to keep their words, since the main character's strength is much higher. She notices that he looks completely different than he did just a few minutes ago. Li Ping sits down carefully, noting that it is time to change position again. After this, he takes an additional stance to use the sudden thunderclap skill. Elizabeth realizes that he urgently needs to be restrained so that she can continue to feel stronger than him. Li Ping, meanwhile, uses the blue dragon move that emerges from the water. A giant body of water appears around them, and an incredible creature bursts forward. Elizabeth decides to call upon her world-destroying technique to at least do something to counter it. The sky becomes covered with red clouds, and another strange creature appears there. Elizabeth summons a demonic dragon to battle the legendary hero once again. Dragons rush towards each other to find out whose reserves of spiritual energy will be higher. On one hand, the demonic dragon burns with the true fury of the demon queen. On the other hand, the dragon that Li Ping owns remains calm, but remains a very formidable warrior. Ultimately, Li Ping's dragon rushes forward with incredible ease, destroying its opponent. Not a second passes before the clouds part, and they find themselves again in front of the full moon, which illuminates them with its cool gaze. Elizabeth begins to get angry, realizing that her power has become incredibly weakened, and this seems absurd to her. Li Ping continues the exercise routine and notes that one must be dispassionate and maintain peace in the heart. Changing his stance, he emphasizes that only in this way can one comprehend the secrets of the heavenly sword. After this, he touches the moon in the lake with his wand, and it rises up, as if on his command. The massive celestial body begins to affect everything around it, and Elizabeth notes that it is showing power again. Gradually the moon grows, and Elizabeth understands that in this case she will destroy him without mercy. However, before she can do anything, the gravitational pull becomes stronger, and she is lifted into the air. Elizabeth takes her power to the next level, declaring that she will not allow anyone to control her. All her efforts are in vain, and she rises higher and higher into space. Moments later, she finds herself in an unknown place, realizing that the legendary hero has changed the world again. Li Ping explains that as the movement improves, the mind comes to a state of calm and begins to understand the mysteries. After this, he uses his ninth move, called Meteor, to rush towards the moon with incredible force. At that very moment, a huge number of giant celestial bodies rush towards Elizabeth. She understands that each meteor is comparable in power to her destructive magic, and there are still quite a lot of them. It seems there is no escape, so she needs to take a radically different approach to the battle. She transforms into a higher demonic form to deal with a threat of this level. Elizabeth admits she was wrong to underestimate him, but if he thinks he can defeat her, he's mistaken. With one easy movement, she cuts one of the meteors, heading her way into two parts. However, this turns out to be insufficient, as hundreds and possibly thousands of similar objects are already flying in its direction. Elizabeth continues to scream, noting that the legendary hero is wrong to think she is easy prey. She begins to fly from side to side, cutting down one object after another with her incredible strength. After this, she selects targets from the main character and rushes forward, intending to finish him off. Li Ping remains absolutely calm, realizing that Elizabeth is no match for him in this situation. Elizabeth rushes forward, declaring that she is the strongest swordsman in history, and that it won't change anything. Li Ping uses the skill of duality of all existence at the last moment and quickly dissolves into space. Elizabeth continues to destroy everything around her and realizes that she needs to create a crack in the giant satellite. In less than a few seconds, the moon collides with meteorites and other objects that were just plant and cosmic bodies. Elizabeth hopes that her desire to kill him does not overwhelm her, and she does not destroy him in this moment. Li Ping suddenly appears before her in a greatly enlarged form, emphasizing that inner peace is key. Elizabeth looks at her opponent in surprise, not believing that she was unable to inflict any damage on him. Li Ping explains that the state of mind is spaciousness, and the embodiment of the heavenly sword is the body in harmony with nature. After this, he uses the 10th move, with which he can catch the moon in the water and connect it back. Elizabeth begins to scold herself for being distracted from her mission by worrying about him. She decides to take her chance and finally end it by unleashing all her demonic power. The release of such a force causes a gigantic explosion that shakes everything around. Her body gradually blurs, but her power only increases. Elizabeth points out that Li Ping shouldn't take this as a threat, as she is capable of the same thing as him. Li Ping moves on to the final stage, focusing on developing the mind in meditation, using a swordless movement. After this, he uses the enlightenment skill, and his copies begin to fill the space. Elizabeth still looks at him with disdain, noting that her skills are far stronger than what she sees. A moment later, she creates even more copies of herself, realizing that each of them is almost as powerful as her. Li Ping continues to repeat the mantra, performing elegant and smooth movements, oblivious to it. Elizabeth assumes he is retreating, and considers it pointless, since her sword moves faster than light. However, when she tries to hit him, the distance between them increases incredibly quickly. Elizabeth initially thinks he dodged her attack due to his strange speed. Over time, she realizes that he has suddenly become too far away. Elizabeth realizes that he didn't move at all, but simply changed the space to increase the distance. Li Ping notes that when you meditate and become one with nature, the mind naturally opens. His personification increases in size hundreds of thousands of times, and the entire universe becomes his heart. Elizabeth asks him if he hopes she has no answer to his pathetic trump cards. She concentrates on her sword and remains alive, while still being able to strike at the speed of light. After this, she uses all the powers of her superconscious clones to create a giant blade. She declares that she will demonstrate the most powerful, world-destroying striking technique she has created. Taking careful aim, she fires an arrow of destruction towards Li Ping. Li Ping, meanwhile, uses the 12th movement, through which the Trinity gives birth to all things. Thanks to this, it multiplies the size of the galaxy that was just near it. As the sword gets closer to the galaxy, its power rapidly weakens. After a few moments, the sword dissipates completely, without reaching its target or causing any damage. Elizabeth is shocked to realize that the most powerful move she had just been so proud of has been scattered like dust. Space begins to change rapidly, and a giant galaxy fits into a small drop. All the Demon Queen hears are the small drops falling into the water, creating slight vibrations. Li Ping continues to stand almost motionless, showing unwavering determination. Elizabeth realizes with horror that the swordsmanship she learned after such rigorous training has failed her. Li Ping notes that the mind in space and time finds peace before returning to its starting point. Elizabeth asks him how he can be so unperturbed and dares to show it by humiliating her. However, after some time she suddenly calms down, although there was no reason for this. Turning around, she smiles, realizing that seeing the vastness of the universe truly did make her feel at peace. Elizabeth admits that she has forgotten her past swordsmanship, casts aside her pride, and asks him for advice. However, this does not mean that she has stopped trying to defeat the legendary hero, and now she is trying to bend space. Li Ping explains that one must cast aside magic and even one's own life, no matter the cost, and put all one's strength into the will of the sword. Li Ping finally moves on to the last move he learned in this cycle. Elizabeth notes that she herself came up with this movement, beyond space and time. Within the confines of space and time, no blow can match the force of his movements. So she has a plan. She understands that to surpass him, she must move faster than space and time itself. She assumes that despite such incredible power, she still won't be able to survive this blow and be sent into oblivion. She is still confident that she can deliver the killing blow, and thinks that she will be the one to kill the hero. Li Ping still doesn't attach much meaning to her empty chatter, and says that it's time to use the final move. After this, he abruptly intercepts her attack, instantly stopping all the momentum that she was rapidly accumulating. The yin-yang sign appears again around them, and the shockwave quickly dissipates in all directions. Elizabeth is surprised that no matter how hard she tries, all her efforts turn out to be just a pitiful fizzle. Meanwhile, Li Ping sharply pulls her towards him, not allowing her to go anywhere. Elizabeth is very surprised by this, while Li Ping does not even open his eyes to talk to her. He carefully intercepts it and holds it with one hand, causing additional surprise with his dexterity. Gradually they return to the real world, and Elizabeth's demonic form immediately dissipates. With this revelation, she advances to the next level and becomes a 7-star demon god. Li Ping asks her what she thinks of what she just saw and how she assesses his chances of repeating it. Elizabeth still doesn't understand what he means and looks at him in surprise, feeling a little embarrassed. Li Ping smiles and says he was referring to his swordsmanship, noting that they were fairly simple movements. Elizabeth is barely coming to her senses and still cannot come to terms with the fact that she was defeated so easily. Li Ping mentally notes that the demon queen looks quite cute now and asks her if there is anything that needs to be improved. He also realizes that the situation is becoming quite awkward since she is still in his arms. He tells her that she is looking at him strangely, then sets her on her feet. After a few moments he turns away, feeling incredibly embarrassed. However, he understands that this atmosphere needs to be somehow relieved so that she does not leave him and decide to avoid him. Afterwards he says that the effect was simply amazing, and that it was definitely thanks to her. Elizabeth falls back into her deductive thinking, incorrectly assuming that Li Ping has been playing with her all this time. She assumes that he deliberately forced her to reveal her feelings and also leveled her up for free. Elizabeth realizes that she was too naive when she thought that she possessed all the arts of this world. Also, her incredible detective brain comes to another wrong conclusion, that all this is happening solely for one purpose. Her mind envisions their physical intimacy with the goal of creating the strongest child that has ever walked this earth. Elizabeth assumes that he wants to do this to her to create the strongest child, but considers her too weak. She quickly comes to her senses and orders him to stop looking down on people. Li Ping looks at her in surprise and asks what she means, since he didn't tell her anything. Elizabeth incorrectly assumes that he deliberately gives in to her every time in order to get her without offending her. In her sick imagination, Li Ping mocks her, saying that she still needs to train much more. However, she agrees to his terms, saying that he must tell her one important thing. Li Ping tries to find out what she wants, and Elizabeth suddenly realizes that he is completely incapable of talking about love. However, their awkward conversation is interrupted by a loud crash, which distracts Li Ping's attention. Vankai happily goes to his master, dragging Cherry, who is in poor condition here. Li Ping turns to his mechanical friend, then turns his gaze to the new visitor he has brought. Li Ping carefully examines the injured man and tries to figure out what he can do to cure him. After doing some quick comparative tests, he says the damage is serious and that she needs immediate help. He also praises his mechanical friend, which makes Vankai feel incredibly good. However, a very unpleasant aura still remains around the main character. Elizabeth turns to the mechanical dog and asks why it is picking up people and dragging them here again. She asks again if he has forgotten what she told him, but she cannot resist Li Ping's will. Meanwhile, Alpha continues his travels, when suddenly he transforms into his human form. He decides to take a break, since he has already flown a whole 30 kilometers and does not even notice it due to the extreme stress. He understands that he has just woken up, and the situation is already beyond his comprehension. The whole point is that the hero went against the plot, began to live with the demon queen, and entered into an inappropriate relationship with her. Also, despite the fact that Alpha is the king of all types of weapons, he creates things that are beyond his comprehension. He also doesn't understand what to do if he's not supposed to kill the demon queen, which goes against his destiny. He is trying to find the meaning of his existence when he suddenly hears a strange voice nearby. He notices the spirit of the weapon lying on the grass and realizes that it is trying to call for help with a mournful voice. Alpha asks Daizan what happened to her, stating that she will disappear very soon. Daizan explains that her body was destroyed by a bad person, and she urgently needs to find a new one to stop. Alpha can't resist such a beautiful weapon spirit who needs help and realizes that the time has come to act. Daizan is quick to warn him, saying that in this case she won't last very long. Alpha says he can't find a nearby body, and Daizan offers him a temporary solution by allowing him to enter his body. Alpha realizes that he's not such a bad sword, so his magic will actually help the creature last longer. Daizan happily reflects on the fact that she will finally be able to deceive another victim that she can take advantage of. However, Alpha suddenly starts laughing loudly, and she assumes that he has already figured her out. Afterwards, he looks at her sternly because of this question, and wonders if she really hopes that he doesn't understand what she means. Daizan claims that she is absolutely serious, and there is simply no other way to save herself. Alpha turns up his nose again and says that since he is the king of weapons, it means that he will always be needed by someone in any situation. After this, he states that he can let her do it, but only because it is her, otherwise he would refuse. Daizan assumes that she is dealing with a complete idiot, but for her, this is a suitable alternative since she will be able to replace him. After that, She resorts to her half-hearted attempts at charm, and thinks it would be great if he came closer. Alpha approaches her in surprise and asks what she wants from him, and why he has to come so close. She slowly grabs him by the neck and pulls him closer to her, telling him to look into her eyes. Alpha looks down and explains that he is already looking into her eyes, and does not understand why she is pestering him. Daizan says that her eyes are a little higher, and he apologizes to her for his inappropriate behavior. After this, she uses the skill of the offended look to hypnotize her victim. Alpha loses his willpower almost instantly, and he doesn't have a single chance to resist it. He reflects that the fault of these people is that he has lost the meaning of his existence. Daizan says that he can give her his body, and she will take care of all the problems that may arise. Alpha agrees to the proposal, and Daizan jumps into the air to finally inhabit the sword's body. After some time, an ominous aura begins to emanate from him, signaling that his will has been lost. Smiling, Daizan begins to change and thinks that she has another chance to finally get her revenge. She also begins to get indignant, saying that this body is too weak, despite the fact that this fool praised himself. However, her resentment merges with Daizan, meaning she becomes much stronger. Meanwhile, Cherry begins to gradually come to her senses, and sees a strange woman with red hair in front of her. Elizabeth, as befits any teenager who is very jealous, has been closely watching her potential rival all this time. Cherry tries to find out who Elizabeth is and where they are, but the Queen says now is not the time to ask questions. After that, she immediately climbs onto the bed and says that she wants to warn her. For some reason, placing her breasts on top of Cherry's, she announces that, in fact, she arrived here first. After this, she orders that the boy who is here belongs to her, so she must refuse all his offers. Meanwhile, Li Ping comes into the room to announce that the breakfast he prepared is finally ready to eat. However, the sight that appears before his eyes makes him freeze in surprise for a while. He realizes that he has come at the most inopportune moment, because Elizabeth is behaving very strangely. He carefully steps back and closes the door behind him so as not to disturb the two guests' fun. After a while, they decide to talk, and Li Ping states that, given her injuries, it is better to stay here. He also asks where she got these wounds from, suggesting that she was attacked by monsters. Cherry explains that she was pursuing a traitor associated with a dark guild, but underestimated him and paid dearly for it. Li Ping realizes that this is another case involving the dark guild that has been appearing too often lately. Elizabeth asks if Cherry is sure that the man belonged to a dark guild, and is told that they were all destroyed. Cherry adds that she has been tracking the traitors for 3 months, but knows little about recent events. Afterwards, she asks them what their names are, and Li Ping reveals that he is trying to become a hero and destroy the dark guild. He also notes that the girl next to him does not want to give her name, but they will be together. Cherry is a little embarrassed, and asks if they really plan to spend their whole lives together. For some reason, Elizabeth takes this as a personal attack and asks why it matters to her. Li Ping calms down and thinks that his cohabitant is very straightforward, but she has a kind heart. He also notes that Elizabeth healed her, and Cherry realizes that the person who can heal her is not so simple. She immediately notices that she has 11 ears, and realizes that this explains Elizabeth's incredible pride. Li Ping says that magic is really incredible and he is very envious of people who can use it. Cherry notes that the place they live in is quite unusual. She has traveled a lot around the continent, but she has never seen anything like it. Elizabeth says she has too many questions, while Li Ping continues to act calm. Cherry notes to herself that these two are radically different from each other. One is kind, and the other is acting like God knows what. Cherry keeps trying to remember who might be in front of her, even though she knows many strong people, but she sees these for the first time. Elizabeth continues to be hostile and says that if he has no business here, she should leave. Elizabeth claims that her presence is polluting her house, even though the house never belonged to her. Li Ping reminds her that the humans were injured while trying to destroy the Dark Guild, and that they are their guests, meaning they cannot be driven out. Elizabeth, with the face of an offended child, turns away and says that he can do whatever he wants. Cherry quickly stands up and apologizes for disturbing them, hinting that she needs to leave as soon as possible. But then she remembers her brutal fight with Daizan, and understands that if she doesn't go looking for her now, it will be a disaster. To remember her fighting skills, she decides to urgently summon the sword into her hands. However, to everyone's surprise, absolutely nothing happens, despite all persistent attempts. Li Ping looks closely at her interlocutor and asks what she just said. Cherry tries to summon the sword again, but she is completely unsuccessful. Her fingertips begin to release several sparks, which then creates a shockwave that causes her to fall down. Cherry notices that her head is somehow empty, and she cannot remember a single sword technique she learned. Elizabeth says that these techniques were taken away by the filth in her body, and it was the price to pay to become stronger. Li Ping looks at her in surprise and asks what she means by this dirt. Cherry explains that in order to level up and deal with the Dark Ones, she made a contract with the Sea of Tima. Elizabeth quickly explains that they are simply insects that have recently appeared here by chance. Cherry says she wanted to become stronger and couldn't resist the temptation, but it was her choice. Li Ping notes that he understands her indignation, but he recently trained with a sword and believes that Elizabeth is a good instructor. Elizabeth immediately begins to rebel, as if giving in to a 14-year-old teenager, and says that he has the right to decide things for her. Li Ping notes that everyone wants to get rid of the Dark Guild, and does not understand why it has suddenly become so aggressive. Cherry says she won't bother her anymore, realizing she needs to get out of here. After this, she thanks them for saving her, and adds that she needs to follow her own path. Li Ping says that she must be hungry, and that he prepared some noodles for her to eat. The noodles he made were truly delicious, and could boost her power by several levels at once. Cherry still doesn't know the hidden powers of this artifact and says that she can't eat now because she needs to come to her senses. After this, she turns around and leaves the house, and Li Ping warns her, saying that there are many monsters in the area. Elizabeth immediately grabs someone else's plate and says that all the noodle bowls belong to her, and that only she can eat them. Li Ping says that this girl ended up in this situation because she was fighting a dark guild and that she needs help. Elizabeth refuses, saying that he can help her himself if he wants, and she won't lift a finger. Meanwhile, Cherry goes out to a small clearing to meditate and remember what happened. She dives into her memories to roughly reconstruct everything that happened to her in the last few days. The first thing she remembers is the brutal kick Daizan used to destroy her. Cherry also remembers that brutal blow, which she failed to block, hoping only for luck. Due to her arrogance, she underestimated her opponent, which is why she was unable to block his blow. The last thing she remembers is activating the pendant, which grants the wearer maximum strength when it is needed. Due to the strong shockwave and the impact of the suspension, it flew several tens of kilometers towards Li Ping's house. Finally, she found herself in an unknown place and came across a strange mechanical dog that dragged her here. Cherry finally remembers everything and realizes that if it weren't for the pendant, she would have perished in the quicksand. She loses in one hit because she believed that even the glass of the Peak of Power and the Death of Darkness did not give a chance. But she turns out to be too arrogant. Li Ping ends up next to her and thinks that she went too far when she said that she would leave his house. Standing next to her, he notes that he actually understands her very well, because he too was once a swordsman, but became a farmer. Cherry doesn't even know what to say to this, realizing that she is now in an extremely unenviable position. She reports that she was trained in unusual swordsmanship, as well as some of the demonic techniques she managed to obtain. Li Ping states that her skill is gone, but the magic is still with her, and perhaps it would be better if she changed her profession. Cherry replies that she can no longer do this, as losing her skill is equivalent to losing her life. Li Ping says that everything seems insignificant in front of the universe, and nothing is lost yet, after which he suggests working together. Elizabeth decides to follow them again, using a high level of concealment. She hears that they are talking about working together, and immediately begins to feel incredible jealousy. Li Ping explains that he learned this while studying the art of the Heavenly Sword, and a long time ago. Cherry looks at him in surprise, realizing that she has never heard of such an art, and does not know where it is taught. Li Ping notes that this is a form of swordsmanship, and that it does not require magical power. He also says that it can help unite the spirit and body, and invites her to train together. Elizabeth realizes this is too much, as she has not allowed him to interact with other women. A wrong idea immediately popped into her head, based on the fact that Li Ping might fall in love with someone else. She understands that this must be prevented as quickly as possible, and thinks out loud that this is against all the rules. Li Ping turns around in surprise and thinks that it is the voice of his old friend who decided to appear here. Elizabeth decides to cancel her presence concealment technique to get closer. Li Ping asks if her appearance means she is finally ready to help. Elizabeth states that she can do whatever she wants, and that he has no right to order her around. She also says that everything in this house belongs to her. But Li Ping reminds that he didn't give anything away, and she stole someone else's food. Elizabeth decides to use the spatial curtain skill to control the body as quickly as possible. Taking a few steps towards Cherry, she thinks confidently and loudly announces that she is now taking her with her to talk. Li Ping remains alone in the city, in a very beautiful clearing where he can meditate. He suggests that Elizabeth speaks strangely, but she has an extremely kind heart, which means she will help. Cherry, meanwhile, finds herself in a strange dimension filled with the same hatred that Elizabeth feels. The reasons why Elizabeth feels hatred are too small and too pure to be dwelled on. Cherry looks around and realizes that she is in a space created by a person who has advanced to the level of a demon king. Elizabeth takes a few steps to the side and thinks that she will still help her in her recovery. Cherry asks her how she plans to help. Elizabeth carefully studies her interlocutor and says that to begin with, she will completely destroy her. Cherry doesn't have time to understand what this means before one of Elizabeth's blows starts flying towards her. Using her agility, she somehow manages to dodge. Cherry thinks she has done nothing and asks why Elizabeth wants to kill her. Elizabeth decides to use the best tactic in such situations and not explain anything. To maintain her mystery, she thinks that she just needs to stand still, and then she won't get hurt too much. Of course, without receiving a normal explanation, Cherry tries to resist, declaring that she will not do that. She reflects that no living creature on the planet would voluntarily wait for its death for an unknown reason. Cherry continues to dodge the Demon Queen's attacks using her agility and otherworldly powers. Eventually, she manages to do a few somersaults and land in a stable position. She also notes that she is a 5-star Demon King and will not just stand there and wait to die. Elizabeth, in turn, thinks that she doesn't have time for this and grabs Cherry with her hands. Cherry fails to dodge and is trapped by the Demon Queen, unable to move. From the outside, it looks like a complete defeat, and it seems that there is no way out of here. Cherry begins to get indignant and demands to be released immediately. Elizabeth is only now deciding to explain what is happening and thinks her mind is starting to crumble. Cherry still resists the Demon Queen's influence, but it doesn't matter anymore. With a swift movement, it penetrates the Swordmaster's body in the most natural way possible. Immediately after this, she begins to search his body in search of the foreign body that is settled there. Just seconds later, she discovers a giant insect that has been feeding on Cherry's powers all this time. This procedure cannot be called even in the slightest degree pleasant, but she understands that it is a necessary evil in order to heal. After a few moments, Elizabeth finally extracts the malicious insect created by the Dark Guild. After this, she releases Cherry, who needs at least a couple more minutes to recover from these procedures. Elizabeth studies her opponent closely and asks him how he ended up in this space. She also asks what connects this insect with the Dark Guild and why it works for them. An unknown creature that came from the Sea of Darkness reports that if it were not for her, his plan would have been fully realized. Elizabeth quickly destroys this idiot, noting that she doesn't care at all where he came from. A moment later, Cherry begins to move strangely and pronounce the terms of the ancient contract in a voice that is not her own. According to this contract, every time she shows weakness, he can take something from her. The main condition is that if the insect's true body is destroyed, it will use Cherry's body. Suddenly, the creature that has taken control of Cherry addresses Elizabeth by name and accuses her of knowing the terms of the contract. Elizabeth looks at her opponent with some confusion and wonders if something like this has happened before. To find out the nature of the enmity between these two creatures, we go back 500 years, before Elizabeth conquered the world. She is in the Demon Queen's cultivation dungeon to break through to another new level of strength. She understands perfectly well that in order to fight the legendary hero, she needs to become as strong as possible. Suddenly she hears strange voices that offer her help in becoming much stronger. Elizabeth haughtily asks this strange creature who he is and how he got into her cultivation dungeon. The voice introduces itself as the Lord of the Sea of Darkness and says that the only thing that matters is that he can help her become stronger. Elizabeth is very intrigued by this proposal and asks him how he can help her. The Lord of the Sea of Darkness explains that as long as she accepts his powers and allows them to inhabit her body, he makes her more powerful. Elizabeth realizes the offer is tempting, but reminds herself that no one ever offers a free lunch. Yet the idea of such power briefly glimmers in her eyes, causing her to reach out towards the demon. However, as soon as her hand gets close to the head of the Lord of the Sea of Darkness, she immediately squeezes it with force. Elizabeth states that the Dark King made a mistake in assuming that she feared the legendary hero. A representative of an entity from another dimension claims that he can help her in the fight against this hero. Elizabeth reveals his true intentions, noting that he wants to wait for the legendary hero to meet her so he can devour her. The sinister entity says that she has already touched his power, which means the contract is already concluded. From his point of view, if she rejected him now, it would not end well, so it was too late to back out. Elizabeth replies that she has already absorbed a portion of this power and realized that she is incredibly insignificant, like his entire world. After this, she throws him away so that he goes into the sea of hot lava and finally perishes there. The representative from another dimension once again reminds that the contract has been concluded, and now unpleasant consequences will follow. Elizabeth replies that she will simply seal him here and then use her own power to defeat the hero. It is then that this creature loses, but harbors an incredible grudge against the Demon Queen. The Dark Sea Lord says that because of her, his true form still cannot manifest, and he must rely on carriers. Elizabeth thinks back to this briefly, noting that she had almost forgotten about the creature. The Master explains that without the hosts he would not be able to display his true power, so she managed to deceive him. However, from his point of view, Everything has now changed, and he can afford to use the full power of chaos. Elizabeth doesn't take him seriously anyway, and even gives him some time to carry out the transformation. This transformation looks quite creepy, considering that it occurs in the body of an innocent woman. The Dark Sea Lord takes on his final form of chaos, which looks very menacing. However, what is really interesting is whether this Dark Sea has anything to do with recent events. Taking control of Cherry, he reveals that the sword skills of the hosts he captured would be a perfect complement. After this, he creates a destructive arrow of chaos and sends it towards Elizabeth, wanting to destroy her as quickly as possible. However, once the arrow reaches Elizabeth, it creates an insurmountable edge skill that cannot be broken. When faced with an insurmountable obstacle, the arrow instantly disperses without causing damage. The Dark Sea Lord wonders why his most powerful swordsmanship has proven useless. Elizabeth reveals that the swordsmanship Cherry teaches is something she developed herself, meaning it is harmless to her. After this, he sadly notes that the title of the strongest swordsman is already a thing of the past. The Dark Sea Lord says that he cannot hope to do much more. Elizabeth states that the Dark Sea Lord acts like a frog in a well, using everything he has. The Dark Sea Lord takes this personally and decides to give it his all. Jumping from side to side, he claims that he will prove to her that she was wrong about him and underestimated him too much. Nevertheless, he decides to escape from here right now in order to remove the seal from his body and recover. Elizabeth, of course, doesn't let that happen and simply grabs him with her quick hands. For reasons completely unclear to the audience, the clothes on Cherry's body begin to tear, but the Lord of the Dark Sea still resists. Elizabeth pulls him towards her with her hands, which have incredible speed. Only now does the ruler of the Dark Sea realize that she controls this space, which means he cannot escape. It is also noted that no magic can dispel it unless it wants to destroy it along with the owner of this body. In response, she throws the special noodle soup that Li Ping prepared in his face. Elizabeth admits that she could kill both of them, but she does not want to lose to the one waiting for her outside. The Lord of Darkness says that a powerful being and some pathetic woman do not dare to humiliate him. However, after a moment, he realizes that the energy emanating from this soup is penetrating his cells and depriving him of the power of chaos. This procedure turns out to be incredibly painful for him. Elizabeth realizes that she had to use Li Ping's help to solve her problems one way or another. She starts to get angry and assumes that this was all part of Li Ping's plan to manipulate her. Li Ping continues to wait, while simultaneously observing the stunning starry sky, which is especially beautiful today. Turning around, he sees a portal forming and quickly rushes forward, asking if they are okay. Elizabeth holds a naked Cherry in her arms and asks him why he is interested in this, if he already knows that she is fine. Li Ping immediately closes her eyes and wonders why she is in such a sorry state. Meanwhile, Dai Zan, who has taken control of the protagonist's sword, is still flying forward, hoping to meet her target. The next day, she almost reaches her goal and can already see the village where the legendary hero lives. However, a few moments later, she again sees an incredible opponent who makes her heart flutter. This enemy is Vankai, who is simply patrolling his surroundings. He also detects some fast-flying object, but does not see anything suspicious about it. He attributes this to malfunctions that arose after Elizabeth hit him again. After the repair procedure, he realizes that he needs to speed up the modification of the cloud consciousness. Otherwise, one day it will destroy his memory chip. Meanwhile, the sword continues its journey through similar landscapes. Angered, Daizan looks around and wonders why she can't find another way around. The thing is that she sees Vankai in front of her again, and assumes that he simply won't let her pass by. Having remembered where he is, she decides to move on a slightly different course to avoid meeting him. However, after a few moments, she still bumps into him, despite the fact that he was just on the other side. It takes a whole hour before she figures out where she needs to go to get there from the right direction. However, even this time she runs into the guard of these territories, which begins to irritate her. Having transformed into the physical body of the host, she assumes that she needs to destroy this dog in order to meet her target. She picks up the pace considerably, hoping that this time she will definitely be able to defeat Vankai without disgracing herself. Vankai detects movement in his direction and carefully scans the approaching entity. Daizan is already preparing to launch another powerful attack that won't actually cause any damage. In addition, after scanning, the Vankai database assigns the approaching object the lowest danger level. However, Alpha's appearance is on the whitelist, so he is allowed to proceed further. As a greeting, he suddenly raises a small banner to delight the guest. Daizan, being there, cannot believe that she is being greeted in such a pompous manner and invited further. Cliché barks happily, then points him to the entrance to the village where Li Ping lives. Daizan walks further and finds himself in the courtyard, looking around for any source of danger. However, after a while, old feelings came flooding back to her, and she froze in place. Looking carefully at all the attributes that were here, she realizes that this place remains the same as she remembered it. She has tears in her eyes and talks about how she has finally returned to the place where she was born. The thing is that Daizan is an axe that the main character once made to make it easier for him to chop wood. More than 500 years ago, this amazing weapon was born, which was never actually intended for war. Li Ping used it for peaceful purposes, to make it easier to harvest wood and craft things from it. Daizan gradually grew with the passage of time, and it was always interesting to watch what her master did. However, one day he goes to chop some firewood and gets caught in a real rain or downpour. While loading firewood into the cart, he accidentally forgets to take the axe with him, not suspecting that it has its own soul. Daizan is very upset about this, but she can't do anything because she doesn't have a physical body. Thus, she is left completely alone in the rain, but even then she hopes that she can return to her owner. Entire decades pass here, which then smoothly flow into centuries due to the strange passage of time in this region. All this time she is in a state of growing indignation at being abandoned and discarded like useless trash. After some time, an elder axe passes through these places, who decides to unite his guild and make a pact with the Dark Palms. They give the Dark Guild special potions that must be drunk in order to undergo an incredible transformation. The Axe Lord questions this, saying he has only heard of them from one alchemist. However, doubting their skills is the last thing you should do, as they are still at the proper level. The Elder Axe joyfully discovers that he feels a huge amount of new strength flowing into his body. Among other things, he begins to feel a strange energy emanating from an axe located nearby. The enraged axe suddenly destroys all the minions of the Dark Guild, so as not to leave any witnesses. The Elder does not have time to understand anything and tries to figure out who it was, and whether he himself is in danger. Meanwhile, Daizan, who moves incredibly fast, tries to subjugate the Elder's will. The warrior kneels down and asks the axe who she is and what she wants. Daizan introduces himself by name and says that he can grant power to anyone who wishes to gain great power. However, right now, Daizan feels primarily a sense of nostalgia, and this irritates her no matter what. Suddenly the door starts to open, and Daizan decides not to remain in sight. She cowardly hides in the true form of the boy she has subjugated, while Li Ping goes out to chop wood. Noticing a sword sticking out of the ground, he happily says that he has finally met his old comrade. Daizan, like any rejected child, assumes that this is all about her and is unable to see the truth. Li Ping approaches the sword and calls it Alpha, saying that he was worried that chopping wood would be difficult without it. Daizan, of course, is angry upon hearing this, realizing that she has simply been replaced with another toy. Li Ping grabs the sword by the hilt, causing Daizan, who is seething with hatred, to feel very strong emotions. She feels an incredibly familiar feeling and understands that right now her fate and the fate of her vendetta will be decided. Li Ping wonders why, when he picks up a sword, he experiences a long-forgotten feeling. After this, he swings his weapon to deliver a powerful blow and split the wooden block. With one powerful blow, he makes a precise cut, splitting the piece of wood into 2 even parts. Daizan feels a surge of incredibly pleasant and nostalgic emotions, realizing that she needs to resist this feeling. Li Ping decides not to attach any special significance to the silence of the weapon, and continues chopping wood as if nothing had happened. He also adds that today they are more perfect for each other than ever, and continue to deliver blow after blow. He finally calms down and says that he has already created several axes, but now he felt as if he was holding Daizan in his hands. Daizan, in turn, instantly renounces all grievances, realizing that the master never truly forgot her. Now it's finally all over, and senseless grievances no longer force her to do stupid things. Li Ping remarks that if he disappeared less often and the outside world did not change so much, he would go looking for Daizan. After this, he says that this was the last time he chopped wood with such a weapon. Daizan understands that until now her soul was fueled by resentment, but now she no longer experiences this feeling. Li Ping has actually been talking to Alpha all this time, saying that he will soon create a real axe and will no longer chop wood with a sword. Having prepared the required amount of firewood, he sticks his sword into a stump and says that it is time to start cooking. As soon as he gets further away, Alpha returns to his form and feels incredibly bad as he saw all of this. Elizabeth, meanwhile, asks Cherry where she knows the swordsmanship she developed. Cherry decides to tell everything in detail, explaining that it began more than 100 years ago. She explains that at that time, a dark guild began to grow, capturing creatures of different races for their experiments. After establishing the Holy Sword Guild, he had no choice but to head to the demon realm on his own. She tried to gather information, but quickly fell into a trap, and the Dark Guild sent apostles after her. At that time, she had just reached the demon sect level and was facing hundreds of apostles, whom she was unable to defeat. After some time, she falls into the unknown and wakes up in the Demon Queen's cultivation dungeon. However, she discovers something surprising when she wakes up and decides to look around. On the walls were rock carvings left there by the Demon Queen during her practice, so as not to forget the art. Even though it was just a picture, she imitates it, and her understanding of the artificial sword suddenly advances. Her talent does not allow her to quickly adopt this art, but she understands that she still does not know a lot. Then, in confusion, she hears a strange voice that suggests she become much stronger. Li Ping comes closer and asks what has already happened, and Cherry explains that this means her decision to embrace power. Cherry reveals that the Lord of the Sea of Darkness stated that his body was sealed and could not provide him with energy. Li Ping carefully places the pot with the prepared dish on the large book that contains the art of wielding the heavenly sword. Elizabeth says that the entity was sealed thanks to her efforts, and what contacted it was the clone's consciousness. Cherry suddenly asks if the creature looks like an octopus. He ponders the nature of octopuses and realizes he hasn't tried cooking them yet. Elizabeth immediately switches her attention and asks if it would be possible to make a tasty dish out of the many octopuses. Li Ping explains that he doesn't know what kind of terrible monsters live in the sea, so he can't guarantee the result. Cherry is surprised at how these two adventurers suddenly changed the topic to something completely abstract and distracting. Li Ping says that he should eat first, and then prepares to remove the lid from his dish. As soon as he does, light fills the entire room and Cherry is surprised by the colossal amount of energy. This time, Li Ping is cooking hell curry again, imagining an incredibly delicious and spicy food. Elizabeth takes out her spoon and says she absolutely loves curry as she gets ready to start eating. Despite the incredible spiciness of the dish, she still eats it with pleasure. However, she is a little annoyed that despite having a high demon god level, she still can't stand spicy food. Li Ping says the pepper is a little hotter, so he decides to add some icy crystal onions. Taking the small knife he made during his training, he decides to finely chop the crystal onion. Cherry notices that he is using a special technique on his hand, which is a testament to his incredible skills as a warrior. Meanwhile, frozen onion pieces are added to the curry, instantly cooling it. After that, he scoops it up with a ladle and pours this amazing, delicious gravy with rice over it. Elizabeth immediately refuses the offer and says that she wants to eat spicy food and cannot be pressured. Li Ping turns to Cherry and asks if she wants to try his cooking. Cherry looks at him with extreme surprise and does not understand why he decided to give such a powerful dish to her. Elizabeth decides to intervene again and says that before she eats the curry, there are some things she needs to figure out. Immediately after this, she states that one can only choose one of 3 options. Cherry stops and asks her to explain in more detail, while Li Ping is completely confused. Elizabeth waves her hand and a giant kitchen knife, a manual for the sword, and a pot of curry fly into the air. Li Ping looks at this, wondering what she is going to do. Elizabeth says that she will give Cherry 3 options to choose from in order to deal with the Dark Guild. Li Ping says he would like to intervene, adding that he never intended to give away the kitchen knife as he made it himself. Elizabeth orders him to be quiet and states that this is her test for the mortal, as she has become bored. Cherry takes this much more seriously than it actually is and realizes that it's time for a test. After analyzing the pot, she realizes that it is draining a huge amount of energy and could break through to a new level. The legendary hero also just demonstrated the capabilities of this legendary knife and hinted that he does not want to interfere. This leaves her with only the incomprehensible guide to wielding the sword to become at least a little stronger. Without thinking twice, she declares her choice, explaining that she is choosing a book on the art of wielding a sword. A few moments later, their conversation is interrupted by a powerful explosion that blows out the front door. All 3 turn their heads towards the explosion, trying to understand what is happening here. Li Ping discovers that Alpha has broken in, and Elizabeth is confused as to why the boy is acting like a complete idiot. Alpha, in turn, rushes forward, explaining that he is going to finish off everyone here for what they did to him. Cherry quickly analyzes her opponent, and realizes that this feeling is unmistakable, which means that Daizan has come here. She declares that she will deal with her problems herself, and asks the legendary hero to lend her a kitchen knife. However, as soon as she grabs it in her hand, the spirit of an incredible chef with enormous energy awakens. She also understands that in this space there is an entire field that an ordinary person cannot control. Since it does not meet the requirements for holding a knife, the life force is immediately sucked out. After a few moments, she falls to the ground and smoke begins to come out of her body. Meanwhile, Knife takes matters into his own hands and immediately takes off, heading towards the threat. Alpha quickly freezes, but this is not enough to calm the giant Knife's wrath. He wonders what he is doing, but it is too late to ask for forgiveness, because he has made a fatal mistake. Not even a few seconds pass before he finds himself cut in half, as if he were made not of metal, but of soft plasticine. Having dealt with another enemy, the knife immediately flies into the air and returns to Li Ping's hands. The legendary hero turns around and watches as his comrades are on the brink of death. He raises his hands in fear and wonders what is going on here. Meanwhile, the action moves to the headquarters of the Dark Guild that Amelia was supposed to destroy. Here, desperate experiments are taking place to create ever stronger warriors for the Dark Guild to aid in battle. The former head of the Giant Bear Guild, who was once a powerful warrior, ends up on the operating table. Experiment 24 continues attempts to breed stronger monsters using electricity and machinery. Although the subject died due to cardiac arrest, he can be easily resuscitated with a powerful electric shock. The former guild leader returns to life again, this time with dark mechanisms integrated much better. He immediately rises to his feet and declares that he is ready to continue fighting the Golden Dragon Queen. However, after a few moments, his consciousness is subdued by an air kiss. Rugbader reassures him, explaining that the fight is over and he doesn't have to worry. Experiment number 24 thanks her for her abilities, which came in very handy. Rugbader is one of the few who survived Amelia's invasion, thanks to not interfering in the battle again. The result of this battle is the complete defeat of Amelia, who finds herself locked in her shell in order to save herself. This, Malfoy explains with a smile that he didn't expect Amelia's people to have such rescue skills. However, this changes little for the Golden Dragon Queen, as she will now be consumed. Vis Malfoy decides to use the dark tentacles to capture the Queen of the Golden Dragons. He immediately entangles her in strange resins to prevent her from escaping. Finally, the egg is captured and placed in a special capsule for subsequent synthesis. Vis Malfoy feels an incredible surge of energy that overflows his reservoirs, and decides to immerse himself in it. After this, he reassembles himself again, and this time he looks much younger, despite still being an old man. Smiling, he declares that there are still a few more attempts left, and the lady will be resurrected in the shortest possible time. Gradually, his device begins to shine brighter and brighter, fueled by Amelia's energy. The Dark Sea Lord reflects on how the Dark Guild ended up in such a dire state. He climbs back into Tagore Severus's body, trying to figure out why his connection with Cthulhu was broken. Vis Malfoy explains that, unfortunately, Cthulhu sacrificed himself to protect others. Tagore Severus notes that Vis Malfoy has become significantly younger, meaning he has lived through a certain period of time in the study. Vis Malfoy asks what he is doing here, and Tagore Severus states that his identity has been exposed, so another body is needed. Rugbader asks his comrade who the guy who just appeared in the air is. He replies that it is a creature from the Sea of Darkness, which is an external agent of the leader. The electric spirit reports that the deputy chief has been dead for a long time, so it is not unusual for him to convey this information. Rugbader explains with surprise that all this time she assumed she was somewhere on the continent. She asks about their goals, but the electric spirit replies that even that is unknown to him. Tagore Severus notes that there are too many uncertain variables, such as the emergence of a card guild. Vis Malfoy can't handle this, and the apostles he trained here were also destroyed, so the situation needs to be corrected. To understand the nature of the collaboration between these two beings, we go back a bit. Vis Malfoy continues his attempts to resurrect the Demon Queen, and in some ways he even succeeds. Each breakthrough seemed final and irrevocable to him, but each time there was something that hindered him. This was yet another time when he naively thought that he had finally achieved incredible success. The electric spirit even congratulates him on finally succeeding, but it's too early to celebrate. The newly created body of the Demon Queen begins to rapidly lose density and decompose. It was another unsuccessful attempt, despite the fact that it was very close to success. Vis Malfoy can't figure out what to do, and why he can't create a stable supply of mana. Due to severe strain, he begins to cough up blood, which means that the disease will soon force him to leave this world. He realizes that his body is almost at its limit, and that he must level up to stay here. The spirit of electricity sadly emphasizes that, unfortunately, there is nothing he can do in this situation. However, the Lord of the Dark Sea suddenly approaches him and says that he can help him become stronger. Vis Malfoy doesn't attach much importance to this creature, but asks him who he is. The Lord of the Sea of Darkness explains that he can offer cooperation in exchange for great power. After some time, they decide to unite, and the results of the experiments become much more stable. The emergence of dark mechanisms finally allows the state of objects to be stabilized, but this is still not enough. Nevertheless, the beginning of a fruitful cooperation has been laid, and this foreshadows great achievements. Vis Malfoy happily realizes that as long as he creates dark robes, the problem of magic supply will be solved. The Dark Sea Lord states that they are well suited for each other, and his power of chaos is absolutely limitless. However, the chimeras they created looked quite menacing, but it was not suitable for creating anything more. Much time passes, and gradually Vis Malfoy's condition begins to deteriorate, which is why he makes radical changes. His body changes, but he still does not want to accept the power of chaos and submit to the Sea of Darkness. Vis Malfoy explains that this is not necessary, as he simply wants to resurrect his mistress and has no interest in ruling the world. This initially irritates the Dark Lords, and he tries to come up with other ways to interact. After some time, he decides to leave to find another tool to subjugate the will of his comrade. A moment later, he returns with a clone of his consciousness, which is the same Doug Cthulhu that Amelia absorbed. Vis Malfoy explains that he has nothing against an additional deputy and will organize his training. The Lord of the Sea of Darkness smiles and says that in that case he will leave him here. It is with this data that we return to the present to follow their next dialogue. Tagore Severus asks how long it will take to grow a Demon King level body. Vis Malfoy says it will be difficult, as the place has been reduced to rubble and all the test subjects have been destroyed. Vis Malfoy also reminds that he was promised many test subjects, but Tagore Severus declares that he can manage without them. He also asks why he doesn't just give away the clones from the incubator that he's been carefully cultivating. Vis Malfoy declares in a stern voice that if he hears his mistress insulted again, he will kill him. The Bear Guild leader falls to his knees, realizing he is under incredible pressure. Rugbaiter also sank down, realizing that she had just seen the true strength of this guild's leader. Tagore Severus laughs, explaining that it is just a joke, and does not understand the seriousness of his interlocutor. After this, he disappears, stating that he will come later if he has important news. Vis Malfoy lowers himself to the translucent capsule and licks it as a sign of incredible love. After this, he vows that he will definitely be able to return Elizabeth to the outside world in a more perfect state. Ultimately, after gaining access to Amelia's spiritual power, it allows him to become much closer to realizing his goals. Meanwhile, we are transported to the neutral territory of the city of Boster, which contains several interesting places. Li Ping goes there alone because Elizabeth did not want to go with him and stayed at home. Li Ping notes that he was here only a month ago, but now the entire city is being rebuilt. After some time, he comes to a giant church where Anna worked some time ago. He reflects on the fact that he hasn't checked Anna's psychological state for a long time and decides to visit her. The church has acquired a truly stunning appearance. It no longer looks so dilapidated and abandoned. He knocks on the door carefully and opens it slowly, as no one is in a hurry to greet him. The first thing he notices is a strange-looking pig doing something very strange when viewed from behind. Li Ping realizes that something terrible has happened and wonders what they are doing here. After this, he kicks down the door and demands that all the indecencies happening here be stopped immediately. The pig quickly turns towards him and asks what he is doing here again. Li Ping demands an immediate explanation about what happened to Anna, and a feeling of rage fills him. The giant explains that dear Anna is resting comfortably, after which he rises to his feet and slowly walks towards him. Li Ping glares at him and asks if he really just said that he was messing around and doing a poor job. Smiling, the pig says that if Li Ping is so good at giving advice, he can join the cause since he is tired. Suddenly, a now grown-up Anna enters the room and asks why Li Ping is here. Li Ping and the big pig immediately turn to look at her, and they both clearly didn't expect to see her now. The pig immediately throws Li Ping aside and suggests that Anna rest in his room, adding that he will sort it out himself. Afterwards, he takes her aside to show her how well he cleaned up and asks her to rate his work. Elizabeth praises him, explaining that the church is simply sparkling and thanks him for his hard work. The same goes for his gang, who took jobs as cleaners to help the church look its best. Li Ping looks at them carefully and says that he had some really bad thoughts in his head when he came here. After a while, he decides to drink some tea and notes that Anna has grown up a lot since he last saw her. Anna smiles and explains that since she regained her magical power, her level has increased and she has become stronger. Li Ping notes that the Beast Gang members used to collect protection money from her, but now they suddenly started helping her. Anna says that all this happened last week, because something happened to them that also caused damage to the city. Li Ping asks if this is related to the affairs of the Dark Guild that has not yet been destroyed. Anna agrees, and decides to tell him the story of what happened. Some time ago, a giant monster, altered by dark mechanisms, attacked the city. The civilians ran in different directions to save themselves, realizing that the leader of the gang of beasts had become an apostle. The same evil pig who had threatened Li Ping earlier looked at his brother, hoping that he would regain consciousness. He tried to reason with him, but all these attempts ended in complete failure. Tagore Severus watches the destruction of the city, realizing that it is easier for orcs to gain power on the level of demonic pillars than for humans and elves. However, the major problem was that they could not retain their minds, meaning that the body was unsuitable for them. Meanwhile, the giant pig raged with incredible force, intending to destroy everything that stood in its path. He didn't even spare his brother, as only pitiful fragments of his consciousness remained. The bandit was already ready to accept his fate, but suddenly it turned out that there is still justice and goodness in this world. Anna decided to rush to his aid and summoned an enchanted doll to block the attack. The giant creature, transformed into a dark apostle, goes into a rage, preparing to attack Anna again. The brave girl declares that this time she will not run away and will protect the city so that this does not happen. She then summons a team of enchanted dolls, each possessing incredible powers. Together they unite and charge into the giant apostle to break his will to fight. The battle turns out to be quite brutal and destroys a huge number of buildings in the city. Such was the price. Eventually they defeat and immobilize the giant apostle by breaking his horns. Each creature bites into his body to extract the dark mechanisms, thereby depriving him of his power. As the number of dark mechanisms extracted increases, the dark apostle becomes less dangerous and formidable. As soon as the last mechanism is removed, the giant carcass falls to the ground and begins to rapidly decompose. Anna apologizes to the bandit, explaining that she cannot cleanse the strange magic in his body. Tagore Severus is surprised to see the girl using red eyes, assuming that the Jimji line has long since died out. He decides to take a closer look at Anna, figuring she might make an excellent target. Anna looks back towards the Dark Sea Lord, using her forced gaze to destroy another clone. This happens completely unconsciously, so she doesn't even understand who was just there and what it all means. Li Ping listens carefully to the story, and realizes that this is further confirmation that a dark guild is behind all of this. Anna explains that before the mysterious man disappeared, she felt the magic contained in his eyes. Li Ping says that she doesn't need to worry about it, because her memories will definitely return. He also notes that he visited her to find out how her recovery is going, and hopes that she is okay. Anna confidently says that after his guidance, she has freed herself from the past, and now wants to restore peace throughout the world. Li Ping notes that this is wonderful news, and he knows very well that trusting her in this matter was an excellent choice. He also sadly says that unfortunately, Elizabeth is now indifferent to her duties. Li Ping explains that if he had to act, he could ruin everything with his wrong decisions. However, for some unknown reason, Anna perceives his words in a completely different light. From her point of view, Li Ping had just said that this world was too weak compared to him. She also fantasizes that he said that mortals can't even deal with a dark guild. That is why, in her sick imagination, Li Ping imagines that he will have to completely rebuild this world if he wants to. She understands that perestroika obviously means that everyone else will be destroyed. Anna immediately locks herself in captivity with painful fantasies that all her loved ones will die. She knows she'll have to try her best, but Li Ping reminds her that Elizabeth praised her for her talent. Anna swears that she will not disappoint him, and again misinterprets the words she heard. She assumes he meant that the power he gave her was already more than enough to destroy the Dark Guild. Anna immediately begins to reproach herself for not being strong enough, while Li Ping remembers something very important. He reminds her of his promise, and gives her a whole bag of fruits that will increase her strength. Anna is no longer surprised by such incredible generosity. Realizing that she will now become even stronger, she thanks him, explaining that she will never betray his trust and will protect the city at any cost. Li Ping gets up from the table with a smile and says that he can now go out for a walk with peace of mind. He sadly notes that he needs to fulfill the agreement reached to rule the world. Anna listens to him attentively, and the part of the story about him needing to rule the world piques her interest. She immediately says that it would be great if the legendary hero started acting on his own. Li Ping tries to calm her down, explaining that it is not at all what she thought. He explains that his ultimate goal is to achieve peace, but to do so, he will have to establish his dominance. After this, he states that unlike Elizabeth, he still wants to achieve this in a more subtle way. Anna understands the importance of the question, and asks how he wants to establish his dominance. Li Ping states that this is why he is here today, to ask her for some advice. In response to her surprised looks, he explains that she has read so many books that she must know a lot about the state of affairs. Anna says with a smile that she will be happy to share any information that she knows. She emphasizes that she knows little about the Demon King, the Dark Guild, the swords in the Elven Kingdom, and Aristotle's kingdom. Anna, although relatively young, became the most powerful, and many cities sought her patronage. Li Ping suggests that, with the exception of this place, the other states are acting in a disorganized manner, which plays into the hands of the Dark Guild. Anna confirms his suspicions and asks how he plans to achieve peace on the continent. Li Ping explains that true peace cannot be achieved by simply destroying the Dark Guild. From the legendary hero's point of view, the best solution would be to form an alliance through diplomatic negotiations. He adds that this is the only way he has come up with to avoid resorting to violence. Anna listens to him attentively and says that now the truth of these intentions has finally been revealed to her. Of course, this truth is wrong, and it suggests that it is all a game between the two of them. However, there is a small amount of sense in her semi-delusional reasoning, despite the fact that the original premise was incorrect. 500 years ago, Elizabeth achieved power through simple and brutal means. But as soon as she disappears, the world plunges into chaos again. From another point of view, Li Ping wants mortals to take the initiative to achieve peace, and thus come to it on their own. From her point of view, this was why he decided to visit the continent, to protect it from attack and see who was worthy of his help, just like last time. Anna assumes that they want to train her so that she can become a pawn in his grand plan. She also understands that increasing her power could cause people to forget their intentions, meaning she will be destroyed. However, her mind finds the idea of being a pawn in Li Ping's hands very attractive, especially if it's Li Ping's hands. She understands that she must improve and do everything possible to be able to use Raphael as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Li Ping continues to ask questions, hoping to gain more information about the continent. Looking at her carefully, he asks what kind of kingdom Aristotle is, which is famous for its technology. Anna explains that she has never been there, but the books say that they can control giants. Li Ping remembers that Sword has some connections with this kingdom, which means they need to investigate them more closely. Anna says that it would be better for him to visit the elf tribe first, since Aristotle's kingdom is still closed. She also adds that the new guild that announced its existence has come under the patronage of the elves. We are talking, of course, about Bercy and Elif, who were able to use the power of the cards to make a great journey. Finally, they reach their starting point, happy to have arrived. Burr says that in order to enter the territory of the elven tribe, one must first go through many natural trials. Burrs asks his daughter if she is confident in herself, and she replies that nothing can break her determination. As they move further, they realize that this was only a small outer area, and that further on, everything will be much more complicated. As they get closer to their target, a strange creature begins to watch them closely. However, after a few moments they see in front of them a giant tree, which personifies the power of the elves. Elif asks why they are placing so many guard plants, and Burr states that it is a precautionary measure. Before he can finish his sentence, the ground begins to shake, and a giant plant prepares to test their strength. A pea of the 5 elements bursts out of the ground, which is a powerful long-range weapon capable of destroying everything. Burrs explains that such a plant is the best possible guard weapon. Elif asks how he knows this, as the giant plant opens fire. Burrs says that 30 years ago he was in the Holy Sword Guild, and learned that the entrance to the elven tribe was located here. Elif decides to use her card-cutting skills to destroy the projectiles flying towards them. She also flanks the giant plant to deal some powerful blows. Burrs suggests that she use combo skills, and she agrees with his combat advice. Only a few seconds pass and she attacks the giant plant with a cross-splitting skill. Elif makes the mistake of celebrating prematurely, thinking that the plant is not that strong. Burrs immediately advises her not to relax, since they are facing the peas of the 5 elements. His advice proves effective, as the plant begins to regenerate at an incredible rate. Moreover, it adapts to the enemy and becomes even stronger than before. Burrs understands where this is all leading, and asks his daughter to quickly stand up and put up a powerful shield. The next second, the air is filled with a huge amount of magical peas, each projectile of which is comparable to a rocket. Moreover, the peas are loaded with cluster munitions to increase the area of destruction. This strategy allows you to cover a huge area and destroy all enemies. Elif is still holding the position with incredible efforts to stand against the enemy. Some projectiles ricochet back off the giant plants, but they don't do any damage to her. After some time, the pea shooter takes time to reload, and Burrs and Elif get the opportunity to treat their wounds. Burrs asks his daughter not to rush, saying that the shells of this plant are clearly poisoned, so it is better to use magic. He uses the Hearts card's healing skill to cure his daughter. Burrs also advises his daughter to move to a safe place and leave the rest to him. Elif says she's still ready to fight, and he replies that she must be careful, as the plant is becoming dangerous. The pea shooter begins to rapidly mutate, acquiring increasingly deadly properties. Burrs warns his daughter against hasty actions, explaining that the plant is returning to its original form. Elif watches the plant's metamorphosis, and understands that this creature was not given the rank of Demon King for nothing. Burrs says that by possessing a combination of the 5 elements, he can release various types of magic. He also recalls seeing the Swordmaster dispatch him in an instant, and notes that after 30 years, the plant has become stronger. He tells her that the longer the fight goes on, the better he can aim, so it's better to use the treasure deck. He also suggests that it would be appropriate to summon a combination of creatures in order to summon the Holy Little Mage. However, a few moments later, a swift arrow flies past them, which obviously belongs to the elven people. After the hit, a very beautiful sprout remains, which is somewhat reminiscent of an unblown flower. As this flower begins to bloom, the behavior of the peas and arrows immediately changes. As if receiving some unknown signal, he stops behaving aggressively and begins to go underground. Burs and Ilif don't even have time to understand what's going on here, when suddenly the giant plant leaves their field of vision. Ilif says she feels familiar magic, and Burs notes that this is not surprising, since she is half-elf. From a flower that has just blossomed, a small spiritual creature appears, inviting them to follow it. The elf spirit informs them that they can pass through and feel at home here. However, the glow gradually begins to dissipate, despite the fact that it was quite bright. At the same time, the flower that bursts out of the ground seems a little suspicious. Burs, however, says that the elves were watching them, and that would be an admission, so they decided to call them here. Ilif notes that if their mother is here, she should have come out to meet them. Burs reminds her that elves have a strict hierarchical structure of relationships, which is why they are so protective of themselves. He also says that their mother's love will never change, and they must seek justice on their own. After some time, they finally reach the elven tribe, which looks quite nice and peaceful. However, the elves still look down on outsiders, and Ilif and Bears feel unpleasant glances. The residents are talking among themselves and saying that a human and a pathetic half-breed who is not worthy of being here have come to them. Among other things, they claim that they are an inferior race, and that they emit a very bad smell that is irritating. Ilif wonders why these creatures are hostile towards them if they have done nothing wrong. Burs explains that elves rarely leave the tribe, so they are more cautious. Ilif notes that she has seen many elves outside their tribe and does not understand why they leave their beautiful lands. Burs explains that the reasons are purely geographical, since all elves are concentrated around the highest tree. He states that the closer to the center, the higher the bloodline and the more resources the elves receive. In his view, those who leave the elven tribe are from peripheral tribes with a lower level of pedigree. He also says that talented elves may seem ordinary here, but they will be in great demand in the outside world. He mentions that there are exceptions to the rules, and Ilif decides to clarify what exactly he is talking about. She doesn't have time to get an answer to her question, because a great commander named Blanchett appears before them. The girl says that she will take them to the Holy Land and asks them to follow her without asking unnecessary questions. After this, she makes several dashes in the opposite direction, hinting that the strangers should hurry. Ilif says Blanchett looks majestic, and Bears advises her to remain vigilant and be careful. In order to catch up with this majestic creature, they decide to use the power of flying cards. Burs still holds out hope of meeting his wife, and says that their mother is surely waiting for them in the Holy Land. Blanchett continues to lead them to the holy ground, moving through the air as if it were solid ground. The adventurers continue to follow her, hoping that it is not a trap. Ilif is surprised by the trees moving sharply, and notes that they seem to be making a path for them. Burs explains that it is a protective barrier, and if there are no high-level elves nearby, the trees could trap them. After some time, they finally leave the thicket, and an incredibly beautiful sight appears before them. They look at a giant tree, around which streams of energy circulate, similar to the northern lights. Ilif is delighted by the sight he sees, and Bears understands that they have come to the place where it all began. Within moments, he is plunged into memories that took place 30 years ago, when he was only 19. Then he finds himself in a tribe of elves, at which point ordinary troubles are happening there. A woman screams that she cannot control the beast, and Burs feels an earthquake. The thing is, the elven girl was trapped by a spirit deer, who clearly didn't want to be in captivity. Burs takes the initiative and jumps into the saddle of this deer to help calm him down. He takes a lesson from an elven girl who tells him that he needs to act more relaxed, and then everything will be fine. The girl thanks the brave knight, who says that he is always ready to help. He also explains that if she's thinking about paying him for the service, she can just let him ride the reindeer. Together they tame the untamed nature of this strange creature, and set off on a short journey. At first, the girl experiences difficulties, as she has only learned to ride on flat surfaces, but soon the deer is lifted into the air. Burs, being a natural rider, quickly makes the deer obey his commands and takes off into the air to end up next to the tree. Burs finds himself at unknown heights, and notes that this is quite good for the inner circle of the elven tribe. He also notices the incredible shyness on the part of the high-ranking elven girl, and asks her why she is so shy. The girl explains that her father and sisters told her the same thing, but she was simply too scared and couldn't learn to ride. Burs points to the side and says that it is her father who is looking for her, and the girl immediately begins to get nervous. She explains that outsiders are not allowed to ride the sacred beast, and if she is seen, it will be a real nightmare. Burs chuckles and notes that he simply lied to play a prank on her. She asks how he can behave like this, and Burs adds that he did it so that she would finally open her eyes. The girl says that this is an incredibly beautiful sight, and no one has ever brought her here before. Burs grins and remarks that in that case they can play more exciting games. She asks what games they are talking about, and he suggests going even higher. At first, the girl is frightened by this idea, but quickly gets used to the new state of affairs. Thus, Some kind of connection begins to develop between them, and the two young beings begin to feel attracted to each other. Over time, this attraction develops into true love, and they decide to enjoy the moment. After this, they find a cozy place on one of the leaves of the world tree, which has incredible strength. Burs addresses a girl named Nikta, saying that the elven elders will not appear here for several more days. Nikta says that she envies him, because the pure scent emanating from him brings pure happiness without a trace of anxiety. Burs notes that it's not that difficult, adding that he only just joined the Holy Sword Guild, but has already become an outstanding swordsman. He also claims that he can show her many beautiful places, which greatly intrigues the young girl. Burs says that this is not a problem, because she is a high-ranking elf, and she has more opportunities. Nikta notes that the so-called life of high-ranking officials is more like a cage. He adds that the elections for the Patriarch will take place soon, and her father has decided to marry her off to one of them in order to improve his position. Burs says he knows nothing about the relationships between elves, but understands that anyone would be uncomfortable being caged. He tells her that tomorrow he will take her with him via teleportation, which means that they will have to live in seclusion for the rest of their days. Nikta says that an ordinary life is all she dreams of, so she immediately agrees. Thus, an incredible and sincere union between them was concluded on the leaves of the world tree. However, much time has passed since then, and all that remains is for them to follow Burs's old heart. Elif is very surprised by the magical portals, saying that she did not expect such magic from the elves. Burs also notes that he didn't know about this before, and says that it is probably a hidden barrier that needs to be overcome. After a few moments, they pass through the barrier, leaving behind only a small energy ripple in space. All this time, someone suspicious continues to follow them, but who it is remains unknown. After passing through the energy barrier, they find themselves in a new place that is completely different from their usual surroundings. Blanchett finds a suitable landing spot near several elves. After this, she kneels before the other elves, saying that she has finally completed her mission. Elif asks Burs who these elves are, and Burs explains that they are the elders of the tribe, with whom one must be careful. Elif comes closer, but suddenly feels a strange sensation, as if she is about to vomit. One of the elven elders thanks Blanchett and informs her that she now needs to step aside. The patriarch of the elven tribe steps forward and carefully examines the new guests. Another tribal elder has been here so long that he still remembers Burs. Burs comes closer and notes that they really haven't seen each other for a long time. With a quick bow, Burs expresses his joy at meeting the chief elves present here. He carefully tries to read the emotions on the patriarch's face, but he continues to behave very distantly. The red-haired elf says that the last time she saw him, he was still quite young. Her colleague assumes that he came here on behalf of the Holy Sword Guild to ask to join them. Burs states that, to be precise, his card guild and the Holy Sword Guild have entered into an agreement to form an alliance. The elves chuckle and point out that they know he created this guild, but that hasn't improved the Holy Sword's plight. They remind him that the Swordmaster disappeared 3 months ago, and Burs replies that this is why he came to the elves to find her. He adds that the Swordmaster was one step away from reaching the level of a demon king, and he doesn't know how to avoid losing. The Patriarch continues to listen attentively to the great swordsman, but does not utter a single word. One of the elves states that activating all the plants outside the tribe would be a very expensive pleasure. Elif notes that now is not the time to worry about personal losses and failures, as too much is at stake. She adds that everything should be based on equality between the parties, and she must prove that she is worthy. After this, she gives a special command to summon a giant plant that appears even more powerful. She states that the 5-element peas were at a low level of power, and if they could withstand the attack, then they could talk. Even though the plant doesn't look like a predator, its aura is still overwhelming and harsh. Elif feels a little scared and turns to her father for advice on what to do in this situation. Burs asks her not to worry and says that he can handle it perfectly well himself. Taking aim, the plant decides to use its light gun skill to attack its enemies. The Patriarch continues to watch what is happening, without changing his stony expression. Once the flash dissipates, it becomes clear that Burs and Elif were not damaged by using the cards. Burs states that they temporarily lost an important combat unit like the Swordmaster, but that doesn't mean they are weak. He adds that they are confident that they can defeat the Dark Guild even if the elves do not join. The plant receives a command to return to the ground and immediately falls, beginning to rot at an incredible speed. The elf smiles and notes that he has become much stronger since he can withstand such magic. Elif asks what kind of magic it is and why they attacked them. She also states that once the Dark Guild invades here, they will regret their arrogance, but Burs corrects her. The Elven Patriarch suddenly says that more than 16 years have passed since those events, which he still regrets. Burs lowers his eyes and says that unfortunately, this is indeed true. Elif says that we need to quickly find Mom, get out of here and not waste time on politeness. Burrs explains that one should actually respect these people, at least because the patriarch of the tribe is her grandfather. After this, the elves become much more welcoming and say that they decided to give them a surprise. Elif and Burrs are perplexed, after which the elves explain that they decided to play a joke on them. Burrs asks the patriarch what this means, while Elif senses a slight catch. The elf explains that he no longer has to win the patriarch's respect, since he is more closely related to him. Burrs recalls that the patriarch said that he would never make such a decision, and asks where Nikta went. Instead of answering, the patriarch turns around and says that he wants to show them something very important. Elif and Burrs exchange glances, realizing that all of this looks extremely suspicious. Elif doesn't trust people and wonders what's going on here. Burrs says he doesn't understand anything, and suggests that perhaps the relationship between his mother and grandfather has improved over the years. Meanwhile, something strange is happening to the patriarch. His eyes are darting in different directions. Blanchett continues to make sure their plan doesn't fall through at the last minute. The chief explains that the huge sacred tree they see outside is just a magical projection. He tells that the birth of the sacred tree occurred 500 years ago, when Twyla sacrificed herself. Thanks to the light of the sacred tree, all contemporaries suddenly became enlightened and acquired talents in plant magic and shooting. For many years, the elven tribe has relied on the protection of the sacred tree, but it has begun to wither. As the world became a little calmer, some of the nephews began to enter into relationships with other tribes. This is why marriages between representatives of noble families and representatives of other tribes are strictly prohibited. Burrs explains that this is the only reason why there were restrictions in his daughter's relationship. He adds that he would like to show the mystical side of the European tribe, which he has never shown to anyone. Burrs and Elif look at him in surprise and wonder what all this means, trying to find at least some answers. The patriarch decides to make a movement with his hand to dispel the magic enveloping the place. Elif begins to feel nauseous again, but cannot understand the reason for such strange sensations. Slowly the magic begins to dissipate, revealing the truth and the ugly projection of the place they are in. With bitterness in his voice, the elf says that this is the true form of the sacred tree, and something becomes clear. Elif tries to suppress the nausea, but Burrs sees even more terrifying things when he looks at the tree. The patriarch says that, unfortunately, Nikta became food for the sacred tree for the benefit of her people. If you look closely, you can actually see wooden sculptures sticking out of the tree trunk. Such news brings incredible despair into the soul of the aged swordsman who loved her more than his entire life. He immediately rushes forward to grab the patriarch and ask how he could make her do this. He calls the patriarch a selfish demon and orders her to be returned, but the patriarch remains completely calm. After this, he turns to his two colleagues, saying that the time has finally come. They both suddenly become completely emotionless and report that they understand his order perfectly. After this, they approach the tree and begin to hug it, while it begins its perverted fusion procedure. Before the heroes can even comprehend what is happening, both elves become one with the tree and are completely consumed by the strange creature. However, thanks to this sacrifice, a few flowers bloom on the tree, which still inspire hope. Elif watches the procedure in horror, but the chief elf says that this is proof that they are not selfish. He declares that to become food for the sacred tree and to unite all life to it is the highest honor for them. Burrs says that this is simply terrible and something needs to be done urgently, but a feeling of helplessness begins to choke him. Elif comes closer to her father to at least somehow console him in this situation. The patriarch says that one young leaf can extend the life of a tree for another year, adding that this is a difficult concept to understand. He states that their visit today has changed his mind, and that he may be able to resurrect Nikta. Burrs quickly absorbs the information and wonders if life can be restored. The patriarch explains that this is indeed possible if he is willing to pay a certain price for it, and points towards Elif. Burrs immediately begins to protest, saying that if he wants to have his daughter, he should not blame her for the consequences. The patriarch explains that he was misunderstood, adding that he is interested in the cards that are on her belt. Burrs understands that all this time the patriarch wanted to get his hands on the cards made by Mr. Li Ping. Elif reminds us where these maps came from and who made them, hinting that it would be better not to do this. The patriarch says he felt a powerful divine force from this deck, and that perhaps the tree can be completely revived. He adds that everything that happens to the sacred tree can be resurrected, which means that all the elves can be brought back to life. He says this confidently, hoping that the desperate Burrs will agree to it. Burrs takes the offer seriously, considering whether to sacrifice these cards. Elif reminds him that the cards were meant for something completely different, and that in life, you can't return everything. A strange creature switches the control panel to alter the patriarch's emotional state. The patriarch immediately throws his head back, and rapid and unpleasant changes occur in his brain. He says that he understands their concerns. He himself is not sure that it will work, but there is only one chance to defeat the Dark Guild. Burs falls under manipulation and comes up with an excuse for himself, claiming that he is acting to save the continent. Elif continues to be the voice of reason, warning that if anything goes wrong, the blame will fall on them. Unfortunately, Burs is prone to emotions and declares that he will take responsibility. After this, he collects a deck of cards, saying that each of them controls half of the deck. The Patriarch states that in this case he should hand over the cards to him. After he casts a spell, everything will become better. Elif asks her father if he really thought carefully before throwing away such artifacts. Burs, unable to think clearly, says that he would do anything to get his mother back. A few moments later, the deck finally falls into the hands of the Patriarch. Smiling, he says that Burs is indeed a good son-in-law who has helped him a lot. A few moments later, vines begin to sprout up near them, intending to entangle them. Elif doesn't have time to dodge and falls into a trap she had long suspected. Burs also doesn't have time to do anything and asks the Patriarch what all this means. The Patriarch goes crazy and says that he did not expect that he would be so easily deceived, even the most naive idiot. After this, he opens his clothes, explaining that the elves have long been on the side of the Dark Guild. Burs and Elif watch the horrific spectacle in amazement and realize how easily they have just been deceived. The Patriarch states that, to put it simply, he is no longer himself. After a few moments, a huge flower begins to grow from the ground, showing off its gigantic bud to everyone. The bud gradually opens, and a strange man is visible inside. A man dressed as a jester reveals that the heads of the elven tribe were turned into puppets 10 years ago. Smiling, he explains that as long as he doesn't interfere, they can still act independently, but he can easily control them. Having received a small deck, he claims that he is now the head of the elven tribe. Burs turns to his daughter, and she says that she understands perfectly well what they need to do. They decide to turn to magic to escape the trap and fight this villain. However, their enemy turns out to be far from an ordinary villain, and quickly understands what he needs to do. The Patriarch, under the control of his patron, turns to the side and uses plant magic. Almost instantly they are affected by the parasitism ability, which quickly neutralizes them. Their mana reserves are depleted and they can no longer cast spells. The jester smiles as the Patriarch thanks him for using him at that moment. He declares that he will reward the Patriarch later, but for now he can rest, and presses a special button. As soon as the shutdown button is activated, the Patriarch immediately falls to his knees and stops showing signs of life. The jester reports that he has observed all their battles and discovered that the cards can summon spirits from other worlds. Taking the card into his hand, he immediately discovers that the price for summoning the spirit is a portion of his life force. Burs is glad that the villain does not yet know the secrets of using these cards, and understands that he will definitely die. However, as always happens, premature celebration only leads to bitter disappointments of fate. The jester smiles, showing the cards, and says that there is nothing difficult about this, because he has great resources. Tossing the cards into the air, he says that the time has come for the elves to sacrifice their powers. A real hurricane is gathering in the air, which does not bring anything good, and the elves are experiencing an earthquake. The frightened creatures grab their weapons, but quickly begin to feel incredibly ill. All the life force they had begins to be sucked out of them and evaporate into thin air. The tree acts as a powerful magnet, attracting the souls of dead elves. The same thing happens with all spirit animals, whose life force is an incredibly valuable resource. Burs realizes that he has been deceived, and realizes that he has just single-handedly doomed this world to a dark fate. The fool enjoys triumph, holding the cards and imbuing them with powerful spiritual powers. He smiles as he watches the cards absorb the power of everyone who sacrificed them and become even stronger. Burs watches this and understands that now everything is over, and the evil side has finally won. With a wicked smile, the jester commands all the cards that have been feeding on energy to reveal their true essence. Dark figures appear before him, each representing an incredibly powerful warrior. Among them appears a card in the form of a pair of jokers, which was compared to Elizabeth last time. Elizabeth informs him that he has not been home for 2 days, so he should think about the dishes for her. During this time, a strange entity, reminiscent of a political alien from another planet, matures in the court. She carefully slides down, choosing as her target Li Ping, who wanted to discuss something with Elizabeth. The entity carefully analyzes its next target and hopes that it will be easy prey. After waiting for a moment, she rushes forward, while Li Ping is still trying to get a normal dialogue from Elizabeth. However, he doesn't manage to reach the legendary hero's body in time, as it is discovered by a robot vacuum cleaner. The robot almost instantly suppresses it and sucks it into the depths of the trash bag, warning the others that cleaning is in progress. Li Ping apologizes to the robot vacuum cleaner he created, and steps aside to avoid disturbing it as it completes its tasks. Sitting down on the sofa, he says that he would like Elizabeth to go with him to the elf tribe. Elizabeth looks at him in surprise and wonders if he has decided to conquer even more territories. Li Ping explains that he does not plan to conquer anyone, but only wants to convince them to become allies. He reminds Elizabeth that she knows the heads of the elven tribe, so she will surely be able to negotiate through communication. Elizabeth agrees with his idea, pointing out that it will require a lot of fruit jelly from him. Li Ping explains that there won't be any problem, and she can eat as much as she wants. After this, she asks him what he is going to do with the people he brought into the yard. We are, of course, talking about Anna and Cherry, who, in the company of Alpha, were gathered by Vankai to talk. They exchange questions about how strong they are in order to find out who is the most worthy candidate. Cherry reveals that they were given a sword manual, and once she learns it, she will become the strongest of Li Ping's servants. Anna states that she has a ragdoll made by Li Ping, and that it will become much stronger over time. Alpha immediately starts to get cocky, saying that they make him laugh by being losers. He also explains that he has been close to him for 500 years, and what he gave them is just discarded trash. Alpha turns up his nose and says that he only has one younger brother, and that's him, so they should get out of here. Anna immediately becomes disheartened, but Cherry states that she has seen many blades, and that Alpha lacks Li Ping's energy. Alpha confirms that it is true. The blade was forged by another person, but now it has become a true holy sword after being reforged. Anna turns to the elder Vankai and asks if this is all really true. Vankai understands that the situation is complicated, and explains that Alpha is partially telling the truth, except for a few nuances. He says that at the moment the blade split in half, someone was already trying to fix it. Otherwise, Li Ping would have had nothing to chop wood with. Simple methods of restoring the blade did not work, as it was too brittle and broke instantly. Thus, superglue was used, which is a temporary measure to make the blade whole again. Since it was the superglue Li Ping had prepared, its effectiveness was much higher, and Alpha managed to bring the blade back to life. Vankai explains that the owner used a powerful invention for resurrection, and dug up what was left from the trash bin. Alpha continues to be proud of being glued back together, stating that it is a result of Li Ping's reforging. Cherry argues that this pressure is pointless, as they can only leave one person to serve the legendary Li Ping. Anna embraces the spirit of competition, explaining that she is fulfilling the duties assigned to her. Alpha is once again offended by the fact that he is not being taken seriously, and prepares to rush into battle with his blades. Cherry and Anna put their signature skills to the test to see who is the strongest. Vankai intervenes, ordering an immediate stop before it is too late. He explains that he did not hold the meeting so that they could decide who would be the strongest here. Anna reminds him that there are a lot of people here, and this is interfering with Li Ping's life, which means he needs to choose only one. Vankai says that they have misinterpreted the purpose, and should not interfere with the master's life. He says that he is Li Ping's domestic companion, and now the master is going out into the outside world, and he cannot follow him there. He also explains that ever since the fierce woman showed up, his life has become much more difficult for no particular reason. Cherry looks at him in surprise and asks who they must be to fulfill their destiny. Vankai says that if he wants to live in the outside world, he will inevitably meet all kinds of people there. After this, he explains that his job is usually to remove obstacles. He also explains that he is good at providing a safe path for his beloved owner. He adds that they should get to work and dig through the trash, since this right belongs only to him. Having heard the job description, they all unanimously declare that they understood it perfectly. Hearing the doors open, Vankai immediately orders everyone else to take their places. Li Ping looks out into the yard and asks his comrades how they feel and what they are doing. They instantly create an atmosphere of happiness and harmony so as not to upset their patron. Anna asks him if he is really going to go to the elf tribe to annex more territories. Li Ping explains that he will first go to the workshop to get some tools, and then he can set off. As soon as he heads to the workshop, Elizabeth decides to talk to her reluctant allies. She reflects on the fact that all of this was actually a planned action by the legendary hero. She recalls that after capturing the elven tribe in the south, the next target will be Aristotle's kingdom. Elizabeth, using her outstanding detective skills, once again comes to the wrong conclusions regarding Li Ping's plan. Moreover, her teenage nature again perceives this as manipulation, which she does not like at all. Naturally, Li Ping's allies don't realize that she's adept at detecting the Demon Queen's movements, and decide not to interfere. All they do is ask Vankai for help in this situation. Vankai takes a few steps towards them, announcing that he now has a brilliant plan to deal with Elizabeth. He explains that he will now finally be able to take advantage of the latest research. Cherry, Anna, and Alpha believe that battling the strongest is a rare opportunity to learn something new. Meanwhile, Vankai takes out a teasing stick and begins to play with it, turning onto his back. He hopes that a smiling man cannot be hit, but Elizabeth shows that it does not matter to her. She sends him flying with a powerful blow for completely unknown reasons. Vankai receives a moderate injury, but this is nothing new for him. Elizabeth says that this stupid dog irritates her, and if anyone repeats her behavior, the same fate will follow. Li Ping's allies are becoming more serious and say they would like to avoid such situations in the first place. Elizabeth explains that they are all part of Li Ping's plan, so they must learn to live independently and not rely on help. They let go of the head and understand that if anything happens, they will be left to die, since the Demon Queen is too lazy for this. Suddenly, Li Ping appears, holding a newly made chainsaw, and announces that he is ready to go. Elizabeth looks at the device and asks what this strange thing is that he brought. Li Ping explains that after adding spatial magic to his backpack, he found it much more convenient to carry things. Meanwhile, Alpha discovers a strange girl behind Li Ping who somewhat resembles Daizan. Anna notes that it is a spirit weapon, but it seems that it was much more difficult to forge than Alpha. Li Ping reflects that the elf tribe is rich in various plants that would be good to grow. After this, he reports that everything is ready, and it makes sense to set off on the journey. Li Ping also says that he will take candidates with him on the adventure this time, as the goal will be a diplomatic victory. Cherry and Anna offer their candidacies, saying that they will protect him along the way. Alpha immediately confronts them, declaring that in any case there are only two places, and one of them will be occupied by him. He turns up his nose again, explaining that he is the exclusive weapon of the legendary hero and must always follow him. Li Ping suggests that Alpha calm down and not worry about it. He adds that since the purpose of the expedition to the Elven tribe is persuasion, he will not need any weapons. Anna and Cherry are happy that they finally dealt with the arrogant young man and follow Li Ping. Elizabeth opens the portals and invites everyone else to join her in going to the Elven settlement. Li Ping happily orders Alpha to stay here and wait for them to return so they can begin training. Alpha, with his self-esteem already at rock bottom, wonders why things are so bad. He still doesn't understand why life turns out this way, as if he's not good enough for Li Ping. He feels a strange calling, but cannot understand who has decided to address him. Vankai gradually recovers and asks Alpha if he remembered all the survival lessons he was taught. Alpha misinterprets this call and assumes that he must become even better while training with his elder. Vankai invites him to patrol, and he agrees, saying that he will learn a lot from him. Immediately after the portal, Anna needs a little recovery, as her head is very dizzy. Li Ping happily turns to Elizabeth, saying that the tree looks incredibly big. Elizabeth is surprised that in such a huge tribe there is not a single trace of life. Li Ping asks them how the tree grew to such an incredible size. Elizabeth explains that they first need to change clothes before they head to the settlement. Cherry is surprised that her clothes have suddenly disappeared and she has to cover herself. Li Ping turns to them and asks what she means. However, as soon as he turns his gaze towards Cherry, it turns out that she has already completely changed into her combat uniform. Elizabeth announces that she wants to change into clothes suitable for travel, and that the others are forbidden to wear clothes made by Li Ping. Li Ping thinks that this is a very strange decision, but he has no desire to argue with her. Elizabeth asks him why he is so excited, and he replies that he is interested in studying the local plants. At this moment, it turns out that they had been watched all this time by flowers with creepy eyes embedded in them. The jester set up a huge number of surveillance cameras to monitor the movements of potential victims. He reflects on the fact that only 3 days have passed since the capture of the representatives of the Alliance of Heroes, when suddenly more targets appear here. He immediately discovers the Swordmaster, who disappeared several months ago, and decides to take a closer look at the people around him. To do this, he decides to turn to the memory of Bears and Elif, who have been in his captivity for several days. One of the creepy plants is driven into his head, after which it begins to project their memories. The jester carefully studies everything he can to find out who he is dealing with and how to win. However, after some time, he discovers that the red-haired woman next to them is behaving very suspiciously. After a few seconds, he finally realizes that the person in front of him is none other than Elizabeth. He frowns, thinking that he didn't expect her to appear here after 500 years. After this, he orders one of his servants to go ahead and separate them by any means necessary. Blanchett, who has been serving the jester all this time, says that she will do it this very second. Meanwhile, our heroes find themselves in an arena where a huge number of destroyed plants are still located. Cherry notes that, according to her past experience, this is where you need to win the fight, but the 5 elements have not yet appeared. Anna understands that Cherry's knowledge makes her a serious competitor that she cannot lose to. Li Ping asks her what guild she created, noting that she knows a lot about the elf tribe. Cherry looks at him with genuine surprise, explaining that she is actually from the Holy Sword Guild. Their heartfelt conversation is interrupted by a hail of arrows that are heading their way at incredible speed. Cherry makes a quick movement with just a single wooden branch and immediately knocks down all the projectiles with incredible ease. Anna discovers the man who shot them and notes that he is using concealment magic. Cherry states that it is a trick and that they shouldn't worry, after which she decides to make the first move and stance. This movement creates a powerful signal that instantly finds the real Blanchett, hidden in the darkness. The elven archer is surprised that a mere human could use a sword to dispel concealment magic. However, she is already in a suitable position and shoots forward with the seed arrow skill. Anna summons a giant teddy bear to act as a shield from projectiles and protect the team. However, in reality, these arrows pose a much greater danger than they seem at first glance. In the places where the arrows hit, a gigantic number of the most powerful pea shooters sprout, and their number increases even more. Li Ping asks the Demon Queen if she remembers how they first went on an adventure a few months ago. At this moment, his allies rush forward to chop the plants into small pieces. Li Ping reflects that if he had been in that situation back then, he might have gone crazy. But now he's used to it. Elizabeth notes that there is nothing to brag about here, reflecting on the fact that the legendary hero is trying to manipulate again. At this point, Cherry continues to fight against constantly appearing enemies using her newly introduced skills. Anna is also trying to keep up to get to Blanchett, who manages these plants. Li Ping explains that he is not bragging and is simply glad he met her, expressing hope that they will stay together forever. After a few moments, one of the projectiles attacks him and is quickly swallowed. Li Ping lets out a muffled cry, but almost no one comes to his aid in time. Cherry and Anna are surprised that the legendary hero was swallowed by a huge creature and digested in its stomach. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is only thinking about the fact that, from her point of view, she has just been confessed his love, despite the fact that this is not true. Cherry and Anna understand that their leader's life is at stake and immediately rush to the attack, destroying the shells first. However, it turns out to be too late. They do not understand where their leader has disappeared to, and decide to urgently find him. Blanchett, meanwhile, is on a mission to capture that very man alive, and decides to self-destruct the rest of the plants. Thus, a gigantic number of pea shooters, located almost point-blank to our heroes, detonate. The explosion is comparable in strength to several dozen very heavy bombs, and few things can survive in such conditions. Blanchett explains that sacrificing so many pea shoots was very expensive, but it was worth it. Cherry and Anna absorb all damage thanks to their skills as defender dolls. Cherry notes that even at the Demon Queen's level in the future, she wouldn't be able to protect them from that massive explosion. Blanchett realizes that she has not achieved her goal, and decides to use all the remaining seeds to do so. With these words, she grabs everything she has and quickly buries it in the ground to awaken the seeds. These sprouts are instantly absorbed into the ground and move towards Anna and Cherry to absorb them. Numerous pea shooters quickly emerge and immediately activate their six-fold self-destruct skill. However, at the last moment, the dolls jump out of the area of effect, and Cherry decides to protect them with a shield. However, such serious defensive skills do not go unnoticed, and this has a significant impact. Besides, it's not the end yet, as one giant pea shooter still remains alive. A powerful explosion occurs, throwing our heroes several hundred meters to the side. Blanchett realizes she needs to return and recover as quickly as possible to complete her mission. Suddenly, the Demon Queen appears behind her, ordering her to explain everything that is happening here. Blanchett turns around in horror and asks her who she is and why she survived such an explosion. Elizabeth irritably says that in that case she will check her memories herself. Blanchett feels an intuition telling her that she must not fall into the hands of this woman. Otherwise, she will face an end worse than death. To do this, she quickly takes apart her shoulder pads, which contain amazing tattoos. By pressing on them with her fingers, she activates the suicide arrow skill to finish herself off. Elizabeth watches this unpleasant process closely, and notes that it was a very wise choice. However, she is tormented by the question of whether Twyla also colluded with the Dark Guild and betrayed her trust. She looks around and realizes that there is no one here to greet her with the honors she feels she deserves. She angrily reflects on the fact that only 500 years have passed, and no one respects her anymore, and decides to strike terror into their minds. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, the giant pea that just swallowed the protagonist emerges with strange intentions. He spits the legendary hero out onto the ground, but still has strange feelings for him. Li Ping is confused as he doesn't understand why the plant is acting so strangely. Raising his head, he discovers that saliva is beginning to drip from the plant's makeshift mouth. Li Ping moves away in fear and asks that they not approach him, as he is very scared. Unable to resist such a gigantic creature, he falls to the ground, hoping that Elizabeth will save him. However, after a few moments, the giant pea falls to the ground next to him, as if searching for something intensely. Li Ping takes a closer look and discovers that the giant plant is infected with strange pollen. He understands that something has been constantly falling out of there all this time, and this has obviously affected the plant. Taking a closer look, he realizes that it is organic fertilizer that he brought here as a gift. He turns to the Big P and asks if he really wants to get even more treats. Having received the answers, he declares that he is ready to share all the fertilizers in exchange for not being eaten. P only nods a few times in gratitude for such a treat. After he has eaten everything available, he falls to the ground to digest it. Li Ping hopes his digestion is fine, then tries to figure out where to go next. The thing is that there are a huge number of plants around it, and it is very easy to get lost here if you don't know where to go. The patriarch reports that the man teleported, but his plant monster suddenly stopped halfway. The jester orders that the location of this person be determined using the surveillance system. He grins and notes that it's not that simple, and that he needs to look through more memories to find out who he is. Meanwhile, elephant bears are already on their last legs due to the fact that their memories are constantly being drained from them. The jester realizes that he is facing the main character, and decides to defeat him using the same cards to prove to Elizabeth that he is no worse. Meanwhile, the battle becomes increasingly nightmarish and terrifying due to the increasing level of the opponents. The ragdolls brought to life by Anna are seriously damaged and require temporary restoration. Nevertheless, they manage to soften the falls for our heroines, who fortunately escape with only a fright. Cherry quickly jumps to the ground to check if her ally is okay. However, after a moment, she begins to experience the unpleasant sensation of a magical clash when she combines techniques. Anna asks her if everything is okay, and she replies that she needs to rest a little to continue the fight. Anna notes that they don't have time for this now, as a powerful magical force is approaching. The ragdolls once again rise to the defense of their mistress and take on all the blows aimed at them. However, this time the impact is so strong that they fly apart. Anna wonders if they were attacked by the 5-element peas, but Cherry tells her it's something more sinister. A magician nicknamed Troika appears before them, who is a manifestation of the card. Cherry and Anna immediately discover that this creature has the aura of a legendary hero. But there is another evil force present. A large amount of energy begins to accumulate in the Troika's staff in order to fire another volley. Cherry rushes forward to strike with her second move, hoping for a quick victory. However, upon closer inspection, she realizes that her blow missed its target and only damaged her weapon. The thing is that the little Troika had a protective club spell cast on it, which prevented the damage. Cherry tries to figure out how this is possible, while simultaneously expecting the next attack to come her way. The trio decides to use the power push skill to put some distance between themselves and their hated opponent. However, this time a rag owl comes to her aid, intercepts her and softens her fall. Anna realizes that she has used the demon's red eyes too often, and now she needs to regain her powers. However, unfortunately, the 3 did not come alone, and it was joined by the 5, which focused on protective functions. Cherry, meanwhile, quickly lands on the ground and thanks her ally for her help. However, magical forces collide again in their bodies, and this happens at the most inopportune moment. Anna turns to the Swordmaster and asks if she is still able to fight or if she should retreat. The trio decides it's time to end the fight and begins to combine several elements at once. Anna understands that this is a very dangerous opponent, and even with the red eyes activated, it will be difficult to fight him. The Troika does not show hostile intentions and tries to act neutrally. Anna gathers all her spiritual strength to continue the battle, realizing that she should not rely on anyone. She also notes that she cannot let her leader down and must prove that they were not mistaken. Meanwhile, the 3 begin the final stages of their preparations, creating something astonishing and destructive. The energy ball is capable of destroying all living things in its path, and dodging it will be an extremely difficult task. The ball is directed towards the heroes, creating a giant explosion, but everything does not go so well. As the smoke clears, it becomes clear that the giant snake is moving forward to swallow the projectile. Quite quickly, the projectile ends up in the snake's stomach and gradually dissipates, losing its destructive power. Anna, through incredible effort and strength of spirit, awakens her abilities and enters a state of maximum concentration. Cherry realizes that Anna was not chosen by chance, as her power level instantly increased by several levels. Anna gives the order to her animals to rush into another attack. This time, the main active force object will be the newly arrived snake, and a plush owl will assist her. 5 faces the battle rather stoically and decides to use the defense club skill. However, the plush snake easily dodges all the projectiles, rushing forward towards its target. Anna understands that magic cubes have an extremely high level of protection, and it's better not to joke with them. However, her red eyes allow her to see the trajectory of the fall in advance in order to direct the snake correctly. She also calls on a stuffed owl to act as a distraction. The giant creature decides to use its assault strike skill to help its fellow creatures. The five realize that they won't be able to escape the danger in time and use the protective club on themselves. This also protects them from the massive amount of wind blades that would otherwise tear them apart. 3 and 5 make strange noises while in the protective club, while the stuffed snake still tries to swallow them. Such a protective matrix does not allow them to move freely, and one can only hope for the best. Cherry notes that she cannot penetrate this cube even with the legendary hero's swordsmanship. She also understands that she cannot fall behind, lest she lose her privileged position among Li Ping's assistants. Anna decides to resort to a strategy of gradual destruction to destroy these magical enemies. She notices that the magical power that the snake absorbs and disintegrates will be transferred to her body. After this, she gives the command to the plush snake to begin the process of slow destruction. But this is not easy. Anna feels that the awakening of the bloodline will soon invade her consciousness, and she must hold out until success. However, their plan fails when someone suddenly cuts the snake into pieces. The blow is so powerful that Anna's mental abilities fail and she loses consciousness. Cherry realizes that everything happens so quickly that she can barely keep track of the movements. Turning around, she notices that an energy blast is flying towards them, which she needs to dodge. This cut leaves a huge mark on the ground, as if giants had just fought here with swords. Cherry uses a protective spell in time to protect herself and her ally. She suffers multiple injuries, but Anna remains relatively safe. Cherry realizes that she has experienced this feeling several times before, when she encountered incredibly powerful creatures. As she watches the smoke clear, she realizes that she is feeling incredible despair in the face of an overwhelming enemy. The thing is that Jack, who is an even stronger opponent, comes to their aid. Meanwhile, Elizabeth continues her journey through the elven forest, looking around in search of allies. She notes that this is the place where the magic is felt most strongly, but she cannot find its source. The mysterious creature that is watching her informs her that a big fish has finally fallen into their trap. Elizabeth continues to explore the area and suddenly crosses a strange line separating two worlds. Looking around, she realizes that this is a magical barrier, which means that her enemy's powers are higher than the level of the Demon King. She addresses the invisible enemy, noting that trapping her was a cheap trick. After a few moments, a strange creature, similar to a Matryoshka doll, begins to spin a large number of cards around itself. Elizabeth looks at her opponent with disdain, not attaching much importance to him. Moments later, she finds herself locked in a nesting doll, which quickly gains levels. With each subsequent level, she becomes larger, increasing her power and strength. However, in reality, this creature is not independent. It is controlled by a strange puppeteer who hopes to imprison her here forever. Elizabeth listens attentively to all the threats and only smirks in response. For some reason, all of this seems pointless to her. But Elizabeth's opponents have yet to find out who they are up against. With the power of her presence, she attacks the seemingly impenetrable shell of the Matryoshka doll, creating cracks. Quickly destroying the barrier, she notes that she has been living inside the time barrier for an entire year. A strange creature trying to control the traps decides to invent a new method. Elizabeth takes a few more steps and tells her supposed opponent to go to hell. A few moments later, a strange scythe pierces her through and through, but she does not experience the slightest sign of pain. A creature named Seven, a cartoonish Grim Reaper who represents death, appears before her. Pulling his scythe, he pulls the soul out of the Demon Queen to consume it. One might think that the soul of such a creature is quite strong, but no one has power over death. However, the Demon Queen is a semi-divine being and can control her soul at will. Smiling, she notes that the enemy is quite brave, and orders him to answer the question of who forced him to act. She adds that otherwise she will not allow him to die quickly, and will make him suffer. Seven realizes that he cannot cope with this enemy and returns to his original form. However, the puppeteer who controlled the creature was extremely disappointed with the poor level of performance. The strange woman claims that it was a piece of trash that, out of fear, returned to its form and was unable to extract the soul. Elizabeth quickly returns to her physical body to regain control of her abilities. She realizes that she just sensed Li Ping's aura and assumes that the trip to the elf tribe was planned. She assumes that Li Ping wanted to test his allies and involved her, which begins to irritate her. She finds her opponent and grabs him with her demonic hands, expanding the horizon. Addressing her opponents, she advises them to commit suicide as quickly as possible if they do not want to die an even more terrible death. However, the creatures watching her only chuckle, noting that she is too loud, but too weak. Elizabeth goes further and finds herself in a cartoonish maze that represents an inverted infinity sign. She immediately understands why she couldn't get out, because the things Li Ping created have special effects. After that, she takes a few confident steps through the labyrinth to crush it with incredible ease. Finding herself in a pocket dimension, she notes that she is confronted by a pair of ignorant fools. The queen appears before her, declaring that she has enough strength to finish off Elizabeth. The King of Cards sits on the throne and remarks that he will eagerly await her victory. Elizabeth accepts the challenge, realizing that she cannot escape until she defeats them. However, before that, she decides to show off a little, noting that no one dares to call himself a king while standing in front of her. She insults the King of Cards, declaring that he is unworthy of the title and should crawl on his knees before her. Naturally, he does not appreciate such appeals and orders the Queen to destroy the impudent Elizabeth. The Queen of Cards fuses with all the aces to reach the maximum level of the Demon King. Elizabeth doesn't pay much attention to this and orders her opponent to go to hell, hoping to kill him without any problems. However, things are not so simple here, since Elizabeth, like most people, suffers from too much self-confidence. The Queen uses her very fast wing skill to return from an attack and find a better angle. Rushing forward, she decides to use her decapitation skill to bring Elizabeth down to the ground. Elizabeth tries to block the blow and calmly deflects it with her fingers. She also notices that she has broken more fingers, and considers this a good indicator of the opponent's strength. The Queen of Cards continues her attacks in the hope that one of them will bring a more significant result. Elizabeth decides to deal with this as quickly as possible and sends forward another demonic wave. The Queen of Cards reads her opponent's move in time and decides to perform a bow maneuver. She is attacked from all sides, but she manages to parry all the blows. Elizabeth tries to figure out her opponent and directs an attack from behind, not giving him time to react. However, even this turns out to be not enough, since the Queen of Cards is much faster than it seems at first glance. All the demonic spawns that Elizabeth summons are quickly cut to pieces. However, they only become more numerous, as each enemy killed is split into 2 copies. The Queen of Cards realizes that we are talking about magic bullets and decides to change tactics. She enters maximum defense mode to deflect projectiles flying towards her. However, the number of magic bullets does not decrease, but on the contrary, only increases, increasing the speed requirements. Over time, the Card Queen's limbs begin to tire and are subject to multiple hits. Elizabeth decides to use her critical strike skill and instantly destroys all the limbs. This way she remains completely protected from the next onslaught of magic bullets. The Queen only looks up, wondering why everything came back this way. The magic bullets continue to divide, ensuring that the next attack is sure to be fatal. Elizabeth proudly notes that magic bullets will be more than enough to deal with someone like her. After this, she gives the command to her servants, and they rush forward, tearing the enemy apart. The Queen of Cards really remains just a pitiful fragment, which in the meantime is transformed into other cards. Suddenly, several other cards appear out of nowhere and immediately prepare to enter the battle. Elizabeth wonders how many magic tricks Li Ping has up his sleeve, noting that they are quite powerful. It turns out that the Queen of Cards is still in action and can quickly recover. Among other things, she summons a mysterious creature capable of absorbing a gigantic amount of magic bullets. This creature is a cartoon dinosaur summoned by the Cartoon 9's card. Elizabeth realizes that her opponent has only 2 cards left, one that absorbs the opponent's magic, and the other that resurrects her. The Queen of Cards looks at her opponent and wonders if she really thinks so highly of herself. She also advises Elizabeth to prepare to reap the fruits of her arrogance and calls her an upstart. Meanwhile, the cartoon dinosaur who tried to swallow the magic starts to feel ill. Gradually, all the magic bullets that he swallowed begin to come out from the other side, where there is another head. The Queen of Cards smiles and notes that it's time to use the double payoff skill. The cartoon dinosaur is capable of returning absorbed magical skills in double volume, so Elizabeth will have to proceed with caution. However, she decides to use the skill Irresistible Edge to block all incoming damage. The cartoon dinosaur is greatly surprised to realize that one of his most powerful attacks turned out to be a mere puff. Even the magical Card Queen, who had expected much more serious damage, is surprised by this. Elizabeth notes with a smile that even if her skills were enhanced 100-fold, they would not be able to cause harm. After this, she begins to use spatial magic to suppress the resistance of the enemies. Elizabeth admits that she was inspired to create this skill by the foolish Vankai, and notes its effectiveness. However, the Dinosaur 9 was destroyed, but this does not mean that Elizabeth was safe. Elizabeth looks closely at the map she managed to obtain, and realizes that the Queen is still somewhere nearby. The Queen of Cards suddenly appears behind her and makes a swift, decisive attack with her daggers. Elizabeth quickly dodges the lightning-fast strikes, which are a veritable deadly barrage. The Queen of Cards suddenly wonders where her target is when she is suddenly cut in half. Elizabeth decides to go into a more combative form to deal with this enemy. With arrogance in her voice, she notes that she will now take the matter seriously in order to deal with the enemy. The mysterious decanter, which contains the petal immersed in water, is reactivated and begins to create the unimaginable. Before Elizabeth's eyes, the enemy's dismembered body is put back together, despite her efforts. Elizabeth realizes that once the main body is destroyed, the resurrection magic will activate automatically. The Queen of Cards prepares to rush into battle again, noting that she cannot be destroyed. However, Elizabeth realizes that there is a possibility of total destruction and decides to use the absolute confinement skill. Thus, the enemy finds himself in a dungeon from which it is impossible to escape under any circumstances. Elizabeth states that she will first limit the resurrection area with this skill, and then slowly play with her victim. After this, she decides to use the dissolution skill to melt the victim with acid. The cleansing vase is activated once again to resurrect its keeper and bring him back to life. The Queen of Cards notes that this is useless, as all she needs to resurrect is a drop of dew in a cleansing vase. She also states that the magical space inside the vase is connected to the world ocean, and the water in it is exhaustible. Elizabeth takes this information into account and then decides to move on to poisoning skills. The Queen of Cards immediately begins to feel the incredibly scorching air, altered by the most powerful poisons. Once the poison enters her body, she experiences such a searing pain that even a magical creature cannot cope with it. Elizabeth continues her torture using drowning, 1,000 needles, lacerating, and lightning strikes. She also notes that she will accumulate various damage that can be received in order to exhaust the enemy. Gradually, the vase begins to lose its strength for reasons that are still unknown. After a long time, Elizabeth defeats her opponent. She concludes that when endless resurrection is exceeded by endless pain, the opponent's body will naturally wither away. The King of Cards has been watching the battle all this time, as joining in would seem too wrong. Smiling, he notes that now is the time to take personal action and jump off his throne. He also summons a massive amount of blades to himself, which are actually much more deadly than they appear. He decides to use the fusion skill to give the blades a more conscious form. Together, these blades form something astonishing, merging into a weapon capable of rivaling even the gods. This weapon is at the level of a 2-star demon god, which is a truly powerful artifact. The Cartoon King, in turn, uses the skill of breaking boundaries to significantly improve his physical form. Smiling, he notes that there is only room on the throne for one ruler who must rule this world. Elizabeth only laughs loudly in response, causing surprise to the King of Cards. She notes that the Demon King was once the highest being in this world, and now understands how he watched over her. The king doesn't fall for the provocation, noting that she simply doesn't understand the difference in power levels. After this, he rushes forward using a world destruction combat technique. Elizabeth responds with similar spells, hoping that her skill will be at a higher level. She continues her attack using the Invincible King skill and breaks through her opponent's defense. Thus, he surprises Elizabeth and causes her serious damage by dashing through her. He notes that she is incredibly brave to allow herself to relax in battle, and is not a weak opponent. Smiling, he declares that he is the king, and therefore the strongest being in this world. He starts laughing loudly, gradually turning into a card, not realizing that he has actually already lost. These cards end up in the hands of Elizabeth, who begins to use them with incredible aggression. She assumes that all this time she was playing by Li Ping's rules, who wanted to remind her that pride leads to a fall. She vows that the strength of her skills will match Li Ping's and show that she is much better than expected. She is also surprised that she destroyed all the cards, but the space is still not destroyed. Looking closer, she realizes that there is one more card left, which is a strange-looking throne. The throne turns towards Elizabeth, and it becomes clear that she will be fighting against Deuce, who is a cartoon duck. Elizabeth orders the creature to stop wasting time on nonsense and decides to destroy it with a simple blow. The demonic hand rushes forward to crush the unfortunate animal and free the demon queen from captivity. However, suddenly a powerful counterattack comes from the seemingly ridiculous duck, which blocks this skill. Elizabeth realizes that the creature used copying to defeat its opponent. The duck is gradually taking on all of Elizabeth's external features, and one can only hope that she will be so strong. The only difference is that the altered version of Elizabeth still has a duck's nose and eyes and continues to quack. The demon queen takes this as a personal insult and calls her opponent an arrogant creature. Meanwhile, Li Ping collects a variety of fruits, noting that this is exactly why he came here. Having tasted them, he notes that the fruits here are rather mediocre. However, if they are cultivated, a new variety can be developed. Elven zombies appear behind him and approach the protagonist with a creepy look. The patriarch connects to the mass consciousness of the slain elves and reports that one of the strops has discovered Li Ping's location. The jester asks him what he is waiting for, ordering him to act as decisively and quickly as possible. He adds that the man must continue to be kept alive and brought here for further interrogation. Li Ping, meanwhile, is completely oblivious to what is happening behind him and continues to harvest. At a certain point, he decides to move to another bush, which perfectly coincides with the moment when the zombie tries to attack him. The rotten corpse falls to the ground with a dull thud, achieving no results. while Li Ping walks away whistling. The corpse immediately takes on a terrifying form, rising on all fours and turning from bottom to top to make it easier to pursue the target. With incredible speed, he begins to tear apart the ground above him to get closer to Li Ping. However, the legendary hero has picked up too many apples to hold in his hands, and several of them fall. Li Ping doesn't pay much attention to it, but these apples play a crucial role in maintaining his life. The corpse steps on the apples, causing it to immediately lose its balance and begin to fall. Li Ping bends down again to find something interesting, wondering what is in this forest. He notes that this is a truly interesting magical world, where climatic conditions have absolutely no effect on plants. The now heavily mangled corpse raises its rotten head to make eye contact with its target. Li Ping picks up some vegetables, noting that he can take them home and cultivate them for new varieties. Smiling, he declares that he will also take this cactus as a reminder. A few moments later, he comes across a dead man who, for some reason, has placed his hands directly on this cactus. Li Ping is frightened by the ugly zombie, who in turn experiences incredible pain from the cactus needles. The patriarch also begins to scream hysterically as his hands receive full tactile information. Li Ping quickly turns around and starts running as fast as he can to get to a safe place. The patriarch requests permission to activate 50 dark mechanisms, as this legendary hero is difficult to deal with. The jester notes that all he cares about is how quickly he catches the villain, and states that he can use anything. At this moment, a gigantic number of half-decomposed corpses that had been killed come back to life. Li Ping can't believe that zombies are appearing in the elf forest and hopes to get out of here as quickly as possible. His speed grows faster as his thirst for life makes him ignore the fatigue in his legs. However, after a while he stops, feeling how the earth begins to tremble due to unknown forces. He looks around to see if any magical earthquake has occurred. Listening closely, he realizes that this is connected with the movement of a large wave of something unknown. A huge number of green lights catch the eye, which are actually someone's eyes. Li Ping begins to react with fear and realizes that this time he is in serious trouble. A huge number of elven zombies advance towards him, hoping to capture him. They quickly surround him, and now he has no chance to escape. Li Ping tries not to panic, noting that he must be brave and fight, even though he has not taken the sword. The ground beneath his feet begins to shake and he wonders where he can run. The patriarch orders his subordinates to rush into action to capture this man and bring him here. However, suddenly, a huge number of zombies running towards the main character are destroyed by powerful streams of magic. Li Ping finds himself on the head of a giant pea shooter, who has already become attached to him. Li Ping looks at him in surprise and notes that he is glad to see his new comrade. Pea shooter can't speak, so he can only nod quickly to emphasize his good intentions. The patriarch realizes that this explains why the plant magic suddenly stopped working, since the 5-element peas have been tamed. At this moment, the good-natured giant bush begins to shoot all the zombies that approach them. Li Ping grabs his comrade's head to avoid being thrown off by the incredible momentum. Pea shooter continues to effectively hold his own against zombies, as if that's what he was originally designed for. However, after a few moments, some elves decide to use plant magic to take control of it. Li Ping looks at his comrade in surprise and asks why he suddenly stopped. The answer lies in the zombie elves, who still have brain activity and can use magic. The patriarch is pleased that this wave includes several generations of elders, which means the rebels can be neutralized. They also decide to use plant magic skill to slow down the growth of their subordinates. Thus, the giant pea shooter, who had just been a threat to all living things, is immediately reduced to something insignificant. Li Ping looks at his comrade in surprise, who is now so small that he can fit in his hand. Pea shooter nevertheless remains loyal to the protagonist and performs a military salute, showing that he will be with him until the end. However, be that as it may, the huge number of corpses gradually becomes even greater if something terrible happens. The corpses become so numerous that they form an entire ocean, capable of swallowing up anyone it wants. Li Ping looks at this giant, monstrous structure and wonders if this will be the end for him. Moments later, giant waves of dead bodies collapse and bury Li Ping. They also form giant balls that can now move anywhere to transport Li Ping to the jester. However, a spirit they had long forgotten, Daizan, suddenly intervenes, and is known to once again take the form of a chainsaw chair. An eerie sound deafens the entire area as the ball of zombies begins to crack. The same thing happens to the patriarch, and in a moment his entire body is cut into 2 parts. The jester is surprised, remembering that path management can, at best, only convey tactile sensations. Meanwhile, pieces of infected bodies, destroyed by the new weapon, begin to fall from the sky. Li Ping stands in the middle of this nightmare, looking quite frightened, trying to figure out what to do now. He suddenly remembers that he had a chainsaw, but he doesn't understand how it could have appeared on its own. Daizan appears by his side again, remarking that he will never allow his master to be harmed. A zombie cut in half appears in front of him and crawls towards him, which greatly frightens Li Ping. Even though they had just fallen from a great height, and for living corpses it makes no difference what kind of damage they received. They are so agile after receiving damage that they retain the ability to jump on their target. Li Ping grabs the chainsaw in fear and activates it, swinging it from side to side, killing everything living and non-living. The jester also takes minor damage, realizing that he is facing a truly powerful opponent. To minimize damage, he decides to resort to the help of resurrected archers. He has quite a lot of such creatures at his disposal, so he uses the skill swarm of magic arrows. Li Ping closes his eyes in fear and simply starts swinging the chainsaw from side to side to avoid being captured. Without realizing it, he is the owner of clothing that reflects 100% of damage back to the wearer. All the arrows flying in his direction immediately hit the shooters, knocking off their heads. The jester takes much more damage, causing his arm to become a pathetic sieve. However, he regenerates quickly, noting that even the damage reflected by the passive skill was somehow transferred to him. He realizes that the legendary hero he is fighting has achieved a certain level of mastery over magic. However, this is clearly not enough to deal with him, because he creates a major insanity skill. Li Ping, still in a panic, starts swinging his chainsaw, while Daizan decides to use his slashing skill. As we know, these slashing attacks are incredibly powerful skills that deal significant damage. Thus, the giant mountain of corpses created earlier immediately receives fatal damage. Moreover, this damage leaves an indelible mark even on the soil and destroys hundreds and thousands of trees. Eventually, even planets in the line of fire are cut in half by this skill. The jester feels uneasy, realizing that his most powerful necromancy has just been destroyed. He is surprised that she was cut in half with just one blow, and falls to the ground, unable to control himself. After his spell wears off, a huge number of corpses fall to the ground again, further frightening Li Ping. After a while, the zombies that were not involved in the initial attack look around in surprise at the strange sounds. They notice a madman approaching them, waving a fantastic artifact. Of course, in their eyes he looks like a psychopath who starts screaming and is getting ready to finish them off. They immediately get scared and run away in different directions, creating a rather comical situation. Elizabeth, meanwhile, is clearly not in the mood for laughing, as she fights an opponent who dared to insult her. The duck looks at her opponent in surprise, trying to understand what they are using against her this time. Elizabeth uses the Earth Rework skill to create 2 huge chunks of solid demonic energy. Elizabeth remains angry and notes that for such an insult she will crush her rival into dust. Having trapped her opponent in a special trap, she gradually squeezes it to destroy the duck. Elizabeth's pride was hurt so much that she decided not to waste time and give it her all. To do this, she decides to create a prison from which no one in this world will be able to escape. She also states that since this creature was created by Li Ping, it is better to be twice as careful before testing the enemy. With these words, she activates her ultimate demonic form and resorts to a world-destroying combat technique. Rushing forward, she uses the duality of all things skill to cut her opponent in half. It would seem that this blow should be enough, since no living creature except perhaps Li Ping has ever survived this attack. However, to her surprise, the duck also transforms into a higher demonic form and uses the skill of insurmountable edge. Elizabeth can't believe her most famous skill was used to hold back her own attack. She immediately recalls Li Ping's words, according to which the level of magical power does not decide everything, and sometimes even the weak can defeat the strong. Elizabeth again suggests that this is all just part of Li Ping's cunning plan to make her even stronger. In response to these thoughts, the duck lets out a confident and powerful quack, which carries an incredibly deep meaning. Elizabeth decides to use this corpse to determine the outcome of the test. The duck uses the perfect copy skill to imitate any of Elizabeth's movements. Thus, they both direct a demonic fighting style called open palm at each other. Li Ping, meanwhile, continues to run from side to side in fear, waving his chainsaw. At a certain point, he reaches the space they are in, and the chainsaw begins to cut through the trap. The further he moves, the more the fabric of reality begins to interact with the pocket dimension. With his actions, he destroys barriers with incredible ease, causing the battle to dramatically transform. Elizabeth and her near-exact duplicate are pulled from a pocket dimension into reality, thanks to the actions of a legendary hero. Elizabeth makes every effort to stay grounded and remain combat-ready. However, her gaze turns towards Li Ping, and she asks him what he is doing. Li Ping hears Elizabeth's familiar voice and immediately stumbles upon a rock, which instantly disrupts his fighting gait. Because of this, he goes into free flight and lands in the most fortunate place possible. Daizan watches what is happening with sadness and hopes that her creators will not abandon her here again. She wonders what she should do in this situation, but her options are very limited. she still directs the movement of her physical embodiment to move towards the backpack. She finally succeeds in achieving what she wants, and she sees the place where her creator's head landed. Li Ping quickly comes to his senses and notes that the situation was very dangerous, and he almost died. Elizabeth looks at him in surprise, trying to understand what he means, unaware that he was running from a zombie. However, after some time, her deduction returns again, suggesting that Li Ping had predicted the outcome of the fight. He understands that the mirror application of this technique would lead to the destruction of all existence, which means that it was stopped intentionally. Li Ping apologizes to her, and Elizabeth takes it completely the wrong way, as always. From her point of view, he explains that her faulty reasoning put her in a dangerous situation, and that it will not happen again. In fact, Li Ping is apologizing to her for once again not being strong and independent enough. Elizabeth asks him what he means, adding that she does not need his pity and can stand up for herself. Li Ping has no idea what is going on, and asks her what exactly she means. Elizabeth continues to think that he wants to help her, but at the same time she understands that she must maintain her dignity. She also says that she knows perfectly well what he is thinking, but Li Ping has no idea what she is talking about. Their very touching, but rather meaningless dialogue is carried away by the most powerful sound of the most powerful creature on this planet. Of course, we are talking about the most powerful great duck, whose strength is in no way inferior to the Demon Queen. Li Ping looks at this strange creature in surprise and wonders who is standing in front of them. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is a duck, but Elizabeth declares that she no longer wishes to continue this battle. She changes back into her normal form, and tells him that he should pack his things himself. Li Ping looks at her in surprise, saying that he doesn't understand what she's been talking about all this time. Elizabeth immediately pushes him aside, and he tries to find out from her what is going on here. After taking a few steps under the influence of inertia, he suddenly stops in front of the most powerful being on the planet. He looks at her and smiles goofily as the duck lights up her eyes and uses her most powerful skill again. Seeing a new enemy in front of him, he decides to use the perfect copy to transform himself. Li Ping takes a few steps back out of fear, and says that he has never seen anything like this. Elizabeth suggests that the duck gives up her strongest form and copies Li Ping, showing that she is not as good as him. Elizabeth reflects that she will admit it anyway, but it is up to him to overcome himself. Li Ping continues to be nervous and tries to quickly come up with a way to negotiate with this incomprehensible creature. Meanwhile, the duck almost finishes transforming into the man in front of him when it suddenly freezes. After a few moments, it completely dissolves and turns into an incomprehensible liquid that looks rather pathetic. After this, she falls to the ground and turns into normal cards without making a single attempt to fight her creator. Li Ping puts his hand forward and 4 deuces jump in there and gradually begin to clear. Li Ping looks at them in surprise, remembering that these are ordinary cards that he gave to Uncle Bursu. He turns to his companion and asks her if she saw the same thing as he did, but she perceives it differently. In his eyes, she saw another attempt to laugh at her, and a statement that in the face of absolute power he was still invincible. Elizabeth understands that she needs to be strong enough to be uncopyable, but she is still not strong enough. Li Ping says that they need to pull themselves together because there is still a long way to go, but Elizabeth interprets this differently. Even though she admits that she knows this very well in her mind, she still understands that she has a lot to strive for. Meanwhile, Li Ping asks her why she doesn't use teleportation magic to transport everyone to the sacred tree. Elizabeth follows his instructions and uses the instant movement skill to avoid wasting any more time. At this moment, we find ourselves in the place where Cherry and Anna just fought, realizing that they had an extremely difficult time. Despite the fact that the opponents were incredibly strong, Cherry was able to destroy them at the cost of her own life. However, despite such a great sacrifice, she was still able to save Anna's life, although they had only known each other for a very short time. Suddenly, an angelic figure comes to their aid and decides to use the resurrection skill. Gradually, it restores their vital signs and also eliminates the most serious wounds. Anna and Cherry come to their senses again in the form of a strange creature in front of them that seemed to have descended to them from the heavens. However, after a few moments, a special seal appears above them, signaling imminent teleportation. Raphael's doll says that now that the owner and the others have come here, it is time for him to leave. Thus, we are transported to that very eerie clearing, which, by a cruel irony of fate, still looks cheerful. A bluish seal appears on the ground, and all the adventurers are transported there at the same time. Cherry and Anna are still unconscious due to the fact that they still need time to recover after being resurrected. Li Ping immediately turns around and realizes that his best comrades are far from being in the best shape. Elizabeth says that now is not the time to worry about them, because they need to find out who is really behind this. With these words, she creates a demonic hand in order to grab this tree and shake the answers out of it. With incredible force, she begins to tear it out of the ground and discovers that there is a huge amount of filth on the roots. Li Ping watches this procedure in amazement and realizes that the tree she pulled out looks incredibly disgusting. This tree looks disgusting because its roots have spread so far that it has begun to poison the soil. Elizabeth looks closely at this tree and discovers a small memorial to the great elves who sacrificed their lives. Elizabeth, however, speaks indifferently about the fact that, apparently, a lot has changed in the elven tribe over the past 500 years. She also discovers Burs and Ilif, who have been held captive all this time, on their last legs. Li Ping rushes to them to at least somehow ease their suffering and bring them back to life with the help of improvised means. However, one of the tree roots, which is the most corrupted, tries to attack him and throw him aside. Li Ping tries to dodge, but those roots are much faster than expected. Li Ping is not a very agile fighter and understands that this time he will not be able to dodge. All he can do is close his eyes, but suddenly a root flies right past his face. His true target turns out to be Elizabeth, who is nevertheless unprepared for this attack. She looks at the root in surprise, and this is enough to destroy it. After this, she sends a counterattack and destroys most of the roots of this rotten tree. The jester gradually recovers, noting that they destroyed all the elves' protective plants and completely blocked his necromancy. He claims that they ruined all his plans and he is ashamed of himself, but at least they finally met. He also notes that it is extremely surprising for him to accept the fact that the first one to find Elizabeth will be the one who hates her the most. He looks at the Demon Queen in anger and calls her by her name, which adds even more seriousness to the situation. Li Ping immediately hides behind her back and wonders if these two really know each other and harbor grudges against each other. Elizabeth, however, says that she has never seen this man, and most likely no longer remembers him. The jester notes that this is not surprising, since he wore the suit specifically to hide his existence. After this, he takes off his mask, and it turns out that this jester was a young Wis Malfoy. To understand what happened, we will go back in time about 10 years ago to the residence of the Dark Guild. The electric spirit returns to its master, who notes that all the conditions for the experiment have finally been met. With these words, he discharges 100,000 volts, hoping that his plan will be fulfilled. Wis Malfoy feels with every cell of his decrepit body how an unimaginable amount of energy passes through him. A nearby capsule suddenly begins to form biomass, which grows rapidly. Wis Malfoy happily notes that the separation procedure was successful, despite all its risks. The spirit of electricity wonders if the results of these experiments will be sent to the room with that monster. Wis Malfoy explains that this sample is different from the previous ones, and he will have to work with it on his own for some time. A chunk of huge flesh breaks through the thin shell of the capsule it was in and falls to the ground. When exposed to air, it immediately forms into something very strange, resembling a giant caterpillar. The spirit of electricity notes that this is just another clone, and does not understand how it is different from the others. Wis Malfoy notes that this time he separated part of his personality and gave it to a clone, which is, to some extent, Wis Malfoy. The clone listens to these speeches in surprise, trying to understand the meaning of his existence. At first, everything seems clear to him, and he guesses that he is a younger version of his creator. After some time, the moment comes to find out which clone is the strongest of all. In front of him stands something ugly, but vaguely reminiscent of a young version of Wis Malfoy. The spirit of electricity announces that battles will begin, and whoever wins will be able to leave this place and gain freedom. A larger version of the creator lunges forward, using its telescopic neck as an element of surprise. However, the younger and more traditionally built Wis Malfoy also remains a formidable opponent. The younger version of the creator rushes forward to use skills and improve his physical performance. He rushes into the air to cut off his opponent's head. A tougher, uglier version claps its hands to break its opponent in half. The spirit of electricity notes that he was confident of this clone's victory, as he had already won 10 battles in a row. However, it suddenly turns out that victory could go to someone else, because something goes completely wrong. The giant monster reports that it cannot move because the enemy has seized control of its corpse forts. The young clone of Wis Malfoy launches a powerful counterattack using the Corpse Wave skill. In just a few moments, he destroys the enemy, tearing him to pieces. Wis Malfoy observes the results, noting that the clone has fully mastered an important aspect of magic. This way they get a new champion, who should be the strongest and highest quality clone. Cloned Wis Malfoy returns his arm to normal to demonstrate his superiority. After this, he approaches his owner to receive the praise he deserves. Wis Malfoy tells the clone that he will now teach him how to use devices and control dark mechanisms. He also states that when the time comes, he will have to infiltrate the elven tribe and hide there. The spirit of electricity wonders why not create more perfect clones to invade other places. Wis Malfoy says the only downside to this clone is that it requires some personality to be infused into it. He also adds that the submissiveness he passed on to the clone is the only part he would like to get rid of. Smiling, he notes that now he has no doubts left, and he no longer feels unworthy of Mrs. Elizabeth. The clone of Wisp Malfoy looks closely at the giant capsule, in which the image of the Demon Queen still hovers. Just one look at her gives him impulses of aggression, and he wants to destroy her. The spirit of electricity immediately warns the creator about what is happening, noting that urgent measures must be taken. The cloned Wisp Malfoy rushes forward in hopes of destroying the capsule with his corpse wave skill. However, his creator immediately becomes more serious and advises him to realize his pathetic place. Before he even reaches his target, he falls to the ground, feeling as if something has broken his psyche. Wisp Malfoy notes that love that cannot be found gives birth to hatred, but he must remember the purpose of his existence. The clone asks him what the purpose of his true existence is and why he was created. Wisp Malfoy explains that he is merely a tool that helps a real person achieve what he wants. The thought that he is just a tool takes hold in the clone's body and sows bitter resentment in him. However, now Shoot notes that after a decade of being in the shadows, he finally realized that he is no longer a tool. Li Ping asks Elizabeth if she did something to hurt him in the past, but Elizabeth states that she doesn't even remember him. Li Ping knows that this does make sense, as she must have made a lot of enemies when she ruled this world. Elizabeth also says that the elf tribe has turned into something terrible, which means he is unlikely to be able to plant his seeds. Li Ping notes that now is not the time to think about such trifles, as they have more important things to do. He also adds that it would be much better if Elizabeth dealt with the problem now, since, after all, she is the jester's target. Elizabeth asks him if he really wanted her to clean up the mess herself from the start, suggesting it was all manipulation. A small argument ensues between them, during which they completely stop paying attention to the jester. The jester can't stand the tension, and reveals that his name is actually Wisp Malfoy, and now she must remember him. Elizabeth looks at him with some distrust and wonders why he is not in the Dark Guild. Li Ping carefully follows the dialogue between the two, realizing that since the conversation turned to the Dark Guild, it was very important. Wisp Malfoy explains that none of this matters, as he still has the powers of the Elven tribe and the Dark Engines. With these words, he takes control of the sacred tree again and decides to use the whip skill. Elizabeth says that if he really is the man she is looking for, then she must take action immediately. At that very moment, she grabs him with her magical limbs to interrogate him thoroughly. Li Ping asks her to be careful not to harm the other hostages who might get hurt. Elizabeth assures him that she will not cause harm, noting that he has no intention of harming his pawns. Cloned Wisp Malfoy realizes that he is in deep trouble and has underestimated his powers. Elizabeth holds him captive and asks why he is here and where Amelia has gone. She also states that there are rumors of attempts to resurrect her and is trying to find out what is going on here. The jester explains that he was created as a tool, and for a long time he did not understand how he should feel towards Elizabeth. Elizabeth is not satisfied with this answer and decides to press even harder to get him to spill the beans. The cloned Wisp Malfoy begins to scream loudly, feeling his bones breaking one by one. Elizabeth orders him to stop talking nonsense, adding that she won't repeat it twice. Her opponent points out that he really doesn't understand what it is about her that could arouse his sympathy. After this, he takes out his trump card, realizing that only the strongest card in the deck can get him out of the situation. A few moments later, an energetic cut appears, which instantly frees him from the shackles. Elizabeth is very surprised to realize that an opponent on the level of a demon god has appeared in front of her. The whole point is that the jester decided to play the card of two jokers, which is a very strong combination. Our old acquaintance suddenly appears from an unknown space and looks around in search of victims. Smiling, he announces that he will torment the soul of the one who summoned him hundreds of years ago, but at the same time he will fulfill his wish. The jester agrees to this, and orders the destruction of everyone who stands before him. With a creepy grin, Joker notes that it will be easy as pie and prepares to rush forward. Elizabeth says that the Joker is the king of his world, but is forced to obey the orders of a being below him. The Joker replies that rules are rules, and he has long wanted to try his knife in action, so he has nothing against it. Smiling, he notes that everyone here is a master of black magic, and it is time to find out who is stronger. Elizabeth decides to surprise him with her trump cards, using the time limit zone skill. The Joker immediately sends flying knives forward, which ignore all of Elizabeth's restrictions. It becomes too late for her to do anything because she has put too much emphasis on this skill. She realizes she can't move, and her time limit zone isn't working as she hoped. Smiling, Joker explains that the level of magic is just an appearance, and the essence of the world is a competition for the power of rules. Elizabeth guesses that the reason Joker ignores the rules of this world is because he was Li Ping. Li Ping turns around and asks her what exactly she means by calling him that. Li Ping's radiant face becomes visible in this strange area, and Joker takes notice of him. He understands that in front of him stands the Creator, who created his dimension along with incredible power. The Joker changes his plans, realizing that if nothing is done, he will destroy something valuable to its creator. Without a moment's hesitation, he shields Elizabeth from 2 knives flying at her that would otherwise have destroyed her. Closing his eyes and feeling the blood and some kind of energy flowing through him, he notes that fortunately he managed to prevent the irreparable. Immediately after this, he decides to spend some magic on instant recovery and disperses the knives from his body. The time-stop zone instantly collapses, and the natural order of things continues to move. The Joker approaches the cloned Vis Malfoy and says that he almost fooled him with his magic. Vis Malfoy shouts loudly at him to surrender, and wonders why the Joker was afraid of some pathetic people. In response, the Joker begins screaming at him, spewing a giant stream of destructive energy from his mouth that incinerates him. After this, he smiles and explains that black magicians always sought to obtain a little negative energy, and he did not know what he was doing. Li Ping doesn't understand what's happening because he doesn't see the power of his cards due to his lack of magical talent. Elizabeth asks him if he wants to continue the battle, but he states that he is not interested, as she has become friends with the Creator. After this, he politely says goodbye, and his projection slowly disintegrates into particles. The last thing that remains is a pair of jokers, which carefully fall into the hands of the protagonist. Li Ping looks at them in surprise and notes that these are the same cards that he gave to Elif and Bursu. Elizabeth says that if the cards fall into the wrong hands, there will be consequences. But Li Ping states that everything was fine before. Elizabeth understands that the main thing about these cards is who has them, and if the card falls into the hands of an unclean person, black magic will consume him. Afterwards, she surveys the battlefield and discovers that the tree has been uprooted and is now of no value. She also notices the patriarch lying there, his body completely filled with dark mechanisms. Elizabeth realizes that after Twill died, in just 500 years the elves have sunk to a deplorable state. To find out what happened, she orders Bursu and Elif to stand up and answer a few questions. In fact, they need to be treated because they don't look their best. Elizabeth demands that they immediately tell her what has happened over the past few days. However, all they can squeeze out are distorted sounds that are unlikely to help. Li Ping notes that Burz and Elif are exhausted, meaning they need some water to recover. He begins to gradually pour them over himself until their physical condition returns to normal. Burz and Elif are happy that they have literally been resurrected and now feel great. Li Ping says he is glad they are healed because they still have a place on the team, and he especially needs people now. Burz and Elif say that they deserve to be punished for disturbing the peace and causing trouble for the Demon Queen and the heroes. Burz adds that if they want to punish someone, it is better to punish the person responsible for what happened. Li Ping asks them to stop bowing, stating that they are more interested in finding out what happened here. Burz reveals that the elf tribe was authorized by the Dark Guild, and the enemy deceived them by using Li Ping's maps to their advantage. Elif says that they were captured, stripped of their magic, and now she remembers almost nothing due to the effect of the plants. Burz adds that the pendant sacrificed many lives for the stolen deck, and then he too lost his mind. Elizabeth notes that the elves' current state is likely due to their memories being stolen. Li Ping asks what needs to be done, and Elizabeth concludes that they need to be stolen again. After that, she decides to use the forced memory extraction skill to extract them again. Li Ping asks Elizabeth why she did this, and adds that now they need to be brought back to life again. Meanwhile, Elizabeth digs into the hero's memories and notes that she now understands much more. Li Ping asks her what she discovered beyond what she was able to find out by simply interrogating them. Elizabeth says with a feeling of incredible importance that they told them absolutely everything they knew. Li Ping continues to rebuild his comrades, but Elizabeth still doesn't understand where to get information. Suddenly, another figure appears behind them, who says that he can tell them anything they want. Elizabeth turns to the next figure in surprise and asks what he is doing here. Li Ping is also very surprised by the appearance of this girl, since she had attacked them before. Blanchett notes that after they killed the clone of Vis Malfoy, she was finally freed. After this, she takes a few steps forward to share the information. Li Ping says that's very cool, but Elizabeth asks why she should believe her. Blanchett explains that she has a compelling argument to prove the purity of her intentions. After this, she opens the eye patch and finds a dark mechanism inside. After a few moments, she makes an incredible effort to tear the mechanism from her body. Li Ping understands that this is a very painful procedure and cannot imagine how difficult it must be. Elizabeth says these mechanisms are meant to contain magic, but Blanchett says she will do it to restore trust. Instead of using the usual methods, Elizabeth forcibly extracts memories from the victim again. Li Ping realizes that with such negotiators he will have to carry water with him at all times, and rushes forward to resurrect it. Elizabeth grabs his hand and tells him that this time they will watch the memories together. Delving into the memories of the elven general, they recall when the great tree was first infected. According to these memories, special fruits were grown for ordinary elves to eat. Blanchett tried to resist the will of these devilish creatures and destroy the tree to stop this torture. However, she ends up being captured by a creepy clown who gouges out her eye. To disable it, he simply places a small piece of the filth directly into her wound, causing a dark mechanism to appear. After this, her will is completely subordinated, and she is like a mark under the influence of the clone. The jester, in turn, imitates ordinary life in the village, so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. All these memories lead to the moment where she was supposed to fight Elizabeth, but chose suicide. Now it finally becomes clear how she was able to survive these hopeless circumstances. The whole point is that she is found by a living map, which was a cartoon archer, belonging to a tribe of elves. She shoots a special arrow into her body, which resurrects the already dead body and returns her mind. After some time, they decide to make a break to discuss their future plans and recuperate. Elizabeth, as expected, is unhappy with what is happening, and notes that the current circumstances are simply inexcusable. She makes a claim that everything should have gone to her, but Li Ping shared it with others. Li Ping looks at her allies and says that they need to recuperate, and she is doing well with that. Blanchett reveals that the archer who rescued her originally wanted to save Burs and Elif, but has now decided to speak with them personally. With these words, she hands over several fours, representing the figure of the holy archer. Elif looks at these cards carefully, wondering what it means, and simultaneously activates their effect. Suddenly, the figure of an elven woman appears above them, who is terribly reminiscent of Elif. Elif and Burs look at the woman in shock, and their consciousness is transported to a completely different place. They find themselves in the heavenly kingdom, and quickly notice another woman with their curious glances. Turning around, the girl announces that they have finally met, and they realize that Nikta is standing in front of them. Burs looks at his dear wife, and asks if they are really seeing her for real. Grabbing her hand, he rushes forward, realizing that there may not be another chance. He hugs her, saying that it all seems like a dream to him, and he missed her very much during this time. Burs immediately calls Elif over and tells her that her mother probably wants to take a closer look at her beloved daughter. Elif cautiously approaches and says that her mother has probably already died, and this is some kind of illusion. Nikta states that in the real world her mother has already died, but her soul is being reborn in this sacred temple. Burs hugs his wife and daughter, saying that he is very happy that their family is finally reunited, at least in this form. Elif is no less happy than her father, realizing that she is seeing her mother for the first time, about whom she had previously only heard legends. Nikta says with a smile that she has a lot to tell them and that they might have to stay here for a while. After a while, she realizes that they don't really have much time, so they need to hurry. She immediately starts to fuss about what to do, as there is very little time left. Finally, she begins to gesture clearly, saying that her father forced her to return to the tribe to protect her. After this, she reveals that her soul somehow ended up on the battlefield where they were manipulated by the Joker. Elif asks Burs if their mother was always this energetic, and he states that he always liked it. Nikta, meanwhile, says that the evil clown began sending his army of shadows, and they continued to resist him. After this, she tells even more heart-rending stories, the meaning of which is not really that great. Elif and Burs listen attentively to all these stories about what really happened there, but they understand that it is not very important now. They both come to the conclusion that their mother is really very sweet, and they will miss her very much when they return here. Nikta concludes that incredible stories show the emergence of 13 protectors to hold back the evil clown. Burs says he doesn't care at all what happened in the past, because time is short, and he needs to enjoy the moment. After that, they all hug, and Burs says that the creator is Mr. Li Ping, and thanks to him, they are together. Nikta says that if they can establish a good relationship with the creator, then they will definitely meet again. She also states that the creator gave her an important mission, so she must fulfill it. Elif asks if she is really leaving them, and they will never see each other again. Nikta says that she will protect them on the map, and that in reality, she will be by their side all the time. Elif asks how they can meet again after such a long separation. Nikta says that they must trust Li Ping in order to gain eternal life and get what they desire. Thus, she returns to the pedestal of defenders, continuing her watch. Tears appear in Elif and Burs's eyes, and they realize that they have never felt happier than they do now. Elizabeth is amazed that the soul can travel to other dimensions, while Li Ping realizes that he can't see anything again. Burs says that from now on they will be Li Ping's most loyal servants, while Elizabeth tries to learn the secret of his power. Cherry is surprised that Burs and Elif are receiving more magical power, but Anna assumes it was a gift from Li Ping. Cherry reflects on how she fought poorly this time, and must have disappointed the legendary hero. Blanchett approaches Li Ping and Elizabeth, asking if they could help save the elf tribe. Elizabeth refuses, saying that she has no interest in wasting her time on such a task. Li Ping says that she would definitely find a way since resurrection magic is present in this world. Elizabeth goes on a long tirade about why she doesn't want to do it, the gist of which is that she's just too lazy. Li Ping says that in this case, it will be much easier to plant a new tree if the old one can no longer be brought back to life. Rising to his feet, he states that, according to the proverb, it takes 10 years to grow a tree and 100 years to raise a man. Examining the tree, he says that its roots have rotted, and there is no point in trying to save them. Having studied the soil, he notes that it is good here, and not much different from what is at his home. Elizabeth wonders if he really wants to plant a new sacred tree. Blanchett muses that this is simply impossible, since the tree was born when the first matriarch sacrificed herself. Li Ping says there is a way to grow a tree much faster than it would take several years. Turning around, he smiles and says that he will need help with this difficult task. Cherry, Anna, Elif and Burrs immediately volunteer to be his assistants, saying that they are awaiting his orders. Li Ping says that he actually only needs Cherry's help to complete this task. The Swordmaster feels incredibly honored and asks how she can help the legendary hero. Li Ping asks her if she kept the branch he gave her, saying that he will need it now. Cherry looks at him in surprise, wonders, and then asks what he needs the broken branch for. Li Ping thanks her, saying that the broken branch is unlikely to help him much, so he will take it. Naturally, she takes this as a threat and expresses incredible disappointment in her sword skills. Cherry says with a trembling voice that she will do absolutely everything that the legendary hero tells her. After this, he calmly heads towards what remains of the sacred tree, leaving the others alone with their thoughts. Cherry falls to the ground, unable to bear the shame, and says that this should be a lesson to everyone else. The mass confusion continues, and the others assume that he actually just lectured the Swordmaster. Anna assumes that she would have fought side by side with Cherry all this time, but she was not even reprimanded because she was considered too weak. Cherry says that she doesn't deserve the title of Swordmaster anymore, and asks everyone to stop calling her that. Elizabeth also joins in these events and suggests that he punished one as a lesson to others. Smiling, she says that she will watch with interest how he will plant a tree, since it is impossible to carry out a large-scale resurrection. She assumes that he can be as strong as he wants, but he will not be able to break the rules of the universe, and Li Ping, in her opinion, will disappoint her. He opens his backpack, in which a small bag of plant fertilizer is already waiting. Having planted the cutting, he says that a tree can be grown from a seedling, and if this method is used, its growth rate will increase. After this, he begins to water the soil around the sprout, noting that this will be enough for the first shoots. He then reads the instructions, which tell him to add some fertilizer and water to help the plant. Within seconds, the tree produces a huge number of roots, each of which is incredibly strong. After some time, a full-fledged earthquake begins, and everyone tries to press themselves to the ground. The roots pierce the ground to grab all the innocently killed creatures in a huge area. The roots also destroy fragments of the tree that have already been corrupted to absorb its power. The earthquake gradually gains strength, and our heroes realize that something truly amazing is approaching. A large number of zombies are trying to escape the life-giving force, but their fate is already sealed. Li Ping had just created the birth of a true sacred tree, with just a few moments and a couple of ingredients. Looking around, he realizes that the barrier of the Holy Land is rapidly beginning to disappear due to the birth of a new entity. Turning to the Demon Queen, he asks if she knows what is happening. Meanwhile, large buds of beautiful flowers begin to bloom on the roots of the trees, but they are not just for beauty. Soon, a huge number of elves begin to emerge from them, and this spectacle really looks very exciting. Li Ping had just single-handedly saved the fate of an entire race that had no hope of resurrection. The air is also filled with a large number of different petals, giving the event an even more magical touch. Even magical deer and unicorns that were destroyed by dark magic are brought back to life within minutes. Blanchett looks around in surprise, saying that a huge amount of magic fills every corner of the elven land. She understands that the new sacred tree has just completed the rooting stage, and as it grows, its effect will become even stronger. Li Ping watches the tree grow carefully, noting that it looks rather strange. Thinking back on his past experiments, he realizes that due to the intervention of magic, he has achieved an unpredictable growth rate. After this, he gets to his feet and says that obviously magic decides absolutely everything in this world. Elizabeth watches him, trying to figure out how he managed to do what would have taken her so long. She understands the basic principle of how to resurrect people, but in practice she still can't do it quickly. She frantically goes through the options, trying to understand how he managed to achieve such results. After some time, she comes to the conclusion that Li Ping is a divine being who can create rules. This thought takes root in her head forever, and she understands that she is absolutely powerless here. Feeling that she will never be able to demonstrate her superiority again, she falls to her knees. Elizabeth understands why Li Ping can do whatever he wants while others cannot, and comes to the conclusion that he didn't call himself the creator for nothing. Everyone else watches this strange scene, trying to understand what happened here. Burrs says the atmosphere here is quite strange, while Ilif claims that Li Ping has revived an entire race of elves. Cherry and Anna also come to the conclusion that they are completely far from understanding the true intentions of the legendary hero. Smiling, he turns around and says that he has done all he could and that his powers no longer apply. After this, he goes to Blanchett, saying that he will leave everything else to her. She asks the legendary hero what he means by these words, implying a feeling of the burden of responsibility. Li Ping says that the seedlings will need someone to take care of them, so he relies on them for this matter. Blanchett reflects on how only the tribe's patriarch has the right to care for the sacred tree, and she is unsuitable for the role. Without thinking twice, she realizes that she can simply shift her responsibility onto someone else who is more suitable for it. Smiling, she points her finger at Ilif and says that her mother saved her, and that she is also a descendant of the previous government. Burrs is very surprised by this train of thought, and Ilif does not understand that they just tried to involve her in a very murky matter. Li Ping smiles and says that thanks to her mixed blood, she can really try to change the old conditions for the elves. Ilif asks him if he is serious about this, and cannot understand how it could even be done. Burrs places his hand on her shoulder, after which they both bow, saying that he will definitely help her. He reminds her that Nikta said that they must obey any order Li Ping gives them, no matter what it is. Blanchett approaches Ilif and says that she will continue to serve as general and help lead the tribe. They reflect on the fact that they must do everything possible to ensure that the legendary hero is satisfied with their service. Anna says that a redistribution of power has just occurred, and that from now on the Card Guild and the elves will guard this part of the continent. Cherry still feels inadequate, having just been publicly scolded and had her gun taken away. Meanwhile, Li Ping approaches the Demon Queen, saying that it is time to return home. Taking a closer look at her, he finds that she is clearly in a bad mood due to the fact that she was just scolded by Li Ping yet again. Li Ping can't read other people's minds, so he honestly doesn't know the reason for such strange behavior. Cherry comes closer to him and says that she would like to ask him something. Li Ping looks at her carefully and asks what exactly she wants to know. Cherry says she would like to ask him what the true meaning of the Heavenly Sword's teachings is. She asks him to tell her where she went wrong, and Li Ping assumes that she wants him to comment on her swordsmanship. He smiles and says that in that case he will be completely honest, but Cherry takes it completely differently. Smiling, the protagonist says that, to tell the truth, he has completely forgotten about it and no longer remembers anything. Cherry asks what exactly he forgot, and Li Ping suggests that she return to the Holy Sword Guild to exchange experiences. Everyone freezes, realizing how serious a blow this is to the reputation of Li Ping's lackey. Cherry asks in a trembling voice if he really means to say that her fencing skills were that terrible. Li Ping claims that she misunderstood him, adding that the only thing that impressed him was the swordless style. He tries to remember that one of her students used something similar at a competition. He tries to replicate it, saying it should look something like this, then points his hand towards Cherry. Due to his incredible potential, he is able to knock the soul out of a swordmaster with one move. However, this soul immediately rushes off to somewhere unknown, and then ends up where no one hears. A giant mountain appears in front of her, which turns out to be a flying island on which there is a giant temple. Cherry lands on a giant flying heavenly sword, which guides her to the right place. Looking around, she realizes that these places are an incredibly valuable source of multifaceted knowledge. Cherry finds herself in a small training area where young students are training. She immediately receives a small sword and carefully watches what exactly these students are training right now. Everyone here looks like incredibly young kids, but appearances are deceiving. There is also a master sitting here, holding a small, strange brush in his hands, which serves an unknown purpose. Upon seeing a new student, he makes a small wave to give a command to his subordinates. Before she can even process anything, she is quickly attacked by these seemingly harmless children. Despite this, he manages to easily disarm her, thus showing that she still has a lot to learn. After some time, she decides to study with them and becomes a student of this unknown master. Every day she gets up at the same time to repeat the same movements, bringing them to automaticity. She meditates under icy waterfalls to strengthen her body and develop her spirit. After some time, she comes again to fight in a duel and show what she has learned during this time. At this point, she makes the mistake of going back to check if the technician is happy with her results. He suggests looking somewhere to the side, as if he doesn't pay attention to her successes. In this fight she loses, despite giving her all 100%, because the little neophyte turns out to be stronger. The following fights also end exactly the same, despite all her efforts. After some time, they decide to hold a tea ceremony to check how much it follows the traditions of this temple. The master brews the perfect tea, after which he gestures with his hand so that she can taste the resulting drink. Cherry carefully touches the small cup and tastes this alcoholic drink. The giant candle behind them is suddenly blown out by a gentle gust of wind. A revelation comes to her mind that it would be much better if she mastered the style without a sword. To master this move, she has to practice a lot under the most stressful conditions. Time after time, she does not give up and continues her persistent training, finding herself in a state of timelessness. She feels that until she hones these skills to the limit, she will not be able to achieve anything. However, her tenacity and incredible spirit continue to carry her forward, which is why she does not give up even after hundreds of failures. In the end, life is like the changing of the seasons, and you just have to move and try to catch the flow. Cherry makes a firm decision that she will master these techniques no matter what and continues training. Casting aside her doubts, she decides to get rid of the sword completely, throwing it into the water since it only bound her. In this way, she achieves maximum unity with her body and feels what movements need to be performed. A long time passes, and finally autumn comes to this temple, which means someone has to sweep the leaves that are here. Cherry has already become a very old woman, since she has been practicing these skills for an incredibly long time. Despite this, the little warriors who are here have not aged for a single second. However, without realizing it, Cherry has developed incredible powers, allowing her to affect objects without weapons. As it removes leaves, it also affects the metal and everything in its path, continuing to move incredibly smoothly. Some more time passes, and she begins to conduct tea ceremonies and conversations with her master. The master asks her if she has learned the art of the heavenly sword, and Cherry asks him what he means. Looking at her reflection, she says that she completely forgot why she came here and simply gave herself over to the moment. Smiling, the master says that in that case it is time for her to go back. Cherry instantly looked younger, looked at her master, and asked if so much time had really passed. The master recommends not trying to control the heavenly sword technique, but simply connecting with it and merging with nature. Cherry asks her teacher to at least reveal his identity, so that she can forever keep his memory in a good heart. The master declares that the name is absolutely unimportant, after which he decides to tell his name. Cherry disappears, and the great master wonders who will come here next to learn the art. Li Ping looks ahead and wonders what just happened, as only a second has passed in the real world. Cherry takes to the air to enter a deep state of meditation and go through all the trials. She increases her level many times and enters the stage of a 4-star demon lord's power. Anna watches this and realizes that their leader has just helped her older sister level up 3 times. Elif and Bears say it's simply unbelievable and can't believe he managed to pump up one person so much. Cherry tells him in front of her that she is very grateful to him for it being about the true path. Cherry states that she has realized everything and will now follow his advice by returning to the Holy Sword Guild. Immediately after this, she transforms her body into a stream of pure energy and rushes off into the distance. Li Ping looks at this in surprise, thinking that perhaps his level is too low, and he does not understand the motives of the powers that be. Li Ping turns to his allies, the Elven Wards, and asks them where they are going now. Elif says that they know very little about the uses of elves, so it would be great if they stayed here. Anna states that she felt sick after the teleportation, so she would rather return back on her own. Li Ping says that if no one else is going to ask for anything, then they will just return home. Sitting down, he asks Elizabeth what happened to her and recommends using a teleportation spell. Elizabeth is still in a state of deep depression, realizing that she will never be able to surpass her opponent. After some time, a magical seal appears in the place where they had just stood. Cherry continues to travel through time and space, observing what is happening around her. Suddenly, she decides to slow down a bit because she sees several very unfamiliar figures in the middle of the desert. Barry and Hui encounter another enemy who has several dark mechanisms in his body. Hui says that he now understands why the members of the giant bear became apostles of the Dark Guild. The leader of the bears says that he will tear them to pieces, after which he will accept the rest of the pathetic weaklings. With these words, he rushes forward, leaving behind only giant explosions of sand. Taking aim, he decides to use his muscle relaxation skill to give himself incredible flexibility. Hui jumps to the side and asks his superior what they should do. Realizing that they are facing a serious opponent, Barry advises him not to underestimate himself, as the barley tea has also increased their fighting strength. With these words, he decides to use the skill of instant needle extraction to attack the enemy from afar. The guild leader doesn't manage to return in time, so the lightning attack doesn't turn into a living cactus. Each such needle causes unimaginable suffering, which is almost impossible to cope with. Hui decides to support his master by using the concrete skill to limit his opponent's mobility. His attack is quite successful, as the clumsy bear does not have time to dodge. Hui prepares to deliver the finishing blow while the enemy is still unconscious. Coming closer, he decides to resort to the art of wielding a blunt blade to transmit vibrations through the concrete. He sticks in 2 clubs so that the resonance is as strong and destructive as possible for the enemy. The leader of the Bear Guild begins to feel an incredible force that is applied to his body and is capable of destroying him. Hui goes into maximum power mode to shatter his opponent and reduce them to dust. The concrete sculpture, resembling something formless, continues to hold the enemy within itself. The resonance that follows this attack is so powerful that it causes the sand ocean to move. Gradually, he inflicts serious damage on the giant bear, causing him to experience incredible suffering. Hui continues his onslaught, assuming that if he does, the enemy will give in and lose heart. Barry watches the proceedings closely, proud of what one of his most outstanding students has accomplished. After some time, Hui feels that his strength is gradually beginning to leave him, and decides not to let himself get seriously exhausted. Pulling his clubs out of the concrete sculpture, he says the vibration process is complete. Barry praises him, saying that at this rate he will soon move to the next level. Hui thanks the compliments, saying he never thought about surpassing anyone. He states that his goal is only to become his best self, when suddenly the concrete sculptures begin to move. Creates a powerful explosion that simultaneously forms a small smoke screen that hides the enemy. Hui asks if he feels the eerie aura that suddenly appeared here. Barry advises him to focus on activating his sword and counting skills when he needs them most. Hui obeys orders and uses the 3 swords of defense skill to prevent the enemy from advancing. The smoke gradually begins to clear, and they see a strange silhouette rising above the sands. A shockwave is created that destroys Zanpakutos created for defense with incredible ease. One of these fragments hits Hui directly in the body, causing him serious damage that incapacitates him. The student flies towards his teacher, knocking him down and rendering him also incapable of fighting. The leader of the Bear Guild, despite serious damage, receives a gigantic increase in strength. Hui and Barry were damaged in just an instant due to their carelessness. The half-demonic being says that the dark mechanism is only a tool for transition, and eternal power belongs to chaos. He adds that everyone below the level of the Demon King are ordinary insects, and now he has even surpassed Whis Malfoy. Cherry quickly descends to the ground in one motion, destroying the enemy and leaving them no chance. Barry looks at her in surprise and asks how she ended up here. Cherry is also surprised to see these places, saying that she asked to guard the Holy Sword Guild base. Barry says they came here to find a country that holds the secrets to destroying the Dark Guild. Cherry says that it doesn't matter at all now, adding that she will return them back to the guild. Meanwhile, they are transported to the Demon Kingdom, to the Goblin Cave, where a small group of adventurers sets off. They tell each other that some of these goblins are primitive barbarians. The barbarians around them say they don't want to be here, but they have bills to pay. The sorceresses who are with them say that they are a little scared after hearing the news about the barbarians. Miner says that if there hadn't been competitions recently, he wouldn't have taken part in these missions. The sorceress suddenly turns her attention to her stone and says that many living creatures are approaching them. A knight holding a bizarre cactus sword says that it appears their presence has been detected. A large number of goblins appear in front of them and immediately cast their gaze on the woman among them. The knight grips the hilt of his weapon tighter and says that it is time to prepare for battle. The goblins immediately rush to attack, and everyone else understands that they need to protect each other at any cost. After some time, the group of adventurers finds itself completely helpless and is quickly destroyed. The elf wonders how this is even possible, since goblins don't even have magic. However, a few moments later, a powerful blow from a sharpened club lands on his head, ending his life. All the other members of the group, except for the sorceress, suffered the same fate. But for her, the Lord had prepared a fate far worse. The giant goblin looks at her and says that he can finally have fun with a human woman. After this, he turns to his brothers and says that reproduction will finally begin in full force. The frightened woman looks at them and begins to beg them to stop and come to their senses before it is too late. After some time, the goblin leader turns into a formless thing and begins to spout utter nonsense. Rugbaiter, who has been pretending to be that sorceress all this time, licks her fingers as she watches the fruits of her labor. She says that it would be much better to add some kind of plot so that it wouldn't be so boring. After absorbing the souls of all the goblins, she creates a dark mechanism to improve her skills and become even stronger. Thus, she moves to a new level of the 5-star demon sect, increasing her stats. After this, she turns to the creature that is watching her and says that it has already seen everything it wanted. The Dark Sea Lord emerges from the darkness with a nasty smile, saying that he didn't expect to be noticed so easily. After a few moments, it opens a giant mouth, from which a human body begins to emerge. Tagore Severus says that if she wants to gain the power of the dark mechanisms, she doesn't need to search for them across the continent. He adds that he can give her something very important if she agrees to cooperate with him. Rugbaiter tries to seduce him and asks if he wants her to betray the dark guild she serves. Tagore Severus states that she is wasting her magic because she has no desires related to this world. Rugbaiter looks at him in surprise and asks what she should do then. She adds that asking for anything would be pointless since she can't even break through to the Demon King level. Tagore Severus says that in fact, dark mechanisms are nothing more than ordinary things for transition. He also says that if she makes contact with him, he can give her tens of times more power. He adds that the power of chaos is enough to allow the level of the Edge of Dima to be raised to the level of the Overlord. He also says that even though he chose her, he still won't worry about her decision. Rugbaiter looks at him in surprise, realizing that this offer sounds quite tempting. After thinking for a moment, she smiles and says that she agrees to his conditions and wants to accept his power. Meanwhile, we are once again transported to the main character's farm, where he has already grown his first pea shooter. Li Ping claims that this world is amazing, and unlike the ordinary plants he grows, the people here can even understand him. He tells Pea Shooter that he can live here from now on, expressing the hope that he will get along with the others. Pea Shooter sends him off with a bright glow, hoping that he will visit him as often as possible. After this, he lowers the level of his emotions a little, since the vegetables around him also have an incredible aura. Li Ping opens the door and says he's finally home, asking Elizabeth if she wants some apples. Elizabeth is still depressed, realizing her worthlessness and insignificance, and refuses his proposals. She also adds that the apples won't be as good as the chips he made. Li Ping advises her not to eat too much junk food as it may have unpleasant consequences. Elizabeth realizes the chips are almost gone and turns to the bottle of soda. Li Ping watches her as she devours junk food haphazardly, trying to figure out what happened to her. He remembers that she has been acting this way since their return from the switch in the Elven Valley, but he cannot understand the reason. Li Ping suggests that she is upset that he was not heroic enough at this moment. They understand that this is wrong, but even though she cannot learn to wield a sword, he does everything he can to become better. This question makes Elizabeth wonder how Li Ping can be above the rules and what is the point of becoming stronger. She decides to give up completely, since in any case, she will only be a stepping stone on Li Ping's path to glory. She remembers that the rules of the world were in effect when the Demon Queen was there, but now they are gone, and she just needs to enjoy life. After a while, she decides to get off the couch and take at least 10 steps in the last 24 hours. Li Ping looks at her in surprise and tries to understand why she is acting so strange. At first he thinks it might be part of the female cycle, but comes to the conclusion that this is most likely not the case. Elizabeth glides carefully over to the kitchen chair and says it's time for lunch. Li Ping hands her a serving of curry and rice, and she watches without much interest. Li Ping says he has prepared something more for her, pointing to a whole pot of soup. Elizabeth looks at the soup in surprise, and her enthusiasm fades even faster. Taking the plate, she immediately shoves the contents into her mouth, saying that she is absolutely not interested in the soup. After that, she turns away and says that he can eat it himself, and she will go back to chips and soda. Li Ping says that she should be more patient and at least take a look at what he has prepared for her. As soon as he opens the pan, Elizabeth feels a bright light that gently falls on her face. Li Ping prepared for her a soup of dates, eggs, and tremella, which is an incredible delicacy and a very exquisite dish. The legendary hero says that he cooked this dish in water with brown sugar, and it will be very beneficial for health. After this, he takes a small spoon and begins to blow on it to cool the soup. Elizabeth continues to pretend to be the biggest pest on the continent, and looks at him with resentment in her eyes. Of course, from her point of view, he had been mocking her all this time, despite the fact that he had behaved more correctly than ever. However, the offer to try the incredible soup seems somewhat tempting to her, and she decides to give it a chance. Li Ping smiles and hands her the spoon, saying that it is no big deal and she will not lose anything. Deciding to trust the legendary hero, she leans forward and takes a spoonful of the soup, which immediately takes effect. She feels as if she is entering an illusory world when she finds herself at the hot springs. After a while, a strange voice says that she has come to a hot spring made of brown sugar. Looking around, she sees 3 strange creatures who explain that this source improves blood circulation and restores strength. Auntie Egg, Grandma Date, and Lady Tremella appear before her and offer her a unique service. Elizabeth looks at them in surprise and responds by asking what service they can offer her. The funny creatures say they offer her a spa treatment called a full-body massage, which nourishes and improves the skin. With these words, they immediately pull her out of the water and wrap her in several layers of towels. Elizabeth lies down on a specially prepared place and asks the creatures what they are going to do with her. They take her hands and explain that she doesn't need to worry because they will give her a hand massage and she should just enjoy it. They also say that massage can help calm the body and make it forget about pointless resistance. Auntie Egg adds that a back massage will help make your skin incredibly smooth like hers. Through this procedure, the Demon Queen finally rises to the next level, becoming an 8-star demon god. Li Ping watches her closely the whole time, hoping that his partner will like the dish. Elizabeth gradually comes to her senses, and he asks how she feels. He wondered if she thought the difference in taste was too much to handle. Elizabeth takes this as words that the gap between them is extremely large, but she will still raise her level. In this state, she realizes that she is still nothing more than a toy in his hands. This plunges her into a state of deep demoralization again, and she realizes that there is no point in resisting. Exhaling, she says that the rules are already set, and there is nothing she can do about it. Moving down, she adds that no matter what she eats, nothing will change, and he can do whatever he wants. Li Ping feels quite frustrated, realizing that food therapy is now pointless. After this, he decides to go outside to train with Alpha and asks Elizabeth if she is okay with it. Elizabeth continues to lounge on the couch and says that he can do whatever he wants. Li Ping understands that it is better not to disturb her in this state, and calmly goes out into the yard, looking around. However, where Alpha usually is, there is now only an empty space, and he wonders where his sword went. Li Ping recalls that Alpha has been constantly around Wonkai lately, and he probably just went for a walk. Meanwhile, Alpha feels very uncomfortable due to the fact that there is a lot of extraneous noise in his ears. Looking around, he notices that this sound appears more and more often. Wonkai notes that he doesn't hear anything at all, and assumes that his comrade is simply trying to find an excuse to be lazy. Alpha reports that he has been experiencing a real buzzing in his ears lately, and has been unable to sleep properly because of it. Wonkai notes that he heard a suspicious sound 3 kilometers away, and suggests going on alert. Rugbaiter, surrounded by strange giant goblins, runs towards Li Ping, hoping for help. She mentally admits that she didn't expect to receive explosive information, and now everything must go according to her plan. Looking around, she sees the dwellings of the legendary hero and the Demon Queen hiding there. She recalls the many secrets she learned after meeting Tagore Severus. Smiling, she realizes that her charm can drive away tigers, devour wolves, and defeat the strongest, meaning that everything is going better than she expected. Her thoughts are interrupted by the sound of a powerful cruise missile, which destroys everyone pursuing her. Rugbaiter turns around in fear to see what is happening, but the sight before her is a sad one. Where the 2 giant goblins had just been, a giant crater and several bloodstains formed. Rugbaiter understands that the forces of these goblins were significant, and they should have helped, but someone smeared them, leaving such traces. Suddenly a silhouette appears, being fired upon by large-caliber weapons. A gigantic amount of firearms is aimed in her direction. Wonkai watches the supposed target closely and asks her about the purpose of her visit. Rugbaiter understands that she must not make any sudden movements or say anything careless, otherwise she will be destroyed on the spot. Alpha notes that Wonkai is overly sensitive and scared the young lady who was attacked by monsters, and then explains who he is. Wonkai advises Alpha to remain silent and not talk too much, as he needs to analyze the situation first. Rugbaiter looks at the mechanical hand in horror, trying to understand who is in front of her and what she should do. She feels like they are trying to scan her, and understands that if the secret is revealed, an unpleasant future awaits her. Deciding not to waste time, she realizes she needs to strike first and resorts to the skill of seduction. Wonkai and Alpha are instantly caught in the skill's range, but each experiences different effects. Alpha, being a rather weak creature, instantly falls into the realm of illusions. In his ideal world, Li Ping is truly a legendary hero, who is treated like a younger brother. Together, they destroy countless cruel creatures and save the world countless times. In addition, interesting creatures appear before them, battles with which bring pleasure. Finally, at the end of their adventures, they reach a creepy castle where the final boss of this world lives. The final boss is the Demon Queen Elizabeth, who must be destroyed to save the universe. After a tense battle, they finally deal with this evil creature, which was long overdue for an end. Li Ping thanks Alpha, but he, becoming arrogant, says that he will always be by his side, since they are the best partners. Even though Wonkai is a robot, he also begins to have amazing days spent with his owner. The future dog is not interested in anything except playing various games with its owner. He hopes that one day Li Ping will stand up for him and forbid Elizabeth from harming him. Rugbaiter smiles, noting that as long as they have the desire, it is impossible to resist her charm. Wonkai detects viruses in the system and understands that the software needs to be updated. In just a few moments, the vulnerabilities are eliminated, and he goes into full combat readiness. Rugbaiter is surprised that her seduction didn't work as the gun is pointed straight at his face again. Wonkai says that he cannot understand her intentions, and despite her apparent harmlessness, decides to eliminate her. Rugbaiter is surprised that he failed to achieve his goal, and realizes that he is lying, not having met Elizabeth. Suddenly, the legendary heroes intervene, shouting loudly, distracting Vankai and Alpha. This causes the robotic dog to forget about its primary directives and switch to a higher priority task. Rugbaiter is happy, as surviving a collision with Vankai would have been nearly impossible. The robotic dog instantly runs towards its owner, whom it loves the most. Li Ping happily runs towards them, noting that he heard their voices, and it turns out that it is them. Rugbaiter looks at the legendary hero and realizes that he is an ordinary person who will be easier to deal with. The plots of heroes who save beauties never fail, so it satisfies the fantasy of any man. Li Ping completely ignores the fact that there is a girl nearby and approaches Alpha, who is still under the spell. Li Ping asks Alpha what's going on with him, but Alpha continues to laugh, feeling incredibly important. Li Ping gives him a light slap and asks if he is okay, wanting to understand the strangeness in his behavior. Alpha immediately comes to his senses and looks at his comrade in surprise, not understanding how he ended up here so suddenly. Li Ping explains that he became scared when he saw his strange behavior, assuming that Alpha was working too much. Li Ping tries to encourage him, telling him not to put too much pressure on himself and recommending that he return to chopping wood. Rugbaiter turns out to be very unhappy that she was completely ignored. She raises herself up on her elbows and wonders if anyone can help her as she is in trouble. Li Ping turns around in surprise and tries to understand what happened and who is calling for help. Meanwhile, Elizabeth continues to spend her weekends idly, doing absolutely nothing and eating chips. Suddenly she hears approaching footsteps and doesn't realize that this time Li Ping has not returned home alone. Alpha happily opens the door and greets the Demon Queen, noting that they are finally back from their walk. Following them, Li Ping comes in, holding Rugbaiter, who is in a semi-conscious state, in his arms. Elizabeth immediately becomes furious, trying to figure out why the hell another woman has invaded their house again. Li Ping politely addresses the new guest and asks if everything is okay with her. Rugbaiter continues to play to the crowd, saying that she is feeling dizzy and just needs to rest for a bit. Li Ping gradually leads her to the sofa so she can lie down and recover. Elizabeth looks at this with a face full of incomprehension, trying to understand where this man came from and what he is doing in her house. Li Ping recommends that she sit on the sofa and rest, adding that he will bring her some tea to help her recover.